to the Maharashtra government. Remember, after this judgment was given by the Bombay High Court, Maharashtra government had stated that they will be challenging this because certain observations were made by the Bombay High Court while acquitting all these accused. The Bombay High Court, let me take you through what was said by the Bombay High Court. It was mentioned by the judge that the prosecution utterly failed to prove the case against the accused and that it is hard to believe that the accused committed the crime. And the bench also said that creating a false appearance of having solved the case by presenting the accused have been brought to justice gives a very misleading sense of resolution, and this closure undermines public trust and falsely reassures society, which in reality the true threat remains at large. So this was in fact the observation by the bench. It was a 671-page verdict that was given on Monday, in which it was mentioned that the prosecution has utterly failed to prove the case against the accused. It is hard to believe that they committed the crime, hence their conviction is quashed and set aside. After these observations, the Maharashtra government has said that they would be challenging this. They then moved the Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court has put an interim stay on the acquittal of these accused, but since they were released from the prison right after this judgment came in, they will not be rearrested now. Notice has been issued to the Maharashtra government and a reply will be filed by them in few days, and after that another hearing will take place.
All right, Akansha, stay on with us. Let's go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who will give us more details about this case. Shambhavi, what is it that the defense counsel argued in court, after which, this observation has come to the fore, and we're now learning that 12 of the accused have been essentially given a free run?
So originally, when in 2006 this 711 case happened, after this a special court in Mumbai convicted 12 people, out of which 5 of them they gave life sentence and 7 of them they actually gave life imprisonment. But later Bombay High Court acquitted all of them, saying that the center has utterly failed in proving their point. And now, when the Maharashtra government appealed to the Supreme Court, Tushar Mehta arguing to the Maharashtra, they said that they just want Supreme Court to review and overturn the Bombay High Court judgment, and then they're not saying that all the 12 accused who have been acquitted to be now sent back into the jail. They are not seeking rearrest of the acquitted men. They're just concerned that whatever the legal findings of the Bombay High Court in the Bombay High Court are, particularly which are related to the MCOCA, they could impact the other ongoing or future MCOCA cases. So therefore, the state just wanted Supreme Court to stay those findings and prevent the judgment from being used as a precedent in other terror cases as well. Back to you.
All right, Shambhavi, stay on with me. Let's also go across to my colleague Aditya, who joins me live from outside the Supreme Court. Aditya, what can we expect next, and what more do you have on this case about why these 12 accused who have been, essentially acquitted now after the Supreme Court has stayed the Bombay High Court judgment, and why is it that they cannot be rearrested in this case? If you can just explain that in layman terms to our viewers.
Well, sure. The first, today's argument. Now, the state has argued that there should be a limited stay. Now, what does the limited stay mean? It means you stay the operation of the judgment up to an extent. Now, up to what extent? In this case, the extent was not to rearrest the accused. In this matter, the Supreme Court observed that there are certain media reports which suggested that accused were released from the jail. In this case, what happened actually, the state and the bench built a consensus, agreed to the point that as the accused have been released from the jail, they should not be rearrested. But the stay on the Bombay High Court is very much important or pertinent, considering that this judgment of the Bombay High Court might affect the trial pending or might affect some matters who are sub judice in the MCOCA trial. Today's argument was from the union. The union lawyer, Tushar Mehta, he argued that this matter is actually much more than the Bombay High Court ruling. The first, as a lot of matters are pending, a lot of matters are sub judice before the court, this High Court ruling findings on the MCOCA might affect that ruling. The basic of the gist of this whole observation, argument, and the judgment is that the first, as the accused were released from the jail. Now, what exception could it have been? We have seen it 2 years ago, there was a matter, certain matters from Bombay High Court where a bail was granted. Then on a weekend, Supreme Court sat and set aside the bail order. In this matter, what could have been done in an exceptional way was that if a Supreme Court hearing is done to ensure that the order can be stayed or likely be stayed, which would have ensured that the accused are not released from the jail. Now, as the accused are released from the jail, now the issue are that the Supreme Court gave onus, gave a relaxation, gave a leverage for the fact that as they have been released from the jail, they should not be rearrested.
Aditya, stay on with me and do tell us, for all the victims who have been trying to find some sort of closure from this case for so many years, this is essentially in a way justice delayed and now justice denied. And our only question is, why is it that the 12 accused in a blast case which claimed so many lives are being given a free run by the judiciary?
Actually, the matter before the Supreme Court came after two trials, the trial from the subordinate court and the trial from the High Court. Now, in the order of the High Court observed and finds that there were not enough evidence produced before the High Court which could have resulted in a conviction. So in this case, the burden of proof is much on the state, on the union, challenging that order or the judgment of the High Court. Perhaps in this case, the best outcome could have been that something which could give a closure, something which could give a relaxation to all the people affected, all the people who were waiting for justice after so long years, prolonged judiciary system. Then the last which came today from the Supreme Court with the clarification that although we are staying the judgment of the Bombay High Court on a legal question, but we are not going to order on the rearresting of the accused, which is quite a setback for everyone who were expecting some closure, who were expecting that even though the judiciary might take a long time, but it should or it could, and there was a high level of a likelihood, very high chance that the justice was ensured and guaranteed in this case for everyone who were affected by the bomb blast happened long back, but the memory is still there, and the burden to prove will lie on the state. The state, in this case, is the union to issue and to check that whether the justice has been given, whether the justice has been guaranteed, and the last and the foremost, the accused who are actually there, who did what they should not have done, who raised certain questions on the legal point to get the relief from the High Court, are actually brought to trial, actually brought to justice, and ensuring that there is an exception to the rule of law.
All right. Let's go across to my colleague Shambhavi as well. Shambhavi, what next for the prosecution? Is this essentially, and are we looking at the end to this case and the trial that has been going on in court for so many years? And what is it that the prosecution can go ahead with to essentially keep the case going and make sure that justice is delivered to the victims, to the families of the victims who have been waiting for so many years?
Definitely, there will be nothing on the rearrest part yet, because that is the part where even SG has said that they're not seeking to rearrest those 12 people who've been acquitted. But of course, with the court also agreed with the SG request. The court said that, of course, they are not ruling anything on that part of the judgment. And also they agreed that the High Court's judgment will not be treated as a precedent in future cases, because that was one of the concerns which was raised by the Maharashtra government, and it stayed that part of the judgment. And they also issued notice in the main appeal, meaning that the court will now formally examine whether the High Court's acquittal order was legally sound or not. Back to you.
Right. Shambhavi, take us through Solicitor General Tushar Mehta's arguments, because we are learning that he has said that some of the observations which were essentially made by the Bombay High Court in the judgment can impact other pending trials under the MCOCA. If you can explain that for our viewers in layman terms.
Definitely, they were actually seeking stay on the High Court's legal findings. So when we come to Tushar Mehta's argument, their main matter, apart from not seeking the rearrest of the acquitted men, that they were concerned that some legal findings which were there in the Bombay High Court judgment, particularly which were those which were related to the special court, which actually ordered the convicted 12 people back in 2015. That was the concern. The legal findings in the Bombay High Court judgment, particularly those related to the MCOCA, could impact the other ongoing or future MCOCA cases. That was the point. So therefore, the state wanted the Supreme Court to stay on those findings and prevent the judgment from then being treated or used as a precedent in other terror-related cases or other similar cases.
All right. Shambhavi, let's go through this particular argument that the SG has put forward. He has in fact said that the accused are essentially not required to be in jail, and this is something that the state, that is the Maharashtra government, had put forward to the court as well. They only want the question of law to be decided. If you can explain that more.
Yes, that is what the update is about. There are two parts to it. One is the rearrest of the 12 acquitted men, which was done by the Bombay High Court. Originally, after the blast in 2015, there was a special court in Mumbai who convicted 12 people. 5 of them they sentenced to death penalty, and 7 of them they sentenced to life imprisonment. Later now, Bombay High Court acquitted all 12 of them and specially definitively cancelled, nullified the death penalty order of those 5 people, and in turn acquitted all 12 of them. Which in turn, Maharashtra government went their appeal to the Supreme Court. That was two-parted appeal.
आरोपी थे उनकी निर्दोष मुक्तता की थी, उनको टोटली बाइज्जत बरी किया था। तो वो जजमेंट के खिलाफ इमीडिएटली महाराष्ट्र सरकार सुप्रीम कोर्ट आई, उन्होंने अर्जेंट लिस्टिंग की मांग की। परसों जस्टिस गवई ने इसकी अर्जेंट लिस्टिंग की मांग मान्य की और आज वो मैटर जस्टिस सुंदरेश इनके सामने था। इसमें राज्य सरकार, महाराष्ट्र सरकार को सफलता मिली है। इस आदेश को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्थगित किया है। ये क्यों स्थगित किया है? महाराष्ट्र सरकार का कहना था ये आदेश दूसरे मकोका आरोपी और कथित आतंकवादी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि जो 11 लोग अब बाहर है जेल से, वो बाहर ही रहेंगे, उनको नोटिस इश्यू की जाएगी, उनका रिप्लाई, रिजॉइंडर वगैरह सब होगा और बाद में सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसमें एक तो बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का जो डिसीजन है वो अपहोल्ड कर सकती है या फिर उसको पलटा सकती है। लेकिन अभी की इम्पोर्टेंट खबर यही है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को स्थगिति मिली है। लार्जर पिक्चर देखते हुए ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। हालांकि वो 11 लोग बाहर रहेंगे, वो मुद्दा इतना बड़ा नहीं है, लेकिन दूसरे आरोपी इसका इस्तेमाल ना करें इस जजमेंट का, इसलिए ये स्थगिति मिलना बहुत जरूरी था। और महाराष्ट्र सरकार को बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट ने जो ट्रेन ब्लास्ट में जो डिसीजन दिया था अभी कुछ दिन पहले, उसके ऊपर स्थगिति मिली है।
मराठी में भी एक बार आप लोग हटा लीजिए,
बघा 2006चा जो बॉम्बे ट्रेन ब्लास्टची केस होती.
All right, that was the statement that we were getting in from Siddharth Shinde. He's a Supreme Court advocate. He was giving us the latest update as far as this case is concerned. Remember, viewers, the Supreme Court has stayed the Bombay High Court order and ordered no rearrest for the 12 accused. Let's go back to my colleague Shambhavi, who joins us live for more on the case. Shambhavi, as we were discussing, do take us through the kind of arguments that the prosecution put forward, because let's remember the Bombay High Court, while it was giving out its judgment, essentially said that the prosecution had utterly failed to prove any case against the accused and that it was hard for the court to believe that the accused had committed any sort of crime in this case.
Yes, definitely. The Bombay High Court did say that while acquitting all those 12 people which were previously convicted by a special court in Mumbai. And when we come to the what Maharashtra government is actually asking for now, their appeal against acquittal, they just wanted Supreme Court to review the Bombay High Court judgment that let off all the 12 accused, citing prosecutorial failure. But they made it very clear that they're not currently seeking to rearrest the acquitted men. That is what Solicitor General Tushar Mehta argued. Apart from this, instead of being concerned about the rearrest of the acquitted men, they were concerned that there were certain legal findings in the Bombay High Court judgment, particularly those which were related to the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act Court, that is MCOCA, which could impact the other ongoing or any of the future MCOCA cases of the similar nature or even of the same state. Therefore, the Maharashtra state wanted the Supreme Court to stay those findings, to stay review on those particular findings and prevent the judgment from being used as a precedent in other cases as well. And then the Supreme Court clearly agreed with the Maharashtra request and said,
even though those 11 people have been let scot-free, in looking at the larger picture, a stay has been achieved on this judgment, and now this judgment cannot be used by other alleged convicts and terrorists in their MCOCA trials.
All right, that was a very pertinent point made by Siddharth Shinde over there, the advocate, Supreme Court advocate on the 7/11 blast case. Let's viewers stay on with us. Let's slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you more details on this very crucial judgment that has come from the top court on the Mumbai blast case. Remember, the SC has stayed the Bombay High Court order and directed no rearrest of the accused, but also noted that this order cannot be a precedent for other criminals. Meanwhile, on the other side, we'll get you more details on the ED raids that are currently underway at businessman Anil Ambani's residence in Mumbai. And also, we'll get you that statement, that very controversial statement by AIMIM Neta, who is seen abusing Kavariyas.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And here's taking a look at everything else in the next 1 minute. Thoothukudi Airport in Tamil Nadu has undergone a major upgrade with a rupees 381 crore revamp, including a new terminal, extended runway and advanced facilities. The runway has been lengthened to 3,115 meters, allowing larger aircraft to land even after dusk. With improved infrastructure, the airport is now poised to handle domestic and potential international flights, boosting regional connectivity and economic growth. India and China held the 33rd WMCC meeting in Delhi to review the LAC situation and prepare for the upcoming special representatives talks. Both sides agreed to maintain peace, improve communication and resume cross-border cooperation, including river data sharing and the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. Amid heavy rains and rising water levels, the BSF water wing continues to vigilantly guard the unfenced international border in Jammu, where swollen rivers have flowed towards Pakistan. This specialized unit of the Border Security Force plays a crucial role in patrolling India's riverine frontiers, preventing infiltration, smuggling and other illegal activities. And on the other side of a very quick break, the details of the ED raids that are currently underway in Anil Ambani-linked properties in Mumbai. And also the details of that controversial statement by AIMIM leader Shaukat Ali, wherein he insults Kavariyas and likens the Yatris to goons.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Right now, India's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador P. Harish, recently addressed the UN Security Council's quarterly open debate on the situation in the Middle East, emphasizing the need for peace and humanitarian assistance in the region. Here's what he had to say.
Today's meeting takes place against the backdrop of a persisting humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Intermittent pauses in hostilities are not enough to address the scale of humanitarian challenges confronting the people who grapple daily with acute shortages of food and fuel, inadequate medical services and lack of access to education. The health and education situation is particularly troubling. The WHO estimates that around 95% of all hospitals in Gaza are damaged or destroyed. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reports that more than 650,000 children have had no schooling for over 20 months. The way ahead is clear, and India has been consistent in this regard. The ongoing human suffering must not be allowed to continue. Humanitarian assistance needs to be facilitated in a safe, sustained and timely manner. There is no substitute to peace. A ceasefire must be put in place. All hostages must be released. Dialogue and diplomacy remain the only viable paths to achieving these objectives. There are no other fixes or solutions. India shares historic and strong ties with our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We have always stood by them, and our commitment towards the Palestinian cause is unwavering. We were the first non-Arab country to recognize the state of Palestine. We support the Palestinian people in various ways directly and through our support to other organizations such as UNRWA. Our endeavor is to make a tangible impact on the daily lives of the Palestinians by implementing projects in diverse sectors. India is currently implementing projects valued at more than $40 million. India reiterates that the pathway to enduring peace is rooted in a two-state solution, one that establishes a sovereign, viable, and independent state of Palestine within recognized and mutually agreed borders, living side by side with Israel in peace. India takes note of the high-level international conference on the implementation of a two-state solution scheduled next week.
All right, on the other side, we'll get you more details of the India-UK landmark free trade agreement deal, which Prime Minister Modi is set to sign with his UK counterpart, Keir Starmer. And also a clip that has now gone viral in Maharashtra. It's another case of M&S hooliganism on display, where M&S workers can be seen assaulting a man for not speaking Marathi.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's pre-AI Summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leader. See you there.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow, that is July 25th, for the flagship Republic pre-summit. That is right, this is Republic AI pre-summit from the Republic Media Network's headquarters. We bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's a perfect build-up to the mega Republic AI Summit, and it all begins right here. All right, getting Osama. Big updates coming in right now, viewers. Right now, Russian plane reported missing, and we are getting some initial information on the story where this aircraft has disappeared from the radars. It's gone missing in the eastern parts of the Amur region, according to the reports that we are getting for our viewers. That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And the governor has said that according to the data, there were around 43 passengers, including 5 children and 6 crew members on board. Air traffic controllers have lost contact with this passenger plane carrying approximately 50 people. The governor says there were at least 43 passengers on board, and a search and rescue operation is underway. The plane was operating by a Siberia-based airline. It dropped off the radar screens while approaching its destination. That is right. Now, remember, this is an initial report coming in. This is a top story in terms of live and developing stories. So we are still getting more updates here, but we're learning more details as per who was on board. There were children on board as well. Akansha is joining us live right now. Akansha joining us live from Republic Newsroom. Akansha, the plane is thought to have 43 passengers on board, including some children. It lost contact just a few kilometers from the airport near the destination city. Yes. Akansha, can you hear me? All right, we'll go to Akansha in a short while from now, but this is a developing story, by the way. So we're still getting live inputs on the story. At least 2 children were on board this aircraft. Russian plane with 43 passengers has gone missing, and there are some back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers, where we are learning that the air traffic controllers have lost contact with the passenger plane carrying 43 passengers. It's gone missing. It's really off the radar now. The local emergencies ministry said the plane was being operated by a Siberia-based airline, and it went missing while it was going towards a destination city. Now, remember, the search and rescue operations are still continuing right now. Air traffic controllers have lost contact with this aircraft. And I want to go to Akansha. Akansha, now this is a developing story right now. We have just broken the story, and inputs are coming in slowly here. What do we know so far about this plane which has disappeared? Rescue operations have been launched, but no sight of the plane yet, Akansha.
Absolutely. The search and rescue operation is currently underway. All necessary forces and means have been deployed by the Russian authorities to search for this plane which is currently missing. What we're learning so far, Shivangi, is that this Russian air traffic control, that they have lost contact with an AN-24 passenger plane with nearly 50 people on board, and this happened in eastern Amur region is what we're learning. As per the reports, 43 passengers, including 5 children and 6 crew members were on this plane when this incident happened, and it was in fact just a few kilometers away from the destination when it lost control. So a concerning news coming in from Russia as far as this plane is concerned. As you also pointed out, the search and rescue operation is currently underway. All means have been deployed by the Russian authorities there to locate this plane, which was just few kilometers away from the destination when the air traffic controller lost connection with this. We're trying to get more details as to how many passengers were there on the plane and what their families are saying. But right now we're learning that there were as many as 50 passengers, 43 were adults and 7 children on board this plane that has gone missing. In fact, it was few kilometers away from the destination when this took place, and as per the authorities there, we're learning that AN-24 is the plane which was operated by Angara Airlines. It failed to make any contact at the designated checkpoint a few kilometers from the airport where it was supposed to land. A very concerning news there coming in from Russia. All efforts are currently underway to locate this plane by the Russian authorities, Shvangi.
That is right. So we're getting some background updates coming in right here, Akansha. And, we are coming to know that the first attempt to land this plane was not successful, and the controllers have lost contact. They have lost contact. So there's some background updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, about what exactly is happening on here. And we are being joined by Ishan, our correspondent, joining us live. Ishan, I'm coming across to you right now. And, this is a story we're tracking very, very closely. It's a story which is new, it's fresh, still waiting for more inputs to come in. What are you learning about this plane? It's a Russian plane. It has disappeared, and there's effort right now to find that plane. There were 43 passengers and even children on board.
The AN-24 plane is an old aircraft, and Russia has recently started using these older aircrafts in its civil aviation industry because of the Ukraine war, where the components and parts and spares for Boeing and Airbus aircrafts were stopped being sent to Russia. So Russia had to resort to either manufacturing its own aircraft or to start using its older aircraft. The AN-24, AN-32s, which were primarily designed for military and airlifting capabilities, have been converted into civil airliners. These aircrafts have an older airframe and have structural issues, and now are being used by civilian aircraft, causing a lot of risk to the passengers that go online. The AN-24 and AN-32 aircrafts were designed primarily as medium lift carrier aircraft for troop transport and carrying of weapons and equipment. Indian Air Force also operates AN-32s. However, these are not used for civilian transport or civilian passengers by other nations. Back to the studio.
Right. Ishan, you're helping our viewers understand about this plane, but right now, what do we know about this plane completely going missing? Because it's absolutely off the radar, and that is a shocking point, that a plane which was about to land, which is very close to destination, it's a Russian plane, completely disappeared from the radar.
Completely disappearing from the radar is very uncommon for these civilian aircraft because they have two modes of communication. First is the direct radar communication, which is established within visual lines, and the second would be the transponder signal that comes from the aircraft through and is tracked.
All right, Group Captain
satellite.
Augustine Vinod is joining us right now on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Group Captain. And this is quite mysterious right now, because for a plane to absolutely disappear, a Russian plane to absolutely disappear as it's nearing its destination is raising a lot of question marks. Rescue operations are underway. There is effort on to find this aircraft. If you could just take our viewers through exactly why do you think this has happened? So AN-24 aircraft has disappeared from the radars completely.
Yeah, this particular aircraft, AN-24, a version of it is there with the Indian Air Force called AN-32. It is a propeller aeroplane which is used for short haul, anywhere between 4.5 to 5.5 tons. And passengers of about 40 to 50 people travel in this particular aeroplane. Secondly, and most importantly, the area in which it was flying was completely wooded and not very populated area. So what happens there is, like someone previously was saying, there are two modes of communication. One is radar, and second is the radio communication. Third communication that the aeroplane continuously does is something called ATC, we call it, the transponder. In the military, we call it the IFF, Identification Friend of Foe. Basically, it is a secondary radar. So that also continuously transmits its position. Fourth and very important communication which happens is a passive communication called MLAT, multilateration. Now, multilateration happens whenever you either press the PTT, that is to talk to the communicator, or the radar energy, or the IFF or ATC, which I am talking about, where an MLAT receiver triangulates your position, which is how we found the initial positions of MH370, if you remember. So it is just a matter of time we'll find the wreckage. Whenever the aeroplane goes below a certain altitude, it disappears from the radar, it disappears from the secondary surveillance radar, and also it disappears from the communication range as well. So it is just a matter of time that we'll be able to interpolate the point at which it went missing to the point where it could have impacted the ground. And maybe by evening or by tomorrow, the wreckage should be found, unless it is mountainous terrain where it might take some time, maybe a week or so. But the fact still remains, it is a twin-engine aeroplane. How can it go missing like that? And especially when you're coming into land is a very big question. It could even be, controlled flight into the terrain, because the N-24, as far as I know, does not have the ground proximity warning system, GPWS as we call it. So that is something which we need to look at. If there was no GPWS and has it gone into the ground while it is recovering or coming on finals in an wooded area with fog and stuff like that. So as time passes, we'll get more and more information. But a bad year for aviation, many crashes. In fact, yesterday there was a crash on the highway in Italy, and there was another crash when two aeroplanes took off. One was landing and one was taking off, and they went into each other. So in past 3 days, we have seen at least 3-4 crashes world over. Aviation needs, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ ये नारियल तोड़ना पड़ेगा इनको, क्योंकि this year has been very, very bad. Over to you.
Right. Okay. I'm being joined. I request a guest to stay with us. I'm being joined by Group Captain GP Bajpa, aviation expert, also joining us here on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here, Group Captain. And we know that this plane is missing. We know that it is off the radar. But we're trying to really understand what is happening here, given the fact we have seen such instances in the past. Airlines all over the world, even in India, where we see technical glitches. But this looks like a very serious case of a plane completely disappearing off the radar. How rare is this, Group Captain?
Madam, good morning to you. It seems as the news is breaking, for last 1 hour or more, aircraft is not in the contact of radar as well as on ATC control. As news is saying that it was supposed to land and it was just few kilometers away. So I'm very sure it must be in the RT contact with the ATC tower. That contact was also lost, and the aircraft is missing from the radar also. Since with the ATC, they communicate in such a short distance with DU HF sets. And with all probability, this aircraft has got crashed. I am not fully aware of the terrain prevailing over there. It might be certain hill ranges where it got crashed. But this particular aircraft, AN-24, is in the civil aviation with the Russian and Ukrainian countries, and its modified version AN-32 Indian Air Force is operating for more than 40 years. So this aircraft AN-24 is a quite old aircraft design. In fact, the airframe of AN-24 was adopted for AN-32. In AN-32, we had installed more powerful engine, which is under operation with Indian Air Force. Both these aircrafts are turboprop aircraft, and the AN-32, which we are operating, is more powerful, more advanced. It can be operated on ALGs also, more seating capacity. But AN-24 is much older design. with respect to airframe. With all probability, this aircraft has got crashed, and sooner than later, we'll come to know the further details about this aircraft.
All right. Also being joined by Meenu Wadia, aviation expert and former Air India captain, is joining us right now. And like we are being joined by Group Captain Bajpai, where he is saying that the AN version that India has is more advanced. However, the AN-24 mostly has been retired globally. They are out of date. There are safety concerns, lack of spare parts. Now, this is an AN-24 aircraft, which is gone absolutely missing. Your first reactions? Mr. Wadia?
It's old. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, even if the aircraft is old, now almost all the aircrafts are fitted with transponder switches. And the latest transponders are S-mode transponders, which give you detailed information of where and tracking the aircraft. And even if this transponder is switched off by the captain from the cockpit from the aircraft, even then the aircraft can be tracked by secondary surveillance radars from the ground in any case, which used to be the old technique of tracking aircraft. So I'm very surprised that an aircraft can go completely off the screens. Yes, as you presume, if it is gone into the hills, even then if it is gone, the radar should be able to track it. The radar should be able to know where it has gone and where it has crashed likely also. So it's a little surprising with today's technology, an aircraft can suddenly disappear. Even if the pilot puts off the transponder switch, it cannot disappear unless it has the radar may be aware of it, where it is, and if they may be aware if it is crashed in which area, etc. So not knowing is unlikely.
Right, right. Mr. Wadia stays with us, aviation expert, also former Air India captain, and you're a former Air India captain now. Of course, we're talking about this aircraft. We're talking about, yes, it doesn't have spare parts, it's outdated, it's missing. But, there's a larger issue here, larger issue of aircrafts which have not been updated, technical glitches, lot of safety concerns have also been raised. Now, there were children, Mr. Wadia, inside this very plane. There were many children, from what we understand, inside this very plane. And this definitely is shocking, given the fact that that passengers all over the world, they trust the captain, they trust the plane when they fly.
It's unusual because if you saw that Malaysian aircraft also, but that was in an area where one can expect that the radars were not totally up to date. But in Russia, they have all their secondary radars totally up to date, and they have these transponders on the aircraft also, which track the aircraft totally. So I am a little surprised that I am sure the radar in Russia must be aware in which area it is, and they may be holding back the information. But once the information comes, I don't think they can hide it too much, that they should be able to tell you where the aircraft is and what has happened to it.
That is right. Just getting our viewers, I just suggest if you could just hold on for a second because I just want our viewers to understand what exactly is happening there. We are getting our guests to really decode what is going on. Air traffic controllers have lost contact with an AN-24 passenger plane, which is carrying approximately 43 plus people in Russia's far east. A search operation is underway. This is what the governor is saying. And from what we understand right now, according to the data coming in, there were 43 passengers, including 5 children. Many children were on board, and crew members were also on board. Okay, let's go straight across to Nick Kolyotin, live from Moscow, Russia. Nick is going to give us an inside look. Nick, this is a breaking news story all over the world, and updates are coming in. You are in Moscow, Russia. This is a Russian plane. What are you learning of? Any breakthrough on where this plane is?
According to Russian media authorities, probably the plane crashed with the 43 people who are probably dead, and the place where it happened now located, and rescue forces on their way. And it was a a big story in Russia after the sanctions in 2022 that all the international companies like Boeing, Airbus, they stopped working with Russia and supply all the details to the planes and all the service that they need. And instead of that, Russia started to using more and more of its own planes, but still they are under sanctions. And also there are a lot of drone attacks from Ukraine, which puts the airspace, civilian airspace of Russia under a lot of pressure. Many of the flights are canceled, changing their routes. And maybe those are part of the reasons why this plane crashed, but still it is too soon to know exactly what happened.
All right, so you're saying the investigation is right now underway in terms of search and rescue operations and to find this plane. Okay, we're getting some breaking news coming in. Wreckage has been found. Big breaking update coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. Wreckage found near the Amur region in eastern Russia. Okay, I want to go back to Nick. Nick, we're getting some information coming in right now. The wreckage of the Russian plane has been found. Are you picking up anything on this? It looks like the wreckage has been found. Do we know where it's near the Amur region? Is that close to the destination where this aircraft was heading? Nick?
Yeah, that's right. The wreckage was found and probably no one survived. And now Russia will investigate and try to understand if it was a technical issue of the plane itself or a mistake of the pilot. As I said before, because of the sanctions started in 2022 after the war with Ukraine, the big air companies like Boeing and Airbus stopped working with Russia. They are not supplying any more details to replace old ones, and they are not providing service. And that's why now Russia more using their own planes, and they are trying to develop new ones. And also there's a lot of drone attacks from Ukraine, which is putting a lot of pressure on the civilian airspace. And maybe those are part of the reasons for this crash of this plane.
Okay, Nick, so we're getting some updates coming in right now. Nick is confirming to us. He's a reporter from Moscow, Russia. Definitely big update and confirmation coming in from Russia. Wreckage of the Russian plane has been found. And like Nick is telling us, now the investigation will continue as to what led to this wreckage, this plane disappearing and now wreckage being found of the AN-24. Taking a short break. Much for coming up, viewers. We're live and breaking on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI pre-summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit. And I look forward to seeing you there.
ग्रेजुटी का चेक है, बस इन पैसों को हम कहीं इन्वेस्ट कर दें और रेगुलर इनकम भी आती रहे।
तो फिर फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाल दीजिए। फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड और मनी मार्केट में पैसा डालते हैं और सिस्टमैटिक विड्रॉल प्लान के जरिए आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी मिलती रहेगी।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Major crackdown on digital arrests and online scams in Cambodia. Over 3,000 individuals involved in this online fraud have been arrested. In connection with the betting app case, ED has issued fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Supreme Court says Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast cases. However, no rearrests to be done. ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani Group companies.
ये उत्पाती लोग हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, बवाल कर रहे हैं और पूरे देश में लोगों का जीना हराम कर दिया इन्होंने सड़कों को बंद करके.
AIM leader links Kavadiyas to goons, stokes another controversy. All eyes on India and UK's landmark free trade agreement deal. Keir Starmer hails the free trade agreement with India, calls it a major win for Britain. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, our top story this afternoon remains the Antonov 24 plane of Russian Airlines, which had disappeared now and it has been found. A wreckage has been found in the eastern Amur region. This Antonov 24 aircraft had disappeared from the radars of Russia's Far East region. The Re-Amur government had confirmed this, and now the plane, which had about 43 people on board, including 5 children, which had lost contact a few kilometers from the airport during a go-around attempt near the city of Tinda, has been found. A wreckage now is being found in the eastern Amur region. That's the latest update that we are tracking at the moment. This Antonov 24 plane had disappeared from the radars a few hours ago. Subsequently, now in the far east regions of Russia, in the Amur province, a wreckage linked to this aircraft has been found. I have my colleague joining us live on the broadcast, Nick. Nick, what's the latest in terms of the wreckage that has been found? What are the details that we are tracking vis-a-vis these planes' disappearance and the circumstances under which it happened?
Yeah, now helicopters with medical teams, rescue teams are on their way to the place where the wreckage was found of this plane. 43 people are believed to be dead because the plane crashed and it was all in fire. And the region is in far east of Russia. It is the place where it's hard to come. That's why helicopters are also going there. It is next to the border with China, not far away from China. And this plane, Antonov 24, this is an old Russian plane with roots back to the Soviet Union, to Kiev, and those old planes, and maybe this is one of the reasons that could be that led to this disaster, maybe some technical issue of the plane, but still it is too early to know what exactly happened. Also, sometimes the weather could be really bad in Russia and in this region. It could be a failure of pilots, as we saw before in other disasters. And also the airspace of Russia is under a lot of pressure from the Ukrainian drones, which is putting a lot of stress on the civilian aviation all across Russia. And besides that, there could be other reasons that will be investigated soon. And on the board of this plane were also children. And this is a big tragedy. And now Russian authorities will speak with the families. They will need to explain them what happened to their loved ones.
Indeed, and the details that we are tracking is that there was something perhaps that happened during the landing attempts, because it was a go-around that the aircraft was attempting when it went off the radars. As you were rightly pointing out, that this Antonov 24 aircraft of the Angara Airlines was a Soviet-era dated plane. Can that be a potential consideration, that it was an older aircraft that could have led to some technical issues perhaps?
Yeah, maybe. After the war with Ukraine started, Russia is under sanctions, and that's why the planes that they are using, usually the Airbus and also Boeing, are replaced with the Russian versions of the planes, and they're also trying to develop a new ones. And maybe it could lead also to those kind of problems, because they are doing all of that in a hurry, and there's no more support from the Western companies, no more details. to the planes, and now they need to understand what to do in order for those crashes not to happen again.
Indeed, and ladies and gentlemen, those are the latest details for those of you just tuning onto the broadcast. It is an Angara Airlines Antonov 24 aircraft that went missing off the radars just a few hours ago in the eastern provinces of Russia, in the Amur province in particular. Just moments ago, we broke the news that the wreckage has finally been found. Our reporter Nick is live from Moscow on this story and is bringing us more details as we continue to track the details. More than 40 passengers were on board, including children, about 9 crew members. Nick, those are the details that we are tracking on this story, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll closely look at this. Another air crash now being reported of an Antonov 24 plane of the Angara Airlines in Russia. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, in more breaking news updates, Cambodia has now busted a global scam racket of India, which had now led to the arrest of about 3,075 people, including nationals from 20 countries as part of an operation. Cambodian law enforcement have raided 138 locations and have detained more than 3,075 individuals, including 606 women, connected to various online scams. In one of the biggest global crackdown on online fraud networks, this is Cambodian authorities' biggest anti-scam racket bust, and the Cambodian authorities have arrested more than 3,000 individuals in a sweeping 15-day operation targeting digital scams, particularly that were operating from Cambodia. 20 countries and their nationals linked to these online scams have been arrested in this massive operation by the Canadian authorities. The move has come after the request from Indian authorities, including the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, the I4C. Those are the breaking visuals coming in from Cambodia, where a massive online scam racket has been busted. These are individuals, more than 3,000 of them linked, more than 800 of them were women, and all of them have been arrested by the Cambodian authorities in a 15-day mission in which they have had a complete crackdown on these online scam rackets that were operating out of Cambodia. 105 Indians have also been arrested as part of this racket in which the Cambodian authorities have cracked down. I have my colleague Shravan joining us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Shravan, what's the latest in terms of the arrests and the coordination that the MHA and the MEA had with the Cambodian authorities here?
Well, in fact, it is a global racket that has now been busted, and to the credit of Indian investigative agencies, it turns out that after a detailed investigation that was basically carried out following multiple complaints of digital arrest, we are given to understand that Ministry of Home Affairs as well as Ministry of External Affairs, in consultation with Cambodian authorities, had basically provided details of how this entire online scam was being perpetrated from countries like Cambodia, Vietnam, and a few other places. As far as Cambodia is concerned, we are being told that there was a swift response really coming in from the Cambodian authorities, following which multiple arrests have taken place. In fact, 105 Indians are all set to be deported in the next few days. This by far is one of the biggest crackdown. You're essentially looking at a menace of a digital arrest. And Kruthat, over the last few months, what we have essentially seen across India, there have been multiple complaints received by state polices with regards to digital arrest. Now, what essentially happens during a digital arrest? It is essentially at a time when you would get a call or a message on your WhatsApp stating that there is a case that has been registered against you, and the fact of the matter is that you would have the other person wearing perhaps a state police uniform and informing that the complaint has been registered, following which there are several people who have actually ended up losing money, some who have been in captivation for quite a long period of time, and what we have essentially seen that a number of people have over a period of time lost money in these scams that have been carried out. In fact, we're given to understand that the biggest challenge that the Indian investigative agencies were essentially facing is to basically find out the source of this entire scam. It turns out that these were call centers, these were centers that were operating in countries like Cambodia, and following the searches that were carried out, in fact, fake Indian police uniforms have also been recovered. Important to point out is that this is not just limited to India, but it turns out that countries like China and various others have also been a victim of a digital arrest, following which, remember, here this is the breakout that we have, and also the first pictures of the arrests that have taken place. If you take a list, if you look at the list of those who have been detained, Chinese happen to be the maximum. 1,028 Chinese have been arrested. 693 Vietnamese have been arrested. 366 Indonesians, 105 Indians, 101 Bangladeshis, 82 Thais, 57 Koreans. Now, in terms of the countries from where they were operating, it includes Philippines, Laos and Mongolia being some of the countries from where these operations were being carried out. In fact, specific information that the Ministry of Home Affairs as well as the Ministry of External Affairs had was based on the investigation that was carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the other state polices.
Thank you very much, Shravan, for tracking those details. As a massive crackdown now, ladies and gentlemen, ongoing in Cambodia. 3,000 arrested in online scams. We'll track the details closely as to what happens next and the next steps in this hearing. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news is coming in from the Supreme Court of India, where a hearing is going on between the state of Karnataka on the cancellation of the bail granted to actor Darshan in an alleged murder case of his fan Renuka Swami. The bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice R. Madhavan are now listening to the arguments of senior advocate Siddharth Luthra for the state of Karnataka, where now heated discussions are ongoing. Remember, in the last hearing, the Supreme Court had said that it was not convinced by the arguments of the Karnataka government vis-a-vis the Karnataka High Court judges vis-a-vis the bail granted to Darshan, and now the government is arguing in the case for cancellation of the bail of 7 accused people in this case. The latest are that Advocate Luthra is now focusing on why the bail for 7 people needs to be cancelled, particularly including Darshan. The Supreme Court hearing is on the plea of state government of Karnataka for the cancellation of the bail granted to the actor in the alleged murder case of his fan Renuka Swami. Luthra in the case has said that it is a case of 7 people being granted bail by the High Court in a murder case. The Supreme Court's justices are inquiring whether the state wants the cancellation of bail to just 7 or all the 17 people who have been charge-sheeted by the government. The government is arguing that they are focusing only on the 7 main people in this case, including actor Darshan. That's the big breaking development, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news coming in. Sources in connection with the betting app case say that the Enforcement Directorate has issued fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on August 11th. Earlier, the ED had issued notices asking him to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on August 6th. Actor Rana has also already requested more time for the questioning. So big breaking development coming in. Actor Vijay Deverakonda and Rana Daggubati, both of them on the radar of the Enforcement Directorate over the alleged betting scam case. Now Vijay Deverakonda has been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on August 11th. Meanwhile, actor Rana Daggubati had already asked for a deferment of the notice issued to him by the Enforcement Directorate to be produced for questioning. Massive developments coming in. The Enforcement Directorate now has issued a notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda to appear before it for questioning on August 11th. This is in connection to the betting app case that was ongoing in the state. The investigation authorities are now closing in with both the actors summoned linked closely to the alleged betting scam app scam, and fresh notices have been issued to Vijay Deverakonda this time. I have my colleague Aneri joining us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Aneri, do tell us about the proceedings of the Enforcement Directorate vis-a-vis the questioning now, a new notice issued to actor Vijay Deverakonda.
Well, that's right. Sources have said that now the Enforcement Directorate have issued a new notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Earlier, he was asked to appear before the ED on the 6th of August, but now the date has been changed and now he has been asked to appear on the 11th of August. And this is in connection with the betting app case, which we have been seeing that the Enforcement Directorate has summoned, has booked 29 actors in this very case, and 4 actors have been asked to appear. But yesterday it was Rana Daggubati who was asked to appear, but he has sought more time to appear, and now we see that the Enforcement Directorate has given more time to Vijay Deverakonda, and he has now been asked to appear before the ED on the 11th of August instead of 6th August for questioning.
Thank you very much, Aneri, for tracking those details. 29 actors, ladies and gentlemen, on the ED's radar, including Rana Daggubati and now Vijay Deverakonda, summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Meanwhile, a lot more is making headlines across the nation. Let me take you through all those headlines in the next 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Thoothukudi Airport in Tamil Nadu has undergone a major upgrade with rupees 381 crore revamp, including a new terminal building, extended runway and advanced facilities. The runway has been lengthened to 3,115 meters, allowing larger aircraft to land even after dusk. With improved infrastructure, the airport is now poised to handle domestic and potential international flights, boosting regional connectivity and economic growth. India and China held the 33rd WMCC meeting in Delhi to review the LAC situation and prepare for upcoming special representative talks. Both sides have agreed to maintain peace and improve communication and resume cross-border cooperation, including river data sharing and Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. Amid heavy rains and rising water levels, the BSF Water Wing continues to vigilantly guard the unfenced international border in Jammu, where swollen rivers flow towards Pakistan. The specialized unit of the Border Security Force plays a crucial role in patrolling India's riverine frontiers, preventing infiltration, smuggling and other illegal activities. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has started his two-nation visit with the United Kingdom on the invitation of the British Prime Minister. This marks his fourth official visit to the UK, reaffirming the growing depth and breadth of India-UK ties, particularly in defence, innovation, healthcare, education and diaspora engagement. Here are the highlights of the initial hours of the Prime Minister's arrival in the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a fresh controversy is erupted. AIMIM leader Shaukat Ali has stoked a controversy after he insulted Kavadiyas. He said that the Yatris are disrespecting Hinduism and are like goons. That's a big controversial statement coming in from the AIMIM leader Shaukat Ali. Let's listen into what exactly he said.
ये तो कहा जाता है कि बीजेपी की कहनी और कथनी दोनों में फर्क है। ये कहते कुछ है, करते कुछ है। ये झूठ है, भारतीय झूठ पार्टी है। ये सारे झूठे मौजूदा वक्त में बीजेपी के अंदर है। तो अब क्या कह सकते हैं आप, जब सारे झूठों का एक पूरा टोला है, वो कुछ भी बोलते हैं, हमारे देश के लोगों को गुमराह करते हैं, नौजवानों को गुमराह करते हैं। कोई नेता का बेटा कांवड़िया कंधे पे जल लेकर के नहीं जाता। कौन जा रहा है? वही गरीब मजदूर, किसान, पिछड़ा। आप किसी ब्राह्मण के बेटे को नहीं देखेंगे। आप हम तो योगी जी से कहना चाहेंगे, आपने कहा था कि मुहर्रम के जुलूस में उत्पात मचाया जाता है, आइए आप हिंदुओं से सीखिए। तो हम तो देख रहे हैं अनुशासन, आपने कहा था। अब मुझे लग रहा है कि वो जो कांवड़िए हैं ना, वो हिंदू नहीं है। हमको लगता है कि वो बनावटी हिंदू हैं और हिंदू धर्म को वो बदनाम कर रहे हैं। तो योगी जी को संज्ञान लेना चाहिए इस चीज़ को, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा था कि भाई हमारे कांवड़ियों को बदनाम किया जा रहा है और ये बड़े अनुशासित लोग हैं। हिंदू धर्म बड़ा अनुशासित है। यकीनन हर धर्म अनुशासित होता है, लेकिन उस धर्म को मानने वाला जो होता है ना, वो अनुशासन को तोड़ता है। तो ये जो तथाकथित कांवड़िए हैं ना, इनका इलाज बस एक ही है, इनको ले जा कर के जेल के अंदर डालना चाहिए, इनके ऊपर मुकदमा करना चाहिए। ये उत्पाती लोग हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, बवाल कर रहे हैं और पूरे देश में लोगों का जीना हराम कर दिया इन्होंने सड़कों को बंद करके।
Well, that was a shocking statement of Shaukat Ali of the AIMIM. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in from the state of Bihar, where the showdown over the Bihar's special intensive revision of electoral rolls continued for a fourth consecutive day at the parliament and the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. Now, the issue is proving to be a big point of contention between the NDA government and the opposition in Bihar and the national capital, who have in united voice questioned the move. The NDA maintains that this exercise is going to go against the democratic norms. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Court yesterday, the Election Commission of India submitted the affidavit defending its stance, and nearly 97% of the entire process has been already completed. With these updates coming in, whether the politicization of the special intensive revision in Bihar will yield any results for the opposition is something that remains to be seen. But here's a detailed sequence of events of what happened at the parliament earlier today.
The fourth day of the monsoon session and opposition continues to take up the issue of SIR in the parliament, and as we can clearly see, the opposition have gathered here at the Makar Dwar, where they have the placards in their hand, and these are the all opposition party leaders, MP, protesting at the Makar Dwar of the parliament, where they clearly say that SIR is the death of democracy. They clearly stating that quit SIR. SIR is attack on democracy. SIR is the special intensive revision which was carried out by Election Commission of India in the state of Bihar to ensure that the number of electors in the electoral rolls are there in the list who are the citizens of Bihar. But here are the visuals, all the opposition MPs protesting as they are demanding that debate and discussion on SIR should happen. But clearly the government sources have stated that ECI is a constitutional body and ECI can't be a party to the parliament to respond in the parliament on SIR. Also, Tejasvi Yadav's controversial remark now has come to a light, where Tejasvi Yadav has stated that elections should be boycotted, to which BJP has rebuted by stating that this is a Maoist kind of statement which Tejasvi Yadav has given.
Well, that's the latest from the parliament. Now for some information coming from the stars. SpaceX and NASA have teamed up again, and this time to launch a new mission called Tracers. The mission includes a pair of satellites that will watch how the solar storms affect Earth's magnetic field. Here's a 1-minute report on what all this mission is about.
A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket lit up the California sky, launching from Vandenberg Space Force Base just after 11 a.m. On board this rocket is NASA's Tracers mission. Two identical satellites designed to track how solar storms disrupt Earth's magnetic shield. When solar wind gets strong, it can snap and reconnect Earth's magnetic field lines. This process creates beautiful auroras, but it can also damage satellites and power grids. The twin satellites will fly in tandem to capture a real-time look at these magnetic explosions near the poles. Built by NASA, the University of Iowa and private partners, Tracers could help scientists forecast space weather before it causes trouble. Tracers will orbit 367 miles above Earth for at least a year, watching space weather in action and helping keep our planet safe.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani Group companies. Also coming up next, Supreme Court has ordered a stay on Bombay High Court's judgment that acquitted 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast case. What's next? Coming up only on Live and Breaking. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, impact, and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow, July 25th, for the flagship Republic AI pre-summit. From the Republic Media Network headquarters, we bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's a perfect build-up to the mega Republic AI summit, and it all begins right over here. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 43 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region. Major crackdown on digital arrest and online scams in Cambodia. Over 3,000 individuals involved in online fraud arrested. In connection with the betting app case, ED issues fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No re-arrest to be done. ED raids Anil Ambani's linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani Group companies.
ये उत्पाती लोग हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, बवाल कर रहे हैं और पूरे देश में लोगों का जीना हराम कर दिया इन्होंने सड़कों को बंद करके.
AIMIM leader insults Kavariyas, likens Yatris to goons. All eyes on India-UK landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA deal with India, calls it major win for Britain. Thai and Cambodian soldiers fired at each other in multiple contested border areas. 3 civilians injured. Getting you some big updates coming in right now, viewers in Republic TV. We're coming to know that the inside scoop is coming in on major political rumblings. That is right. Okay, so we're coming to know, viewers, that Ramnath Thakur meets BJP President. Ramnath Thakur is JDU RSMP. Sources indicate that Nitish has pushed his name for Vice President. So there has been a lot of buzz about who would be the next Vice President of India. And remember that as per the constitutional provisions, the next Vice President has to be elected as soon as possible. So there's a lot of buzz right now. Many names are being floated. But according to the latest update that we're getting for our viewers, there's some inside scoop on who would be the next Vice President. Ramnath Thakur meets BJP President. Ramnath Thakur is JDU RS MP, and sources say that Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for Vice President. So many names are being pushed right now. There's no, of course, this is source-based information coming in. However, we're coming to know that the election of the Vice President is of topmost priority already. The Election Commission has made it very clear that the next Vice President should be elected as soon as possible. EC has already initiated the process of electing the next Vice President, and it's begun the process to elect the next Vice President of India following the resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar. On completion of the preparatory activities, announcement of the election schedule of the office of VP of India will follow as soon as possible. And in the midst of all this, we are getting more updates as to the names which are being floated. Getting some more. Patna. And these protests are becoming very, very intense. So we have cut across to those live pictures of the NSUI protest. This is over the voter revision. Where we see that already the NSUI activists have been clashing with the police, and this is a protest which is part of its planned agitation. They're protesting on various issues, but this particular protest is over the SIR issue. That is right, the SIR issue, which has become a bone of contention really, not just in the parliament, but also in the Bihar assembly. So this is what we see right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Earlier we saw a lot of ruckus already over the SIR issue in in the Bihar Assembly, and the opposition has been demanding debate on it in the parliament. But right now, it looks like the NSUI activists are now on the streets. They're clashing with the police there as the protests continue over the SIR. Remember, the opposition had also held rallies there once the SIR exercise was announced. We have seen similar protests in the parliament against SIR exercise in Bihar. Now, this is despite the fact that the EC has pointed out a lot of red flags in the old electoral rules. I want to go straight across to Prakash. Prakash, we have seen multiple protests in the Parliament and Bihar Assembly, but now on the streets of Patna over SIR.
Well, yes, the Congress party is protesting on the streets of Patna. The protest is being held by NSI, and we have already seen violent protest in Bihar Vidhan Sabha by the opposition party members, including the RJD and the Congress party. And here, NSUI workers have marched from the headquarters of the Congress office, Sadakat Ashram in Patna, and have gathered at the Rajapur Pool, where they are protesting against SI. They say that they please that large number of electorates are being eliminated from the village. People who are migrant laborers live elsewhere in different parts of the state. They should be included and not eliminated. They fear that a certain section of the society, specifically the minorities, should not be eliminated. And they've been protesting in and outside the Vidhan Sabha. Now the Congress protesting in the wake of the Bihar Assembly elections in 2005. And large number of police personnel are also deployed here. And large scale of police personnel are deployed here to tackle the violent protest. And soon we would also witness arrested and detention made. The Congress trying to make its point here in Bihar by protesting against the SIR.
That is right. That is right. Prakash, if you could also take our viewers through what exactly is happening in terms of these protests, because we have seen how the EC has made it very clear. They flagged that the old electoral rolls had the voter list was so outdated. They were deceased in the voter list. There were multiple, names belonging to different constituencies. So definitely, even after that, we see a lot of protests happening. NSUI protest over SIR in Patna. I really have to move ahead right now, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of updates that we're getting for our viewers. And a top court has now reserved the order in actor Darshan case. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Arguments have concluded. The order has been reserved. Supreme Court heard plea of the state of Karnataka for cancellation of bail granted to actor Darshan in an alleged murder case of a fan. Now the arguments have concluded and the bail plea has been reserved. Okay, so big update coming in right now on Republic TV, and we see that the top court reserves order in the actor Darshan case. Actor Darshan case, the arguments, all of them have now been concluded, and the order has now been reserved. Because I'm back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And remember, this is coming in as we see that and the order would be out very, very soon in this case. Supreme Court was hearing the plea of state of Karnataka for cancellation of bail granted to actor Darshan in an alleged murder case of a fan. And there were a couple of arguments which were made in this case. Latest coming in is that the arguments have now been concluded in this case, and the order has now been reserved. So this is the story that we are tracking very closely here on Republic TV. And remember that this case has been ongoing for quite a while now. We have seen Supreme Court, which has heard the Karnataka government's plea against Darshan's bail. Supreme Court has been hearing this plea challenging the grant of bail to Kannada actor Darshan. And the hearing has been gaining a lot of significance after the Apex Court had raised objections over Karnataka High Court's decision to grant bail to the actor. But now the arguments have already been concluded. So this is the bench which is comprising of Justices J.B. Pardiwala and R. Mahadevan. They have been making arguments in the court. And earlier, the bench had expressed strong reservations about the manner in which the Karnataka High Court exercised its discretion in granting bail to the actor in connection with the fan murder case. That is right, viewers. Back to what is coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. The Karnataka government, remember, had filed a plea seeking cancellation of bail granted to Darshan and other accused in this case. And we're getting some more updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And as we keep getting you more updates, we see that the Supreme Court had frowned upon High Court granting bail to Kannada actor Darshan. And post that, the arguments were being held. Top Court has reserved the order in actor Darshan's case. This is the actor Darshan case, viewers, and very soon the order has been reserved, and soon we'll exactly come to know what that order would be, because Supreme Court has been questioning Karnataka High Court bail to Darshan in a case. And Darshan, remember, was a Kannada actor. He was, the Supreme Court has said and expressed reservation over the Karnataka High Court granting bail to Kannada actor in the murder case. And the bench of Justices J.B. Pardiwala and Mahadevan said it was not at all convinced by the manner in which the High Court exercised its discretion. Now let's move ahead to some other stories we're tracking right now. We're coming to know that AN-24 aircraft has disappeared from radars in Russia's Far East. And now, after that, we're coming to know that the new Amur region governor has confirmed that the plane, thought to have 43 people on board, including 5 children, lost contact just a few kilometers from the airport near the city towards the destination. Now the wreckage has been found of that plane. Still getting some more updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. This was a AN-24 aircraft. It had children on board, and the wreckage has now been formed. The investigation is right now continuing as to what really led to this plane disappearing. And now we're getting these pictures coming in of the plane wreckage, which now has been found. The burning fuselage has also been found, viewers. That is right. Remember that the air traffic control operators lost communication with this passenger plane, and this helicopter that you see is flying. This helicopter has located the burning fuselage of a Russian passenger plane that went missing in Amur region after air traffic control operators lost communication. Now, an AN-24 operated by Angara Airlines failed to make contact at a designated checkpoint a few kilometers from the airport where it was supposed to land. And now a helicopter, I repeat, this is the helicopter shot which is coming in. So this helicopter found the wreckage of the Russian plane. And this is the aircraft which is operated by a Siberia-based airline, was approaching its destination, which is near the Amur region adjacent to China, when the communication ceased. And then, after some time, the wreckage has been found. These are pictures coming first on Republic TV of this aircraft, which were missing for a while, and now the wreckage has been found while the search and rescue operations were continuing. So this is a rescue helicopter. From there, this is the shot coming in from the rescue helicopter, which finally located this burning fuselage and the burning wreckage of a Russia passenger plane that went missing. Pictures coming in here first on Republic TV, viewers. Remember that the governor had indicated that there were approximately 43 passengers on board, comprising of some children, and also said that all necessary forces and means have been deployed to search for this plane. The emergency ministries provided a slightly different figure, though, stating that there were around 40 individuals on that aircraft. So, but approximately 43 to 50 passengers, including crew members, were on that aircraft. The plane went off radar during a go-around attempt. The communication was completely cut off. Finally, there is a big update coming in as to where this plane exactly is. So this plane wreckage has now been found. This is an AN-24 plane, went off radar during a go-around attempt. Now, this area looks like a very, very forested area where this plane has crashed. and the wreckage has been found. Now, we don't have any information as to what is happening in the rescue operation, so we're still waiting for that information to come in. We're also trying to understand, are there any survivors? Because this is the latest update coming in. The wreckage has just been located, but that rescue helicopter, which is right now flying on over the forested areas, and has finally located the AN-24 wreckage, which has been found, viewers. Okay, viewers, some back webs coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. This is a breaking news update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV, and still there's no confirmation as to how many survivors are there. But this plane was carrying approximately 50 or 45 plus passengers. They crashed in the eastern Amur region, and the Russian air traffic control lost contact with the AN-24 passenger plane with the 49 people on board. All people on board are feared dead. This is what the local news agency is saying, but this is the preliminary data which is coming in. So there still has to be confirmation on if there are any survivors of this wreckage. The plane was being operated by a Siberia-based airline. It dropped off radar screens while approaching its destination, which is a town in the Amur region bordering China. The regional governor said that according to the data, there were some children on board, including the passengers, and the crew members were on board. There was a massive hunt which was launched to find this aircraft. So a massive hunt was launched, and finally there has been a breakthrough, and the aircraft has now been found, viewers, in those forested areas, and you can see that the wreckage is absolutely burning. Smoke is coming out. Still waiting for information on survivors. This is Russia's emergency ministry said that the debris of the passenger plane was located by a rescue helicopter. This is an Mi-8 helicopter which was operated by Russia's Civil Aviation Authority, which spotted this burning fuselage. It spotted the wreckage that you see on your screens, and debris has also been found on this mountainside. This was a burning wreckage which was found on the mountainside, not too far away from the destination of that aircraft. The helicopter, so far from the visuals that we see, though we are waiting for confirmation, has not seen any sign of survivors yet. However, smoke and a burning wreckage can be seen very clearly on the screen. So you can see the helicopters. These are rescue helicopters which are flying to find the wreckage. I want to go to Nick, who's joining us. Nick is live from Moscow, a reporter. Nick, so we know the rescue helicopters were deployed. There was a massive hunt operation. One of the rescue helicopters, Nick, found the wreckage in a very forested area, and we're still waiting for confirmation. And if you could perhaps help us understand any word on the survivors. Are there any survivors?
It is almost for sure there are no survivors, unfortunately, or the 43 passengers, including about 5 children, and the 6 crew members are dead. And we can see from the footage that you are showing, the wreckage is on fire. The place is really hard to get. Even the helicopters couldn't land there because there is a forest and it is on the side of a mount, and the weather is not so good. And this plane, An-24, was built about 50 years ago in Kiev, and it could still operate until 2036, but yet those old planes were about to be changed with the new ill planes, and it is going to happen next year in many far sides of Russia, where these inner planes that are taking people from one city to another inside of Russia will be replaced with the newer versions of Russian planes, and not the old Soviet Union ones that maybe could be part of the problem. Yet, in this case, all the options are checked, and maybe it was a failure of the plane or it was a mistake of the pilots.
All right. So you're saying, Nick, what you're trying to say is that the investigation will reveal as to why this happened, why this unfortunate incident happened where a plane went missing and now a wreckage has been found. And you also said that that authorities think that there are no survivors, which is extremely unfortunate. But as we wait for more information to come in, we do know that the AN-24 aircraft is retired globally. It is an outdated aircraft. Spare parts can't be found. There are safety issues when it comes to this aircraft. So the question is that why was this aircraft flying?
I think because of the sanctions on Russia in 22, as the war with Ukraine started, a lot of sanctions put on Russia, including from the aircraft manufacturers like Airbus and Boeing, and they are not servicing anymore the planes that already inside of Russia. They are not supplying new details, and it is putting a lot of pressure on Russia to develop its own new planes, but it is taking, of course, time, and also the airspace of Russia under a lot of attacks from the Ukrainian drones. And also Russia is a huge country, and in those far regions they still don't have enough budgets to change all the old planes because in those places the salaries, the budgets, there is less money, and that's why it takes for them more time to switch to a newer planes.
That is right. This is a big update coming in right now, on Republic TV. And like we were telling our viewers that this was a plane, AN-24 plane, which is globally retired. So it is an older plane. And now investigation will reveal what happened. It's a technical issue, or it was the fault of the pilot, or there was any other problem, like Nick is saying, that we don't know so far yet. But Nick, I want you to help our viewers understand how was this rescue operation launched, because it took a while to find this aircraft. Is this a mountainous region which is difficult to access? Or was there weather which is involved?
Yeah, definitely. It is a really hard area to get because there are a lot of forests there, a lot of trees, and it is a mountain. It was really close to the place where the plane was supposed to land, and actually it was the second attempt of the plane to land when it crashed just 15 kilometers from the place where it's supposed to land. And the plane can make it in 1-2 minutes. It's really close. And unfortunately, this is the most critical time of any plane. The landing time also as the takeoff time. So that's why in this time, maybe the pilots have a lot of responsibility to make it safe, to land safely, but still it is too early to understand what exactly happened there.
Right, okay. Thank you for joining us there, Nick, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. Wreckage has been found on the Russian plane, viewers, and still the investigation will reveal what really happened. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, because Prime Minister Modi has started his two-nation visit with the UK at the invitation of British Prime Minister. Now, this marks his fourth official visit to the UK. It's his fourth official visit, reaffirming the growing depth and breadth of India-UK ties, particularly in defense, in innovation, healthcare, education, and the diaspora engagement. Here's a highlight of the initial hours of the Prime Minister's visit in the UK.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah reviewed major hydro and solar power projects across region. He has directed for accelerating execution timelines and resolving bottlenecks. This meeting also deliberated on the hydropower police draft, which aims to replace 2011 policy and open new avenues for private investment. Operation Langara continues in Uttar Pradesh. Another notorious miscreant named Kuldeep was injured during a police encounter in Lucknow. Injured is shifted to a hospital while a number plate on the motorcycle, 2 cartridges, 1 pistol and rupees 25,000 were cash was recovered from his possession. A big meeting of All India Imam Organization will be held today in Haryana Bhavan in Delhi. Several prominent imams across the country have been invited. Meanwhile, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat may also attend the meeting. Getting you some more updates coming in, viewers. Let's go ahead. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done. In connection with the betting app case, ED issues fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live in breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
Welcome, you're watching Live and Breaking at 1:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. The spotlight remains on the Supreme Court's order on the 2006 Mumbai blast case, where they have stayed the acquittal that was granted by the Bombay High Court. However, the accused will not be rearrested. Acquittal has been stayed, but convicts remain free. And why is that so? The big question remains that. We're tracking that and a lot more for you on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 43 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region. Major crackdown on digital arrests and online scams in Cambodia. Over 3,000 individuals involved in the online fraud arrested. In connection with the betting app case, the Enforcement Directorate issues fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done. ED raids Anil Ambani linked properties in Mumbai, case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani group companies.
ये उत्पाती लोग हैं, आतंकवादी हैं, बवाल कर रहे हैं और पूरे देश में लोगों का जीना हराम कर दिया इन्होंने सड़कों को बंद करके.
AIMM leader insults Kavariya's links them to goons. All eyes on India-United Kingdom landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA deal with India, calls it major win for Britain. Thai and Cambodian soldiers fired at each other in multiple contested border areas. 3 civilians have been injured. Starting this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with Darshan's bail plea, where the top court has now wrapped the High Court over Darshan's bail plea. The Supreme Court will examine High Court's bail that has been granted to Darshan. A huge news break that Republic Canada is getting. Remember, Darshan was earlier granted bail by the High Court. As far as the Goswami murder is concerned, the Supreme Court today has questioned where they have taken into confidence the CCTV, the blood stains and the eyewitnesses account in the case. Shambhavi is joining me live on the broadcast on that note. Shambhavi, take us through the top arguments that were made inside the Supreme Court. I believe it was Siddharth Luthra who was advocating for the Karnataka High Court. I beg your pardon, the Karnataka government. Yes, Shambhavi. Shambhavi, if you can hear me, can you please take us through the top arguments that were made inside the Supreme Court as far as Darshan's bail plea is concerned?
Yes. So, of course, the Supreme Court very briefly heard the matter today related to the murder case in which the Karnataka government has challenged the bail which was granted to actor Darshan, and there were others as well by the Karnataka High Court. And there was this bench of Justices J.B. Padriwala and Mahadevan, which had early.
All right, Shambhavi, we are facing problem connecting to you with your network. However, we will get back to you on that top story. But for now, we move on to some other stories that we're tracking, and this is about the Enforcement Directorate raids on the businessman Anil Ambani's residence in Mumbai. Now, the preliminary investigation reveals illegal loan diversion of around rupees 3,000 crore from the Yes Bank. The Enforcement Directorate has found that just before the loan was granted, the Yes Bank promoters received money in their concerns. The Enforcement Directorate is now investigating the nexus of bribe and loan. This is a huge story that we are getting for you as far as the Enforcement Directorate raids on business tycoon Anil Ambani is concerned. We learned that the Reliance Communications Limited has also committed a loan fraud of rupees 14,000 crore allegedly. It is noteworthy that the Minister of State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, confirmed in Parliament that the State Bank of India had classified Reliance Communications and its promoter, Anil Ambani, as fraudulent in accordance with the RBI guidelines. Now, the SBI had reported this classification to the RBI and is preparing to file a complaint with the Central Bureau of Investigation. Highly placed sources have also confirmed that undisclosed foreign bank accounts and foreign assets are also being investigated. Meenakshi is joining me live from Mumbai on that note. Meenakshi, where are you at this point in time? Where is Anil Ambani? Has his company or his organization issued any statement as far as the Enforcement Directorate raids are concerned?
Not yet. Anil Ambani didn't give any statement or his company. Now, as you told, you got to know that the ED conducted search operation at several locations linked to industrialist Anil Ambani's companies in Mumbai, and 3 and more locations are on a radar of ED. 2 locations are in South Mumbai. One is in Port area where the Anil Ambani's Reliance Center situated, and the another is near to ED office. It's also in South Mumbai, and it's in Balad state where the Anil Ambani's Reliance company is situated. Now, total the operation covered 35 locations and involved 50 companies, and targeted over 25 individuals connected to this case. And as you told, we got to know that that a preliminary investigation reveals the illegal loan diversion of around.
Right, Meenakshi. All right, we seem to have a problem connecting with Meenakshi as well, but we will get back to that top story. For now, it's time for us to move on and focus on some international news. Thailand apparently has launched airstrikes on Cambodian military targets as Cambodia fired rockets and artillery, killing a civilian in a dramatic escalation of a long-running border row between the two neighbors. The neighbors are locked in a bitter spat over an area known as the Emerald Triangle, where the borders of both countries and Laos meet, and which is home to several ancient temples. The visuals of the clashes are on your screen. The clashes have got extremely unruly. We are getting reports of few people being injured and few being dead in the clashes as well. Remember, Thailand, this is the airstrike that Thailand has launched on the Cambodian military targets, as Cambodia had also fired rockets and artillery, killing a civilian in the dramatic escalation of a long-standing border row between the two neighbors. Joining me on the broadcast is Manish Pandey live from Bangkok. Manish, talk to us about what is it that happened today that triggered these clashes. It is a long-standing border row, as we understand, but what is it that we saw a huge escalation today?
I am living in Bangkok, in Patlam area, so we don't know what happened in the border area is going to clash there. So that's why we are seeing like this. Hello.
Yes, Manish, please go on. We can hear you.
We are seeing like this. Maybe they are going to solve very soon.
All right, Manish, and how is the situation like right now? If we talk about, we saw visuals on our screen where there were airstrikes and artillery that was being fired at the other side from Thailand specifically to Cambodia.
This is all going on happening in the border areas because I am living in the capital, Bangkok. So there is no effect in here because we are living on and we are not facing any kind of problems here.
Right. Manish, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tuticorin Airport in Tamil Nadu has undergone a major upgrade with a Rupees 381 crore revamp, including a new terminal, extended runway and advanced facilities. The runway has been lengthened to 3,115 meters, allowing larger aircraft to land even after dusk. With improved infrastructure, the airport is now poised to handle domestic and potential international flights, boosting regional connectivity and economic growth. India and China held the 33rd WMCC meeting in Delhi to review the LAC situation and prepare for upcoming special representatives talks. Both sides agreed to maintain peace, improve communication and resume cross-border cooperation, including river data sharing and Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. Amid heavy rains and rising water levels, the BSF water wing continues to vigilantly guard the unfenced international border in Jammu, where swollen rivers flow towards Pakistan. This specialized unit of the Border Security Force plays a crucial role in patrolling India's riverine frontiers. Cutting across to some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the Udaipur files row. The Jamaat has filed A petition yet again, and this is in the Supreme Court, against the centre approving Udaipur Files movie with 6 cuts. The petition says that Muslim community has been demonized in the film. So the Muslim community, the Muslim organization here, Jamaat in this case, has filed a petition in the top court, and this is after the court had allowed the centre to release the movie. However, it had given some directions saying that there should be several cuts in the movie, 6 cuts to be precise. Precise had been given to the film director, saying that once these 6 cuts have been done in the movie, only then can the film be eligible to be released. For the same, the Jamaat has now filed a petition in the Supreme Court against the centre approving Udaipur Files movie with 6 cuts. Now, the petition says that the Muslim community in the movie has been demonized. Udaipur Files controversy has been continuing for weeks now. Remember, this is a movie about the Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal, who was brutally murdered. The murder was recorded on a cam, and just because he was murdered because he decided to support the then BJP leader Nupur Sharma over her controversial statements. All right, staying on the story, it remains to be seen on how the top court reacts to the Jamaat that has filed a petition in the Supreme Court over the issue. Remember, it was the INB panel that had okayed the movie, and no Supreme Court not yet had been given. The INB Ministry Special Committee had on Monday, in fact, cleared the release of the film Udaipur Files, the Kanhaiya Lal Tailor murder, with a new disclaimer replacing the name. We also learned that the film would not be released in theatres as the Supreme Court bench asked the petitioners to file their objections to the committee's Monday order. The bench posted the matter for hearing on a Thursday. The Supreme Court had posted Udaipur Files Kanhaiya Lal murder movie release case for further hearing on Thursday, that is today, and said that till then the film would not be released in theatres. So a big hearing is awaited on that as well, which is going to come up at the top court in just some moments from now. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta had said the committee passed the order after watching the film and hearing objections from the Council for Petitioners. It has ordered additional cuts and changes apart from the 55 cuts that effected on orders of the Central Board for Film Certification, that is the CBFC, prior to allowing its release. The panel, remember, was headed by Additional Secretary in INB Ministry Prabhat and comprising of advisory panel members Anila Sharma, Satish Pandey and others. In its order, in fact, this committee had recommended release of the film for commercial public viewing after carrying out following changes and modifications. Now, the changes were, number one, about replacing the existing disclaimer with a recommended one and include a voice over for the other disclaimer. Certain cuts that had been given. Shambhavi is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Shambhavi, the Jamaat has filed a fresh petition in the Supreme Court, and we also learned that the Supreme Court is to take up the matter today. Talk to us about what are the possible arguments that the Supreme Court could hear. I believe we are still not in touch with Shambhavi, but Shambhavi, if you can hear me and you can take us through about when is the crucial petition regarding the Udaipur files slated to come up in the Supreme Court today?
Well, yes, there was actually also an objection filed by Maulana Arshad Madani, which was against the release of the Udaipur files. There were certain main objections. I'll take you through the main objections of the same. The point was the film's overall theme is vilifying the Muslim community. It is depicting them as inherently violent or deceitful. It also pointed out that how this movie is actually promoting a binary narrative, that is Muslim is bad, that non-Muslim is good. And then it also talks about various violations, legal violations of certification guidelines, like with the 55 CBST cuts, which was earlier suggested by the CBST, and then there were 6 minor cuts, which were suggested by the government, the committee, the screening committee. Now, the film still, according to the objections which was raised, the film still violates 5B of the Cinematograph Act. This section basically deals with how if a movie promotes communal disharmony, if it disrupts public order, these are the points which is banned under Section 5B. So this objection is talking that the film still violates Section 5B of the Cinematograph Act and also 1991 guidelines. The 1991 guidelines, a quick recap, is this: these guidelines also bars any kind of movie which brings any kind of communal problems, communal causes, communal disharmony and all. The third point is, in the objections, they have pointed out the producer's past actions. The producer, Amit Jani, the producer of the movie Udaipur Files, they pointed out its past actions and the bias. They said that Amit Jani has a history of communal and inflammatory conduct, like hate threats and all. They also point out that in an ANI interview, he linked the Muslims with supporters of murderers. So they said that this, in turn, is exposing the film's malified communal intent. So they also pointed out about the key scenes which were cited as very problematic about, there were certain scenes shown as Muslims were calling for sacrifice of Hindu leaders, or there were repeated references to Pakistan. And they also point out that how every Muslim character in the movie is portrayed negatively while non-Muslims is shown virtuously. So these are the kind of that this person is petition is they are raising and saying that the court should never let the movie see the light of the day. They've also pointed out that even after the 6 cuts which were appointed by the committee, the screening committee, who heard both the parties regarding releasing of the movie, they were just cosmetic skirts. They did not change the narrative of the movie. They did not change the actual problems of the movie. And they also said that the government committee did not consider the main points, the main problems that the petitioner had with it. So, yes, definitely we're looking forward to see what the Supreme Court is going to, what is going to be Supreme Court stands in all these matters. Back to you.
Very much for getting a detailed note on that story. And with that, moving on to some other stories that we're tracking. Now, after Jagdeep Thankar had relinquished his post of the Vice President, the question remained over who is going to be the next Vice President of India. We learned that the JDU Rajya Sabha MP Ramnath Thakur has met the BJP President JP Nadda. Sources are saying that it is Nitish Kumar that has pushed his name for the post of the Vice President. So is it going to be Nitish Kumar after Jagdeep Thankar is the big question. Remember, in a very mysterious exit, it was just 2 days back when Jagdeep Thankar had put his resignation at around 9:25 p.m. to the President of India, saying that he wants to resign on the basis of his health. However, there were speculations and speculations and speculation that grew over his mysterious exit and his sudden exit, many of them saying that it could be because he was turning into a Congress magnet, because of which he was told to resign from his post. Joining me on the broadcast is Prakash, my colleague from Patna. Prakash, what are the possibilities of Nitish Kumar becoming the Vice President of India?
Given the political situation as of now and given the situation that Nitish Kumar's fragile health is concerned, I don't see any possibility of Nitish Kumar becoming the next Vice President. Just as a matter of fact that it's not just a ceremonial post like the President of India you have to sign, but it is a post where you have to address businesses in the House, specifically the Rajya Sabha. The Rajya Sabha is an important house where a lot of businesses are concerned, and you have to take care of the House, the dealings of the House, the proceedings of the House. And given the mental framework as well as the health condition of Nitish Kumar, as of now, I don't see any possibility. There can only be possibility for the time being, like if Nitish Kumar is, if at all made the Vice President for 2-3 months and then there would be a graceful exit. I wonder what kind of ceremonial exit or graceful exit the BJP is planning for him, because day in and day out, I have covered Nitish Kumar for a long time, and I don't see the same mental framework which he was 5 years ago or maybe 20 years ago, because I've seen him as a mercurial speaker, a brilliant orator, which is lacking. Yesterday's speech also, there's no sync with what he speaks and what he feels. So I rule out that possibility. Even maybe Ramnath Thakur can be one of the candidates, because for the Bihar Vidhan Sabha elections, he's the son of Bharat Ratna Karpuri Thakur, who is seen as the leader of the EBC vote bank, and that is how it can pan out. But I feel that still the BJP would want its man at the helm of affair in the Rajya Sabha to conduct the business and the proceedings of the House in a smooth way, because the kind of embarrassment Jagdeep Dhankar has given them, it looks a distant possibility that someone from outside can be made the Vice President of India, because it is not just the Vice President, but also the chairman of the Rajya Sabha, and
Right,
which
Prakash.
conducts a lot of businesses and proceedings in the House.
Absolutely. Prakash, thank you very much for getting us those details, the inside scoop on whether Nitish would be the next Vice President or not. It's time for us, on that note, to slip into a very short break. But after the break, we're getting you the details of the biggest digital crackdown on online scams in Cambodia. Also coming up after the break is the details about the betting scam case, where the Enforcement Directorate has now issued fresh summons to actor Vijay Deverakonda. Don't go anywhere. Republic is live and breaking.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
All right, we begin with this breaking news that's just coming in, and this is about the Enforcement Directorate heat on Anil Ambani, where the Reliance Infrastructure has now issued a statement, and it's a detailed statement that says, and I quote, Reliance Infrastructure Limited wishes to clarify regarding the media reports by recent action by the enforcement agency. The said actions have absolutely no impact on the business operations, financial performance, shareholders, employees, or any other stakeholders of the Reliance Infrastructure. The media reports appear to pertain to allegations concerning transactions of Reliance Communication Limited, RCOM, or Reliance Home Finance Limited, the RHFL, which are over 10 years old. This is the latest and the first statement that the Reliance Industries, the Reliance Power has issued. And this comes just hours after we got that breaking news where we learned that the Enforcement Directorate has raided residences and business entities of the business tycoon Anil Ambani. Pranav is joining us on the phone line on that note. Pranav, take us through the detailed statement that the Reliance Group has issued.
Well, Tanisha, actually, in fact, all the Anil Ambani Group companies, in fact, most of the Anil Ambani Group companies that have been listed on BSE, on the stock exchanges, have issued a statement, distancing themselves from the ongoing action by the Enforcement Directorate. And this actually comes after most of the stocks of these companies, that is, Arcom, Power, actually hit a lower circuit on the stock exchanges today. So the stock has taken a dip because of the ED action today, and it's only after that that the statement has been issued.
Right, Pranav, thank you for getting those details. Shravan joins me from the newsroom on that. Shravan, what is this case all about? What is it pertaining to, and how far has the probe reached?
We can just put out the breaking news now coming in. We're getting in more details of the investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. So the Anil Ambani Group, multiple companies that have basically come under the scanner. We are now given to understand a 14,000 crore rupees loan has come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. There is a direct allegation that has been leveled by the Enforcement Directorate against Anil Ambani's company with regards to defrauding the Canara Bank of about 1,050 crore rupees. Now, these are two other additional information that we are getting in right now. As we speak, 35 locations where these searches are being carried out. 50 companies are already under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. This perhaps is the biggest crackdown that you're essentially looking at as far as companies of Anil Ambani is concerned. The preliminary investigation was carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The FIR was first registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The SEBI has also provided further information to the Enforcement Directorate, providing details about how one particular bank has been completely defrauded, and the fact that there was a nexus that was going on between the Anil Ambani companies and Yes Bank officials. So much so, they're making a direct allegation that Yes Bank officials were bribed by Anil Ambani's companies for procuring these loans, which we are given to understand has been siphoned off. Not just that, the Enforcement Directorate is also indicating the fact that there are multiple shell companies through which the money has also been diverted. These are exclusive details that have been obtained by Republic TV from top sources within the Enforcement Directorate about the crackdown that we are essentially looking at right now.
Right, Shravan, thank you very much for getting us those details. We're keeping a very close watch on that top story. But for now, it's time for us to quickly slip into a very short break. Coming up after the break are more details on how an acquittal of the 2006 Mumbai blast convicts have been stayed, but the convicts still remain free as there has been no rearrest that has been ordered.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akansha Khajuria. Get up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for the country, India. Join us tomorrow, July 25th, for the flagship Republic AI Pre-Summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters. We bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's perfect build-up to the Bega Republic AI Summit. And here is where we begin. In fact, let's cut live to the Lok Sabha proceedings.
Table your 377. Item number 5, Goa Rajya Sabha Nirvachan Kshetra Anusuchit Janjati Pratiniधित्व का पुनः समायोजन विधेयक 2024.
लेना नहीं बोलो, लेने दीजिए. सभापति जी, मैं आप देखिए अनुरोध करता हूं सदस्यों कि ये कल भी ये बिल आया था, एक मिनट ये द रीएडजस्टमेंट ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब इन असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज ऑफ द स्टेट ऑफ गोवा बिल 2024 है ये. तो ये चर्चा में ऑलरेडी है. मैं चाहता हूं कि ये एसटी के हितों से संबंधित बिल है. गोवा विधानसभा में एसटी को रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिले, इसके लिए अपोजिशन साथ नहीं दे रहा है, हल्ला कर रहा है. तो इसका मतलब एसटी के हित में भी ये बात नहीं करना चाहते. अनुसूचित जनजाति के हित में इनको बात करनी चाहिए. इतना महत्वपूर्ण बिल पेंडिंग है, लगा हुआ मैं खड़ा हूं. इनको बात करनी चाहिए, चर्चा में भाग लेना चाहिए. एसटी के हितों का भी ये ध्यान नहीं रख रहे हैं. एसटी के हितों का भी ये ध्यान नहीं रख रहे हैं. सभापति जी, मैं आपके माध्यम से ये कहना चाहता हूं, इतना महत्वपूर्ण ये विधेयक है. गोवा विधानसभा में पहली बार एसटी का रिप्रेजेंटेशन हो, इसके लिए बिल है. जी सर, आप बैठिएगा. मैं अनुरोध करता हूं कि ये चर्चा में भाग लें.
जी सर. सदस्यों, कल भी जो है गोवा के एसटी बिल के लिए गोवा के एसटी बिल के लिए कल भी जो है अनुसूचित जाति के बारे में चर्चा करने के लिए कल भी गोवा का बिल लिया गया था. लेकिन आपने इस बिल पे चर्चा के लिए कोई आगे बढ़ने नहीं दिया. ये बहुत गलत बात है. ये देखिए, आप अभी सदन और सभा के गरिमा और मर्यादा को रखते हुए ये पंक्ति को आप हटा दीजिए. जब तक ये तख्त आएगा, जब तक आप तख्त दिखाएंगे, सभा नहीं चलेगी. सभा के विरुद्ध में है. तख्त ऐसे दिखाना सभा के विरुद्ध में है. तब तक आप ऐसे तख्त दिखाते जाएंगे, सभा नहीं चलेगी.
Now shifting our focus, there on the screen you can see those are the visuals coming in from Thailand, where actor Darshan, who's currently out on bail, can be seen enjoying. Remember, he was granted bail by the court quite recently. Karnataka High Court had granted him bail, and on his bail you can see that he's clearly enjoying his bail there in Thailand, is what we are learning. Those are the photos of actor Darshan. That clearly shows him enjoying. There's a photo shoot that is happening in Thailand that we can see. In fact, as far as his hearing is concerned, it took place in Supreme Court today against a bail that has been granted to him by the Karnataka High Court, and the Supreme Court also made some scathing remarks on his bail as well. But there on the screen you can see that is actor Darshan, and he's in fact shooting for a film in Thailand. They're enjoying his bail that has been granted to him by the Karnataka High Court quite recently. In fact, this is as far as the bail that was granted to actor Darshan in this murder case that he's accused of. Darshan, along with 13 others, they were charged with murder of Goswami, who was kidnapped, tortured and murdered by his accomplices after he apparently sent obscene message to Pavitra Gowda, a friend of Darshan. Her body was found in stormwater drain on June 9th. After that, he was also granted bail, and there you can see on the screen, he's completely enjoying there in Thailand and shooting. Let me go across to my colleague Deepak, who joins us from the newsroom. Deepak, we are showing the viewers the visuals of actor Darshan enjoying. On the day, the Supreme Court made some scathing remark as to why he was granted bail by the Karnataka High Court. Give us more details about this video.
That's right, Akanksha. Now, even as the legal cloud continues to hover above his case and also above his fate as far as his jail stay is concerned, Darshan here, you can see clearly chasing sunsets in Thailand. And this is clear mockery of the justice system because he was given bail on medical grounds. He said he has to get a surgery done to his back. There were problems in his spine. But here, clearly in this video that we are playing on our screens, it clearly shows that Darshan is enjoying his Thailand trip. And this is not the first time, Akanksha. Even while he was at jail, you could see how he had turned the jail premises into nothing but a resort. He was seen chilling with his inmates inside that particular jail as well. And after that particular photo surfaced, all the inmates who were seen with him were transferred to different jails across Karnataka. And now, even as he is continuing to fight his legal battle, look at what Darshan has gone out and done. 2 days back, this particular video surfaced online, and this is Darshan enjoying his ferry ride in Thailand even as his legal battle continues. So the questions that must be asked, was Darshan really seeking medical help? Was it really the legitimate grounds that he cited before the court for his bail? And also, as far as his passports are concerned, why hasn't the High Court seized his passport or in fact, instructed those concerned with the case seize his passports, because he is a murder accused. He is accused number 1 and accused number 2, Pavitra Gowda. All of them are named in the Goswami murder case with such a heinous crime, stranding him in the court even till this date. Why is he let out of the country? His passport must be seized, and that's a demand that the opposition must be asking as far as this case is concerned. But what we see on our screens is complete mockery of justice, because this is not why Darshan was granted bail in the first place.
Absolutely, Deepak, and it is very important to also mention here that his bail plea came up in the Supreme Court. In fact, he was granted bail by the Karnataka High Court, and that was challenged in the Supreme Court. And today, Supreme Court categorically mentioned that High Court made such a mistake. It also went on to say that, in fact, High Court was criticized for perverse exercise of judicial power. It was granted for the spinal surgery, as you also mentioned, Deepak, but there on the screen we can clearly see that he's enjoying the ferry ride there in Thailand.
Akanksha, now Darshan, he is implicated in the murder case. He is among the first 3 accused. Accused number 1, 2 and 3, Pavitra Gowda and Darshan, are the top faces in this particular murder case. And what we really have to understand is who let Darshan leave the country in the first place? Why wasn't his passport seized? And why didn't he personally appear even as his case is going on? Because the Supreme Court, his case has reached the Supreme Court, the topmost court of our country. And look at what Darshan is doing. Darshan is partying in Thailand. He's enjoying the ferry ride, chasing sunsets, having a very gala time, even as his case is being heard. So this clearly shows how serious Darshan is about his case, and he doesn't really care about what's happening because he has a battery of lawyers to take care of it. And what really needs to be understood here is when Darshan was caught for the first time in jail partying, turning that jail premises into a resort, and despite knowing about his checkered past, why did they let him leave the country? On what grounds was he allowed to leave the country? This is something that needs to be questioned and that needs to be brought before the court.
Absolutely, and he along with 13 others are charged with the murder allegations. Deepak, for better clarity of our viewers, take us through what the case is really about, and when he applied for the bail, what clearly he had stated in that petition.
That's right. Now, Akanksha, as far as the background of the case is concerned, it all started with those messages that Renuka Swami sent to Pavitra Gowda. And after that, Darshan and his gang kidnapped Renuka Swami from Chitradurga. They brought him to Bengaluru. They tortured him in a shed that belonged to Darshan's friends. And you could also see, we had videos of the kind of brutality that Renuka Swami was also subjected to. And ever since these videos also surfaced, and after that, Renuka Swami was also found dead in a ditch. And it was only after the onlookers spotted this particular body did the case come to light. But it's really shocking to see Darshan, who's implicated in such a big murder case, such a heinous crime, partying in Thailand right now.
Absolutely. And now look at the visuals. We are showing two visuals to our viewers. First is of Darshan enjoying the ferry ride. And this one that you can see on the screen is of him enjoying with his friends at a restaurant. It seems they are laughing, smiling. And this is, in fact, also that has come in from Thailand. So, Deepak, clearly it shows that on one hand, he's enjoying. On the other, he's telling the court that he has spinal issues. He wants to undergo surgery. Clearly a lie to the court as well.
That's right, Akanksha. That is exactly what the case is here, because Renuka Swami, who was an innocent, he was indeed an ardent fan, and the reason why he texted Pavitra Gowda those kind of messages that we've seen on social media is because Pavitra Gowda was trying to break Darshan's family, and Renuka Swami, being an ardent fan of Darshan, sent out those messages to Pavitra Gowda, which were again, not permitted by the law. You can't make personal remarks against anybody, but a murder is not the solution for that, Akanksha. He could have taken the legal route. He could have done 100 different things, but what he did was he got his own fan murdered. And this is a very, very serious murder case that Darshan has been implicated in. It all started in 2024 on June 8th when Renuka Swami, who's a resident of Chitradurga, like I was mentioning, was kidnapped and tortured, allegedly beaten in a shed in Bengaluru. His corpse was found the very next day in a stormwater drain, and the autopsy revealed death due to shock, hemorrhage, severe blunt injuries, ruptured testicles and other grievous trauma as well. So Renuka Swami had reportedly sent these obscene messages, and what Darshan did later after coming across these messages was indeed brutal and shocking to say the least. And as far as the legal proceedings are concerned, October 2024, the Karnataka High Court granted bail, interim bail on medical grounds. In December 2024, the court granted regular bail to Darshan and Pavitra, lifting most restrictions, though travel was to be regulated. So this is something that the prosecutors, the public prosecutor must look into. And in July 2025, the Supreme Court has also raised concerns, stating that it is not convinced by the High Court's bail order, suggesting further judicial review likely. And they have also issued a 10-day deadline to submit their arguments in as far as granting bail for Darshan is concerned. And the big question is, why was his travel plans and was travel freedom not regulated? Because a criminal who's out on bail shouldn't be allowed to go to Thailand and have a holiday of a time. And look at him, just look at him on the left side of your screens. You can see innocent Renuka Swami there, brutally murdered, hacked to death, tortured, beaten, blunt injuries were seen, and he had suffered grievous injuries to his private parts as well. And on the other hand, you see Darshan having a gala time, partying with friends, turning jail into a resort, and his bail period into a vacation, period for himself. And clearly, this is nothing but mockery of justice. And High Court's, decision of granting bail has also been pulled up by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has questioned why wasn't his travel regulated. This is the question, Akanksha.
Absolutely. Darshan, along with 13 others, they were sent to prison. They were charged with murder of Renuka Swami. Just a while back, we were showing you visuals of the murder scene there. And she was kidnapped, tortured and murdered by the actor and, in fact, his kin as well. And these are the charges that have come to the fore as far as this case is concerned. The Supreme Court, in fact, Deepak also made some scathing remarks today, asking the High Court in fact, telling the High Court that it made a grave mistake while giving bail to him. Could you tell us and take us through what happened in this case in the Supreme Court today?
Well, Akanksha, let me take you through what happened in the Supreme Court today, because a bench of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and R. Madhavan expressed not at all convinced by the Karnataka High Court's bail order, stating it appeared the High Court was panting to release them, and the demand for justification from the defense has also been sought. The bench directed senior advocates to explain why Supreme Court should not reverse the bail, highlighting that the High Court's justification seemed inadequately reasoned. And now the focus is on witness evidence. The court also flagged concerns over reliance on two eyewitnesses and asked the defense to explain the weight of the statements recorded and post-bail behavior. This is also under scrutiny because the bench also questioned the state's counsel on Darshan's conduct after being granted bail, particularly on an incident where he has also allegedly shared a stage with a key prosecution witness, raising concerns about influencing the trial. And now, as far as today's, judgment is concerned, it has been reserved. The Supreme Court has reserved its decision and is now weighing on two main issues: whether the state has sufficient evidence tied to the eyewitnesses' testimonies, and the second is that whether High Court misused its discretion, essentially issuing a bail order resembling an acquittal. Now, the sharp observations basically came from Justice Pardiwala, as he noted the High Court's reasoning basically handed over a judgment of acquittal, which is not acceptable during bail proceedings. And what comes next? The final hearing is pending. The defense and prosecution have presented their arguments. The bench has also given a 10 days relief for Darshan, and if the Supreme Court sets aside the bail, Darshan could be ordered back into custody immediately. If not, the bail remains, but the Supreme Court added that judicial scrutiny on the trial space, witness protection and Darshan's conduct while out on bail will continue, Akanksha.
Absolutely. Now, we are showing you three visuals there on the screen. One is from inside the jail where he was clearly enjoying. Those are the visuals from 2024. You can see there holding a coffee mug in hand and smoking. The next is of Thailand where he's enjoying the ferry ride. And another one from Thailand where he's smiling, laughing around with his friends, having a gala time in Thailand. And not just that, he was also having a gala time in jail as well. And probe was ordered in that specific case as well. Let me go across to my colleague Smita, who joins us from Bengaluru. Smita, tell us about what do you know about the bail that was granted to Darshan so far, because we're learning that the Supreme Court has pulled up the Karnataka High Court as far as that bail plea is concerned. But there on the visuals, we are showing viewers three visuals of Darshan enjoying in Thailand. Give us more details.
Darshan has taken permission from the lower court for his, shooting, which was scheduled in Thailand, the Devil movie, which was, long pending as he was in jail. So now, as he's out, under a condition bail, so he has taken previous permission from the court to move to foreign country. So with permission, along with his family, he's in Thailand right now. But we are also getting the information that after hearing what all argument have taken place in Supreme Court today, Darshan is all set to come back to Bangalore immediately. Probably tomorrow, Darshan will come back to Bangalore, though he had 3-4 days remaining. The permission which was granted for him to go to a foreign country was of total 15 days. Yet he is coming back, shortening his schedules. So now in the Supreme Court, there was a lengthy argument from the lawyers, even Darshan lawyer and Pavitra Gowda lawyer, and also the lawyer from advocate from government side also. The Supreme Court have heard all of them. Basically, the Supreme Court has expressed the concern about how can High Court, we can understand that a trial court can give bail like this, but how can some High Court give a decision in such heinous crime, granting a bail to a celebrity who, though knowing that person who died was his fan, knowing that Renuka Swami was Darshan fan, how can some person assault him or that assault lead to murder is the concern expressed by Supreme Court. Not only that, the Supreme Court has also questioned, the other accused pro-lawyers to give a written submission within 1 week span, and probably within 10 days, the Supreme Court is going to pass the verdict about whether the bail will continue or Darshan and the co-accused have to come back to the jail, the Parappanagrahara or the Bellary jail. While, the Supreme Court hearing Darshan's pro-lawyer asked many questions subsequently regarding the eyewitness and also their statement and also FSL report. Even though having such prominent evidence, how can somebody get easy bail in a murder case is the straight question asked by the Supreme Court. And also now, after hearing such heated argument in the Supreme Court, obviously the 17 accused prominently Pavitra Gowda and Darshan are under tension. And as I said earlier, Darshan is about to come back to Bangalore tomorrow probably, and now within 10 days it will be declared, the verdict may be declared, that whether the bail which was granted by the High Court will continue or Darshan have to see the jail walls and the bars again.
Absolutely. Scathing remarks by the Supreme Court today as well. But what are you learning from his team as far as his return from Thailand is concerned? As you pointed out that he may return in a few days. What happens after that? What is his team saying on this?
Well, regarding the cinema shooting, yet there is a certain portions which are pending, as it was long pending. He was shooting the Devil movie before all these things happened, Renuka Swami's murder, and went to jail. But now as he is out of the bail, probably after coming back to Bangalore, he might wait for the Supreme Court to give the verdict, final verdict regarding his bail application, which is questioned in the Supreme Court by the police pro lawyers. Or he may also continue the shooting in Bangalore. That is yet to be confirmed from the cinema team. But as of now, what we are, getting the information is that he was under pressure. Not only him, he went along with his family. Even Darshan's wife, Vijay Lakshmi, and his son are also along with him in Thailand. And all of the family members and his close friends and the crew, cinema crew, were under tense today, though they were in Thailand. Now, after hearing the Supreme Court's today's argument...
Now, remains to be seen what happens when Darshan returns from his trip to Thailand. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me on this story. Now, we have another breaking news coming in. Massive Indian Air Force war drills are underway in Barmer and Jodhpur sector of Rajasthan, close to Pakistan border. The full spectrum exercise emphasizes night sortie, drone warfare and air defense integration. Pakistan has issued a reciprocal notum indicating heightened aerial activity along the border. So this is the input that we are getting as far as the exercise that is underway on the western border, and this exercise is being carried out by the Indian Air Force. Let me go across to my colleague Ishan, who's been tracking these details. Tell us more about this exercise that is underway on the western border as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned, Ishan.
The Indian Air Force is currently undergoing a 3-day exercise for suppression of enemy air defenses, destruction of enemy air defenses, anti-drone warfare, deep penetration strike warfare, etc. These have been, this is a massive exercise after Operation Sindoor. This is the first one after Operation Sindoor. Pakistan has been feeling wary of these exercises, as it has issued a reciprocal notam today, and has also, and if you remember correctly, it had recently conducted a failed test of its Shaheen missile, which was also in the Baluch sector. However, these exercises are not aimed at specifically at Pakistan, but at capacity building of the Indian Air Force, and Indian Air Force is doing a very good professional job in maintaining exercise. They had issued warnings and they have maintained all safety standards, international and national. These exercises are currently underway and will be concluding tomorrow.
Absolutely. These are the war drills that started yesterday and will be concluding tomorrow is what we are learning. Thanks so much, Ishan, for all the updates on the story. Keep tracking those updates closely. Well, this is as far as the war drill along the western border is concerned. These massive exercises are being carried out by the Indian Air Force. It started yesterday and it will conclude tomorrow, and this is going on in the Barmer Jodhpur sector of Rajasthan, close to the Pakistan border. And this full spectrum exercise emphasizing night sorties, drone warfare, air defense integration as well. And now let's show you the top stories of the day in under 1 minute. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad slammed the opposition protest in Parliament, saying that the opposition and especially the Congress party is not allowing the House to function. The Bharatiya Janata Party MP further said that the centre is ready for in-house discussion, but the opposition is running away from discussion. After Bihar LOP Tejasvi Yadav called for boycotting the upcoming Bihar Assembly elections due to Election Commission's Bihar survey exercise, Union Minister Rajiv Ranjan Singh took a dig at Tejasvi, saying the statement means RJD leader has already accepted the defeat. The Enforcement Directorate has issued fresh notice to actor Vijay Deverakonda in the betting app scam case. The probe agency has asked him to appear on August 11th. Earlier, remember, the ED had issued a notice to him asking him to appear on August 6th. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you details about the ED raids on Anil Ambani-linked properties in Mumbai. Supreme Court has stayed the Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused in the 2006 Mumbai train blast case. No rearrest will now be done. We'll get you updates on these two stories after this very short break. Stay with us.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashed in Russia Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. As per the sources, Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for the next Vice President of India. Major crackdown on digital arrest and online scams in Cambodia. Over 3,000 individuals involved in the online fraud arrested. Supreme Court has stayed Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done now. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance Infra issues first statement says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in We have a breaking news coming in. Supreme Court has started hearing the Udaipur files case. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal has appeared for Jamaat-e-Ulama Hind president, and senior advocate Pinika Goswami has appeared for the accused Mohammad Javed. In fact, senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia appears for the producer Johnny Firefox. Gaurav Bhatia, senior advocate for the movie makers, has said that the order of the Delhi High Court allowing the stay on Udaipur file. He also argued that the development of the petitioners complying with the order and participated in the order. So this is as far as the Supreme Court hearing in the Udaipur file case is concerned. Remember, the movie was to be released on July 11th, but now there is a stay on the movie. In fact, Jamaat-e-Ulama Hind has also moved the Supreme Court against that stay. Let me go across to my colleague Shambi, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Shambi, give us more details about the proceedings that are underway in Supreme Court right now.
Well, now as the proceeding has started, it has started on a note that earlier the petitioners have actually said that the committee, the government screening committee, which was formed, which heard both the parties about whether to release this movie or how many cuts needed to be made. Now the petitioners are actually saying that this committee was faulty. They're saying that in this government committee, there were some CBFC members were also part of the panel. Now, why is that a problem? Because CBFC has earlier given a certificate for the Udaipur Files movie to be released. Then later the petition was filed. So that is a problem. As Kapil Sibal has reiterated time and again that there were some CBFC members who were a part of the panel, which is again a conflict of interest. A. B. There were also members who were linked to BJP, which creates bias. And there were also some undisclosed affiliations with another political parties as well. So they said that this actually created a bias, and this did not give us a chance to have a neutralized version, a neutralized approach from the government committee. And Kapil Sibal also argued that the entire point of making a government panel, a government screening committee, was that both the parties are heard, both the parties are given an equal chance to put their matters across. But Kapil Sibal argued that this meant to be neutral government panel was not so neutral. They had CBFC members, they had members who were affiliated with BJP, and this was actually a CBFC extension. That is what. To which Justice Kant has responded that the appointment of the members in this government panel is not under challenge because they must have been nominated by the government. The members of the screening committee were nominated by the government, to which Sibal has retorted that that is exactly the issue. He said that these people, the members of the screening committee, shouldn't have been nominated in the first place itself. They said that this has raised serious concerns about bias, about how CBFC members are advisors. They are not neutral adjudicators. So we'll see where this goes now.
Right, Aditya, we have more details coming in as far as the arguments are concerned. Justice Kant is saying that suppose a Tamil movie comes, they will require a member who knows that language. Sybil says we have to see what is this panel, whose part in the revision. They suggested some other cuts. Our basic objections were not dealt with. Kindly see my objections. What are the basic objections that Sybil is talking about?
The basic objection is that under Section 6, they argue that there must be a stay on whole of the movie. The movie in toto should be stayed in any or all the parts in India. Now, they raise the point that under Section 6, there should not have been an order recommending just mere cut. Now, this is a difference of argument which has been raised in the petition of objection. Now, in that petition, the challenger has argued that under Section 6, the argument should have been made regarding that if there is a petition challenging a movie, that whether the movie is complying by the guideline under the Section 6, the movie should have been stayed in toto or passed in toto. There should not have been a recommendation of a cut. Now, this is what the Supreme Court will decide. Under Section, the government committee is employed, or whether they have the power to recommend cuts and not to put a stay on the movie in whole or pass the movie in whole. So basically, the argument is that the committee was not empowered by the law.
That's right, Aditya. Now there are intense arguments happening at the Supreme Court, and we'll have to wait and watch whether or not this movie will even see the light of the day. But thank you, Aditya and Shambhavi, for joining us on this broadcast. Now, moving on, viewers, after the Enforcement Directorate's heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance Infrastructure Limited and Reliance Power issues its first statements, and the statement says no impact on Reliance Infrastructure, its business operations, financial performance, shareholders, employees or any other stakeholder. However, in the stock market, shares of Reliance Infrastructure has dropped by almost 5%. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has its lens on the illegal loan transfers. Now, the company has issued the first statement, and the company has said that this will not impact its financial operations, its financial performance, business operations, its infrastructure. But the effect of this particular case has, however, reached the stock market, because as far as the latest information is concerned, the shares of Reliance Infrastructure has dropped by almost 5%. And to give us details and help us understand what this means, we have Pranav joining us live from the digital newsroom. Pranav, this case has indeed dented its stock, share prices, because the Reliance Infrastructure share prices have dropped by almost 5%, and that's huge. 5% is not, it might be a small number on paper, but as far as the stock market is concerned, it's really huge. Tell us about the implications.
Yeah, basically, when we're talking about a 5% drop, the shares of Reliance Infra and Reliance Power today dropped and hit a 5% low circuit. What this necessarily means is that there was so much sell-off after ED's 3,000 crore allegations that the BSE and the NSE temporarily halted trading. So when it's actually hit a 5% low circuit, that necessarily means that trading was halted. So it was a massive fall in these shares, after which the company has issued statements that Mr. Ambani is not on any of the board of directors of these companies, and that financial operations of these organizations will not be hampered.
Right, Pranav, stay on with us. We also have our senior editor, Shravan Sen, joining us live from the newsroom. Shravan, help us understand ED's case against Anil Ambani.
Well, in fact, the predicate offence is based on the FIR that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, where, remember, Reliance, Anil Ambani's companies have been under the scanner. Based on that, the Enforcement Directorate has filed an ECIR, which is an equivalent of an FIR that has been registered. Following the ECIR that was registered, raids have been carried out at multiple locations. In fact, roughly about 50 companies are now under the scanner, 35 locations where these searches are being carried out. And these searches are not just in Mumbai, but also in the national capital. Now, as far as the charges that have been leveled against Anil Ambani and his companies, it is to do with loans that were provided by Yes Bank. You're looking at a period between 2017 and 2019 when his companies actually received about 3,000 crore rupees as loans. The Enforcement Directorate from the preliminary investigation has essentially indicated that these loans have been siphoned off. In fact, a direct allegation has been leveled that Anil Ambani's companies have siphoned it off the loan amount through various other shell companies that were basically floated. And not just that, there was also an exchange of a bribe with the Yes Bank officials. Now, it does not only limit this entire investigation to this much, but we are now given to understand that there are two other loans that have basically come under the scanner. One is with regards to about 1,050 crore rupees loan that was provided by Canara Bank, and the other is roughly about 14,000 crore rupees loan that once again it turns out that Anil Ambani's companies have actually defrauded. In fact, SEBI has also now provided its findings to the Enforcement Directorate, where there is a clear mention of the fact that there is a huge spike in the loans that were allegedly received by Anil Ambani's companies. As of now, as my colleague Arnab was also pointing out, Reliance Group, in fact, Anil Ambani's companies have now basically responded. Reliance Infrastructure and Power has already responded by saying that it will have no direct impact as far as the financials are concerned. But having said that, I'm not very sure if Pranav is still there. If he is there, then we could perhaps just get a quick check with regards to the stock market, because it seems that it's got a direct impact as far as the stocks of Reliance Infrastructure is concerned.
Right, Shravan, before I get in a word from Pranav, let me also go across to my colleague Meenakshi joining us live from the Reliance Center. Meenakshi, help us understand what time the raid started and what's the situation now.
Yes, as we know, ED conducted search operation in 35 locations, 50 companies linked to Reliance Communication and promoter director Anil D. Ambani's, as day after SBI claimed that these companies and Anil Ambani as fraud. Now, over the 35 locations, 2 or 3 locations is in Mumbai, and I am now outside of that Reliance Center. 2 hours ago, the 3 or 4 ED officials entered this Reliance Center, which is the main office of Reliance Communication in Mumbai, and they are searching now. Search operation is going on, as we got the information that before 2 hours ago, the security in charge came here and told the security to lock the main gate of Reliance Center, and security came and locked the main gate of Reliance Center. Now we are waiting outside for officials when they will come out and give an information as to or not, because now all ED officials and the companies' workers are inside this Reliance Center, which is, as I told, situated in South Mumbai, and it's in Ballard Street, as we know, is 4th area, and is the main office of Reliance Communication. Back to studio. You can see that this is the Reliance Center, and it's a big office of Reliance, and the ED officials are inside in this Reliance Center. Back to studio.
Right, Meenakshi, thank you for getting us that quick update from Ground Zero. Pranav, coming back to you, 45 minutes for the stock markets to close today. What is happening as far as Reliance Infrastructure shares are concerned?
Well, Reliance Infrastructure and Reliance Power shares have been on a free fall. In fact, if you remember, on June 13, the State Bank of India had also said that Anil Ambani was a fraud under the RBI's fraud risk guidelines. So ever since this statement came, even a minister mentioned it in the parliament. This mention was made in the parliament also. So ever since the Anil Ambani group stocks have been falling, and today 5% low circuit, which necessarily means that trading was halted for some time, is yet another low in the recent past.
Well, these are pictures coming in live from the United Kingdom, where the Prime Minister is meeting his counterpart, Keir Starmer, in London. There you can see earlier today, the trade agreement was also discussed upon, and there were reliefs and also boosts across different sectors, be it youth, agriculture, marine sector, even some of the other sectors also saw a major boon from these talks that were held between the two nations. And UK and India together have put youth first because they've announced a lot of boost in service sector jobs. They've announced new roles in IT, finance, consulting, investment chances in the UK markets. And there's also innovation and digital trade where the youth first approach has been prioritized by Prime Minister Modi and Keir Starmer. But these are the pictures coming in from London where PM Modi is sharing some light moments with Keir Starmer. Okay, these are the pictures coming in from London where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting Keir Starmer, and this after some fruitful talks that were held across different sectors. And the Prime Minister is on a two-nation visit, and United Kingdom was his first stop. And the bilateral ties are also under focus because India and UK are also eyeing a free trade, and they've also signed a $6 billion trade deal. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi signed a free trade deal expected, and he's also expected to lead a multi-billion-pound boost in exports as well. UK cars and other imports will also be very cheaper to the export, and also Indian textiles and jewelry will be cheaper to export to the United Kingdom under the agreement, which also commits to a new India-UK plan to tackle illegal migration as well. But what we need to understand is that this means that the staff from Indian companies, as far as the migration issues are concerned, the staff from Indian companies who are temporarily transferred to the UK and staff from UK firms who are temporarily working in India will only pay social security contributions in their home country rather than in both places. When the deal was agreed in May, the Indian government called it an unprecedented achievement, and further talks are expected on this front as well. We also have Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, we have pictures of Keir Starmer and PM Modi sharing some light moments in London. Help us understand this bonhomie.
Well, absolutely. So this is a one-on-one that's happening between the two leaders. Deepak, remember, it's a big day for both the sides that after 3+ years of long negotiations and hard-fought battles, so to say, between the respective negotiation teams, the trade deal has finally, the moment has arrived when the trade deal is being signed. Of course, it was finalized in the month of May when the two leaders had made the announcement jointly over a phone call or a video call. And now, about 15 minutes of a personal tie-to-tie between the two leaders, following which there would be press statements where the announcements are going to be made, essentially about the trade deal. And then there would be delegation-level talks. So it's not like that the talks have happened and then the announcement is being made, because the deal is already decided. And so the first announcement would happen after this one-on-one meeting, restricted format meeting between the two leaders, and then the trade deal. It's been in the making for a while, and it's a big signaling coming in from both the sides. Remember, for the United Kingdom, this is the biggest trade deal that they are signing after their exit from the European Union, Brexit as it was called. And despite the fact that they have recently signed a trade deal with the United States, one with India is being built as the biggest one. And that gives you an idea of the kind of importance business trade-wise India has gained of late, with India becoming the fourth largest economy in the last 1.5 years. We have gone past both the United Kingdom and Germany in terms of our size of our economy. And that's getting reflected in the kind of rush we are seeing from all these economies to sign and get into trade arrangements with India. Remember, just about 10 or 11 years back, we are part of the Fragile Five by 2012, 2014. And now in a situation where India has signed about 15, this is the 15th trade deal that India has signed, which is being announced today. And of course, it kicks in over a period of next few months, because the respective parliaments would need to ratify the free trade agreement between India and the United Kingdom. But the nuts and bolts, whatever has been shared, the details that we have, it gives an idea of the kind of confident negotiation that happened or went into the signing of the trade agreement. So be it in terms of making sure that despite all the opening up of the markets that come with a free trade agreement, our agriculture and dairy sectors still remain protected. The fact that India made it a point to impress the British side that while trade on goods and services is fantastic and all the tariff barriers being knocked down as part of the agreement is great. The fact of the matter is that there has to be free flow of human capital also. So there are a lot of concessions, we are told, on the freedom of people front in terms of exchange of people, in terms of free movement of talent. And I think that's going to be a very important aspect of this trade deal. So if you look at the basics that we know already, Deepak, while in the case of India, the British are going to get about 90% plus goods in the tariff-free zero-duty category. In the case of India, it would be about 99%. And 26 areas, sectors, and it includes both goods and services. And this is one relationship with bilateral trade at around $55 billion, of which India has a trade surplus of $10 billion, which means it's a relationship where there is a lot of scope to give and take. It's a relationship where, like in the case of United States, and in fact, there is more services trade than goods trade. So while in the case of India, about 44%, and this is also about, India, a confident India negotiating with the rest of the world. So tremendous amount of signaling there in these pictures of Prime Minister traveling to London and for the signing of this deal. I think this is going to be a message to the European Union, to the Americans, to President Trump, that while you have your own positions on tariff, India is a confident India, that the present day India is a very confident India, and that we are willing to, go halfway mark and, travel the half mile, if you are traveling the half mile, and meet you midway. And in a spirit of give and take, in a spirit of adjustment, we are going to sign, or we are ready to sign the deal. As I mentioned, Deepak, this is the 15th trade deal India is signing in the last 4 or 5 years, and most of them have turned beneficial. In fact, as a build-up to these trade deal signing spree, the Modi government really built up on its muscle in terms of strengthening India's manufacturing sector, strengthening our own industries so that they can tackle competition from the world. In fact, it is the belief of the government that Indian consumers also should get good quality products, and so these trade deals are a move in that direction. So I think good pictures coming in there. In a while, there will be an announcement by the two leaders, and then, of course, the delegation level talks.
Right, Abhishek. We also have Asmita joining us live from London. Asmita, it's the 15th. It's actually the manner that they have chosen. It's a retreat of Keir Starmer that they have chosen as the meeting point. Tell us about this particular location. Why not in Downing Street and here in this Chequers Fort, and also about what is expected as far as the bilateral talks are concerned. Well, Asmita, I guess your mic is muted. If you could unmute yourself and help us understand the bilateral talks that are set to take place.
Right, yes. So the bilateral talks, they have come out very successfully. As you can see that the people in UK, especially the Indians in UK, they are pretty much satisfied with these talks. When we talk about the FTA agreement, well, that has come out pretty successfully as well. So you see that there was educational and there were other there were many British Indians who were enthusiastically supporting this particular FTA, which includes other aspects as well, like business and education. So I will quickly let you know the key takeaways that we have. That is, there were warm receptions that were held for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this is indeed a landmark India-UK free trade agreement. So 99% of the Indian exports to the UK now, they are tariff-free. So 90% of the UK exports to India, tariff reductions. So, like Scotch whiskey, the tariffs have dropped.
That's
down
right,
from
Asmita.
150%.
Thank you for joining us with those details. It's the 16th century manner that Keir Starmer has chosen to meet Prime Minister and hold strategic talks. It's a big message being sent out from the United Kingdom. We'll get you all the latest from London after a short break. Stay tuned.
I'm looking forward to being part of the Republic AI pre-summit on July 25th. We will be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, its growing impact across different sectors, and what the future holds for India. It's a powerful lead-up to the Mega AI Summit. I am delighted to be part of this important conversation. See you there.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. Gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow, July 25th, for the flagship Republic AI pre-summit. From the Republic Media Network headquarters, we bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap, It's the perfect build-up to the Mega Republic AI Summit, and it all begins right here. Let's get started with the headlines. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done. After ED heat on Anil Ambani Reliance infrastructure issues, first statement says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Biggest political scoop since Dhankar's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for the next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in fan murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying his vacation in Thailand from 2 days ago. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passenger crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. All eyes on India-UK landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA deal with India, calls it major win for Britain. First up, viewers, India and the United Kingdom are all set to sign a free trade agreement today. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is hosting his Indian counterpart PM Modi in London, and the two will hold discussions on wide-ranging topics. The signing of the FTA is a key part of Prime Minister Modi's UK visit. New Delhi and London concluded talks in May to reach a bilateral free trade agreement, discussions for which began in January 2022. And these are the pictures that we have accessed, and it's coming live from Chequers, which is the official country residence of British Prime Minister. It is located about 50 kilometers northwest of London. It's a 16th century manor gifted to United Kingdom government in 1917 by Sir Arthur Lee. And this is the place that is used to host state guests, confidential discussions and high-level strategy meetings away from the usual Downing Street residence. And this particular meeting at Chequers signals personal warmth and priority. Hosting a leader at Chequers reflects personal rapport and also strategic intent. It's more than just protocol, viewers. It shows the United Kingdom's deep interest in nurturing the India-UK relationship. And it's also removed from London's glare. It's where leaders have deeper, uninterrupted conversations. Deals are struck, and these deals are struck in Chequers. In fact, Asmita is also joining us. Asmita, what can we expect in the FTA?
Well, right. So the key takeaways that we know from the free trade agreement that has been a landmark, right? It is a landmark India-UK free trade agreement that has taken on this journey, this trip of Narendra Modi. So you see that 99% of the Indian exports to the UK are now tariff-free. So 90% of UK exports to India are granted tariff reductions. And tariffs on alcohol like Scotch whisky has dropped down from 150% to 75% immediately, down to 40% over the 10 years. And Indian tariffs on UK cars have also reduced to 10% under a quota. Now, in other news, we know that the labor, education, professional mobility, it includes work visa concessions, recognition of qualifications and exemption from national insurance contributions, which are pretty stringent in the US, but now UK, but now they will be slightly less stringent for India as we mark this significant FTA. And deals on access to UK procurement markets, but agricultural services and carbon tax mechanisms, they remain excluded. So we also know that in strategic and diplomatic cooperation, so that has strengthened the partnership across defense, climate and security, and it has laid a ground network towards a deeper strategic partnership. And it has also catalyzed, discussions on crime and extradition of certain big personalities, and also it has provided a chance to address the ongoing concerns such as the detention of British Sikh activists. Now, we also know that the particular meeting has been taking place in Chequers and not 10 Downing Street, because you see that Chequers is the UK Prime Minister's official country retreat, and it has got a historical significance as well for important bilateral meetings and private diplomacy. So hosting a foreign leader like Prime Minister Narendra Modi is considered a sign of special respect and deepening further ties. So, we know that Chequers, it is located in Buckinghamshire, and, is a more private, it has a more private setting than central London's 10 Downing Street, allowing like more in-depth one-on-one talks for more extended hours, and there are no urban distractions. So, this was not a full ceremonial state visit, as we know, but Chequers has served as a semi-ceremonial diplomatic gesture, definitely. So this is definitely one of the key takeaways that we know, that PM Keir Starmer's, this is his personal engagement with Prime Minister Narendra Modi without invoking full royal protocol, which is done at the Buckingham Palace during state visits, however. But this comes with the FTA negotiation climaxes as well, which coincides with the signing of the historic India-UK Free Trade Agreement. And it is indeed a landmark moment which warrants for a grander backdrop than the usual 10 Downing conference room. Over to you.
Also, Asmita, help us understand the discussions on illegal migration as well. This is one of the key issues that will be discussed by Keir Starmer and PM Modi. Help us read between the lines.
Could you, I couldn't hear you, Deepak, if you could
Asmita, I was talking about the illegal migration issue, which will also be discussed by both the leaders. Help us understand what the talks could probably revolve around and what we can expect at the end of it.
Well, yes, the illegal immigration definitely is one of the key issues that UK faces from many of these countries. But when it comes to India, so India, and in this particular meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, definitely we get to know that, as I told you already, that there have been easier, they are going easier on the stringent rules. So about the illegal immigrants, where we see that needs to be lessened, and India is going to play a major role in it. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while as we go around these talks, we get to know that illegal immigrants from India, they are going to be lessened, and laws are going to be more stricter and stringent on this. However, this will not affect on the upcoming visa policies, and it will also not affect on the non-stringent new laws on, the new rules that PM Modi is going to talk about to UK PM Keir Starmer about when it comes to work visas or educational visas. So they are going to be more easier on that when it comes to Indians. So this is again one of the key takeaways that we know from this meeting between PM Keir Starmer and PM Modi.
Right, Asmita, thank you for bringing us those details. In just a short while from now, India-UK will be signing the FTA. All eyes will be on the outcome of this particular bilateral engagement. Now let's move on to Bengaluru, viewers, where a parent of the victim of the stampede that killed 11 people near the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium on 4th of June has filed a complaint in the Commercial Street Police Station today regarding the theft of gold ornaments that were on the body of the victim when she was taken inside the post-mortem section for autopsy. The family of the 13-year-old Divyanshi, who tragically lost her life in the stampede at Chinnaswamy Stadium on June 4th, is now grappling with another heartbreak. Her grieving parents have alleged that the ornaments worn by the child were stolen during the post-mortem procedure. This is a big charge coming in from the parent of one of the victims of the stampede that claimed the lives of at least a dozen people, a dozen fans who are waiting eagerly to get a glimpse of their favorite team. But right now what we understand, it's just heartbreak and no justice in sight for the family members. But what's even more shocking is the fact that the parents have claimed that there has been theft of the ornaments that were there and that were worn by the victim. And she claims that the ornaments were stolen during autopsy. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. The parents of Divyanshi, the 13-year-old child who lost her life outside the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, has claimed that the ornaments, the jewelry worn by her child on that fateful day went missing during the autopsy. Well, the parents claim it was during the postmortem procedure that the jewels that were worn by her child were stolen, and this is a serious allegation made by the parents of the victim, and a complaint has been filed with respect to this in the Commercial Street Police Station, which is in the jurisdiction of the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. And the Commercial Street Police Station is also very close to the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, and that's why the complaint has been filed there. It falls under its jurisdiction. A case of theft has been filed against the hospital authorities, claiming that the jewelry went missing during autopsy. This is the latest flashpoint as far as the Stampede case is concerned, the Bengaluru Stampede case, where 11 people lost their lives on June 4th, a day after RCB's historic victory, and they were there in Bengaluru for the victory parade, the celebrations, and it was during the unannounced victory celebrations that 11 individuals lost their lives, and one of them was Divyanshi. In a major development in the Agra conversion case, Rahman Qureshi, recently arrested from Agra, has made several startling revelations. He ran a YouTube channel named Sana, where he uploaded videos of people who had allegedly been converted. He also confessed to receiving foreign funding and substantial monthly earnings running into lakhs of rupees through his channel, as well as payments in cryptocurrency. Authorities are now working to access his digital wallet as part of the ongoing investigations. A big revelation in the Agra conversion racket. And now they have revealed that the YouTube channel that was being operated by Rahman had been earning a lot of money, and now the lens is on the digital wallets of the accused. And this is a major development. Rahman Qureshi, who was recently arrested from Agra, has made some startling revelations. He has claimed that he shot videos of conversion, uploaded them on YouTube, and he earned money from these videos that were uploaded. And he has also revealed many secrets. Rahman Qureshi used to get money in cryptocurrency. And he also used to run a YouTube channel named Sana, which we just told you about. And Rahman has low educational qualifications. He has only studied till 12th. Rahman knows 12 computer languages. Rahman Qureshi used to upload videos of converted people on his YouTube channel. And he also has confessed before the investigating officials that he used to get funds from abroad, similar to the Changur Baba conversion model. The police is now trying to access his digital wallet because Rahman used to deal in cryptocurrency, and he used to get up to several lakhs of rupees per month from the YouTube channel, on which he was uploading videos of conversion of converted individuals. And Rahman is now an important character in this conversion racket. He is said to be a very close aide of Abdul Rahman, the mastermind. Now moving on, viewers, to more updates coming in as far as Thailand-Cambodia border clash is concerned. At least 9 Thai civilians were killed and over 14 have suffered injuries in a series of Cambodian rocket attacks along the Thai-Cambodia border. Thailand launched airstrikes on Cambodian military targets as Cambodia fired rockets and artillery, killing a civilian in a dramatic escalation of a long-running border face-off between Thailand and Cambodia. And the two neighbors are now locked in a bitter spat over an area known as Emerald Triangle, where the borders of both countries and Laos meet, and it is also home to several ancient temples. And the fight is over this particular region. We have more breaking news coming in, viewers. It's a historic development that we're tracking. India and UK have finally signed the free trade agreement And in just a short while from now, both the leaders will be addressing to help us understand what is encapsulated in this particular free trade agreement. We have Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, India and UK have signed the historic trade deal, and this amidst negotiations with the United States as well. How important is this moment for India?
Significant moment in India's global trade positioning, Deepak, and the fact that we have this is the 15th trade agreement signed in the recent few years, and this is a big one coming in from the United Kingdom. UK alone accounts for $55 billion worth of bilateral trade. It's a trade surplus relationship, which is in India's favor. Very few of the bilateral trade relationships which are in India's favor, with a $10 billion per annum trade surplus, and services trade more than the goods trade. This trade deal is going to open up our markets for the British goods and services, and of course open up British market for our goods and services, minus of course dairy and agriculture, which remains a protected area still. And that's to the credit of the government, that they have negotiated a hard bargain on while opening up many of these sectors, but not getting into dairy and agriculture, which is a sensitive issue, given the fact that 55% of our population still is dependent on agriculture, though of course agriculture constitutes now about 15% only of our GDP. This trade deal is going to add another $34 billion per annum to India-UK trade by about another decade. To begin with, about $6 billion. It is going to add 0.6% to the UK GDP, and that gives you an idea of the kind of relevance, salience, and importance India has gained in terms of its economic muscle. In fact, in the last 1 year alone, we have pushed United Kingdom and Germany to become the fourth largest global economy, and that really gets reflected in the number of countries that are queuing up to sign a trade deal. This is also a significant signaling, Deepak, to the rest of the world, and specifically the United States, that India is willing to go more than halfway house, meet you more than halfway house, and negotiate as equal partner in trade, and to agree for mutually beneficial tariff structures, and is open to the idea of having our markets be accessed. And it's a huge market, and everyone in the world wants a pie of Indian market. So why not? But it has to be a quid pro quo. It has to be an equal partners engagement, and that's what I think the messaging is, with Prime Minister traveling to London, and from right there from the West, and in many ways the global financial capital that London is, to be making a statement of sorts of India's confidence, essentially, in having these hard-boiled negotiations, and they go on for years together. We have had already 5 or 6 rounds with the United States. In the case of United Kingdom, 3+ years. Things began in January of 2022, when Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister, and then since then Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak, and now Keir Starmer, and the deal getting signed has been signed, and we are looking up to a joint statement by the two leaders any moment now. And so while the nitty-gritties of the deal are going to kick in only about a few months from now, maybe 8 or 10 months, because remember, we are two good, vibrant, strong democracies. So obviously, when the government sign these kind of agreements, they have to be ratified by respective parliaments. So in the case of India, our parliament; in the case of United Kingdom, their parliament, they would need to ratify this trade deal, and then of course it kicks in. So these aspects taken together, the fact that just a decade or so ago, nobody wanted to have a trade deal with India, and at least as equal partners. And we were part of the Fragile Five, to the time when now we are confidently signing one trade deal after another. Remember, as a build-up to this, we have had a trade deal with EFTA, which is a small grouping within Europe, not part of the European Union, which includes Switzerland and Norway and Liechtenstein and the Netherlands. And then we have signed a separate trade deal with Australia. We have signed a separate trade deal with the UAE. And all these trade deals are already giving momentum to India's goods and services trade worldwide, and it is expected that, like in the case of earlier trade deals, this is also going to bring in more resilience to Indian economy, bring in more openness to our markets, make consumers in India benefit from better products and more competition, and it's going to ultimately strengthen our own industrial muscle. Some people have raised concerns about Make in India, because if goods get cheaper and it's cheaper to import, then why would these corporations have incentives to really come set up shop in India? So, for example, in the case of automobile sector, we have made a big concession in this India-UK FTA from about 100% duties for import of cars to progressively reduce them to just 10%. So obviously, if cheaper imports are coming in of those fancy British cars, why would those British corporations want to set up manufacturing shop floor in India? That's a question that has been raised, and hopefully we would have some answers when the details of the trade deal come out. But essentially what we are seeing is that with the signing of this agreement, this is a lot of symbolism. There is a lot of messaging. There is a lot of signaling that is coming in from India's side, and for the United Kingdom to really acknowledge that despite having signed a trade deal with the United States just last month, and there was a photo of in Canada, I believe, on the sidelines of the G7 summit where President Trump and Keir Starmer of the UK showed up that a mini deal or part of the larger deal that the two sides are negotiating. For Keir Starmer to say that this is the biggest trade agreement that the United Kingdom has signed or is signing after coming out of the European Union, which was a few years ago, after Brexit. And so obviously, this gives you an idea of the kind of importance that's getting attached to Indian market, Indian economy, the size of the Indian market, and that's getting reflected in the kind of trade deal that has got signed. We are looking forward, as I said, Deepak, for the joint statement there and to listen to the two leaders as to the vision that has guided the two sides to sign this agreement despite those protracted negotiations. The nitty-gritties, of course, we have put on air by way of graphics as to the areas where we are going to benefit, the areas where the British are going to benefit. And these are the times of tariff wars and unleashed in good measure by President Trump of the United States. And while negotiating those choppy waters, for India to be signing these kind of agreements sends a message of stability, sends a message of bringing calm to the markets. And I think in that sense, the world would be watching those pictures coming in from London in a while from now when the two leaders make that joint address.
That's right, Abhishek. We also have Asmita and Aman joining us live from London. Let me go across to Asmita first. Asmita, the FTA has been signed by India and the United Kingdom. What are the sectors that are clear winners in this particular free trade agreement?
Right. So, you know that on July 24, 2025, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, they, in a high-level bilateral engagement, they have concluded the landmark free trade agreement. So let me take you through some of the key features again, as there have been tariff reductions and mostly the most important, the mobility and labor part, where there has been easier visa access for Indian professionals, students and IT workers, which we know UK provides a very stringent rule for, but now there have been easier visa access. So UK agreed to recognize Indian qualifications in sectors like law, architecture and accountancy, and exemptions from UK national insurance for Indian workers posted temporarily. So the political significance, let me take you through the political significance of this meeting that for the United Kingdom, this was Keir Starmer's first big international economic win post-election, where he represented it as a proof that Britain can strike meaningful deals post-Brexit. And for India, this agreement was showcased that Modi-led strategic and economic breakthrough, which positions India as a trusted global trade partner. Now, this was also a big geopolitical message, which sent a strong signal of UK-India alignment and particular global shifts in the Indo-Pacific and the WTO trade reform and multilateral digital governance. we can also see this, and this can also be seen as as a counter to the EU-India slow trade progress and
That's right.
Brexit,
That's right,
UK
Asmita. It's a
pivot
counter
to
on
Asia.
various fronts. Let me also go across to Aman. Aman, help us understand the key takeaways from the free trade agreement.
Sure. I mean, look, this is a good day for global Britain and New India. We have this historic landmark deal, which was kicked off by Prime Minister Boris Johnson under Roadmap 2030, when he was Prime Minister. This is a real significant development in the sense that, look, this is exactly what Britain voted for in the EU referendum with Brexit, to take back control of our economic policy, of our trade policy, and of our geopolitical policy. And it really showcases where Britain is heading in terms of the Indo-Pacific tilt. India is a natural partner of choice for the UK. I mean, let's break this down. The world's fourth biggest economy in India and the world's fifth biggest economy. This is a real win for free trade. Both these economies are powered by free enterprise. The British people are some of the most innovative and inventive people in the world, as the same is true for the Indian nation. And that's why this is a great win. We hope to double the free trade between UK and India every year to £120 billion worth over the course of the next decade. But of course, this is not the only thing that matters in this FTA. Of course, this is trade matters, but so does geopolitics. And this is a real indicator from the UK where British geopolitics is heading. And that is to...
That's right, Aman. It's a historic moment for India-UK ties as they have inked yet another free trade agreement. We'll get you all the details on the other side of the short break. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
आप अभी ये डिलीवर करने के लिए तैयार है इसके साथ दोनों ही देशों को बहुत ही ज़्यादा आशाएं और बेनिफिट होंगी और दो देशों के लोग आपस में काम करके एक दूसरे के सहयोग करेंगे.
It is a deal that will bring huge benefits to both of our countries, boosting wages, raising living standards, and putting more money in the pockets of working people. It is good for jobs, it is good for business, cutting tariffs and making trade cheaper, quicker and easier.
और दोनों ही देश साथ में काम करके वेजेस बढ़ेंगी और वहाँ पे लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड भी बढ़ेंगी और लोगों के हिस्से में बहुत पैसे आएंगे और ये काम और व्यापार के लिए अच्छी होगी. वो टैरिफ काटने से ट्रेड सस्ता होगा और सहज होगा और सही होगा और सही होगा.
It is good for British workers in cutting-edge manufacturing, whisky distillers across Scotland, and the service sector in London, in Manchester and in Leeds.
और ये ब्रिटिश कामदारों के लिए बहुत अच्छी होगी वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में आगे बढ़ के जैसे विस्की डिस्टिलरी है स्कॉटलैंड में और लंदन में मैनचेस्टर और लीड्स में सर्विस सेक्टर है और जो लोग इसका उपयोग करते हैं यहाँ यूके में इंडियन सामान अच्छे दामों में मिलके.
It is good for consumers because it will bring down prices on Indian goods in the United Kingdom, like clothes and shoes and food, and it will deliver benefits for the long term. It will add about £4.8 billion to the UK economy every year and £2.2 billion to wages and hundreds of millions of pounds to regions and nations up and down the United Kingdom.
और ये sorry यहाँ के कंज्यूमर के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहेगा और ये दोनों देशों में जो बातचीत होगी, ट्रेड होगी, जो बढ़ेगा.
Don't bother, we can use English word in between. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, His Excellency, I've lost the speech. His Excellency, I've lost the speech.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Sorry, do you want me to repeat? Yes, okay. I think we understand each other well. I mean, look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister, for your leadership and for your pragmatism. And I'd like to thank everybody who's worked so hard to get this deal over the line.
और आज ये जो बहुत बड़ी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव डील तैयार की है और कामयाब की है, उसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कहना चाहता हूं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब. और ये दोनों टीम जहां काम करके ये जो काम पूरा किया है, इसके लिए मैं बहुत खुशी हूं.
And, you know, as I've said before, and as we were just discussing in our tête-à-tête, we've entered a new global era, and that is one that requires us to step up, not to stand aside, to deliver for the British people by building deeper partnerships and alliances. And today is very much confirmation of that approach.
और अभी वहाँ पे बात जब कर रहे थे आपके साथ बैठ के, हमने बातें की कि नई ग्लोबल एरा पैदा करनी है और इसके लिए हमको सब कुछ करना है जो हम सक्षम है, जिसके बाद ब्रिटिश लोगों को यहाँ पे बहुत ही बड़ी पार्टनरशिप मिलेगी आपके देश से, और यहाँ पे जो हम करने वाले हैं उससे दोनों देशों को फायदा होगा.
And the UK has been negotiating a deal like this for many years, but it is this government that got it done. And with it, we're sending a very powerful message that Britain is open for business. And that is already generating huge confidence. Today we're announcing nearly £6 billion in investment and export wins between India and the United Kingdom, creating over 2,200 jobs for British workers.
और ये जो ऐसी नेगोशिएशन मैं पहले बहुत की है, पर ये जो अभी हमने किया है ये बहुत ही बड़ा होगा, क्योंकि ब्रिटिश लोगों को और संसार को ये जानेंगे कि ब्रिटेन इज ओपन फॉर बिजनेस, व्यापार के लिए खुला है. और ये ब्रिटिश लोगों के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा होगा, क्योंकि ये 6 बिलियन पाउंड्स के 6 बिलियन पाउंड्स यहाँ पे नहीं पैदा होगा. और यूके और इंडिया ने जो ये साथ काम करने का निर्णय किया है, इससे 2,200 जॉब्स भी पैदा होंगे यहाँ पे.
But of course, as we've discussed this morning, this is not the extent or the limit of our collaboration with India. We have unique bonds of history, of family, and of culture. And we want to strengthen our relationship further so that it is even more ambitious, modern, and focused on the long term, the step up in the relationship that we discussed in the autumn of last year. And that's why, alongside this trade deal, I am delighted that we're building on our partnership by launching our India-UK Vision 2035 strategy, pledging to work more closely on areas such as defence, migration, climate, education and health.
और इस सुबह जब हमने बात की थी कि एक आपस के साथ कोलैबोरेट करेंगे, इससे ये साबित होता है कि हम लोग अपनी इतिहास, फैमिली और संस्कृति को बहुत ही मजबूत बनाना चाहते हैं, और जो मजबूत रहा है. और इसीलिए भविष्य में हम ये दोस्ती, ये रिश्ता स्टेप अप करना चाहते हैं। वो ट्रेड डील बना के और इंडिया और यूके 2035 विजन के आधार में वो जो डिफेंस है, माइग्रेशन है, एजुकेशन है, उस पर ध्यान देके।
We will also build on the fantastic work we already do in technology and innovation, celebrating the one-year anniversary of the landmark Technology Security Initiative and making the most of the opportunities it represents for both of our countries.
और टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन के क्षेत्र में भी अभी पहली एनिवर्सरी मनाया है जो हमने, वो टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, सिक्योरिटी के आधार पे है और ये आगे बढ़ेगा, इसका पूरा विश्वास है।
Work together as we strengthen security, growth and prosperity for working people in both of our nations. So let me now hand over to you to say a few words, and thank you again for your leadership on this.
Thank you.
Sorry.
प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर, फ्रेंड्स, नमस्कार।
Prime Minister Starmer, friends, namaskar, good morning.
सबसे पहले मैं प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर के गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत सत्कार के लिए हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज हमारे संबंधों में एक ऐतिहासिक दिवस है। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है।
First of all, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude to Prime Minister Starmer for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality. Today marks a historic day in our bilateral relations. I am pleased to note that after many years of hard work, the comprehensive economic and trade agreement between our two countries has been concluded today.
यह समझौता मात्र आर्थिक साझेदारी नहीं, बल्कि साझा समृद्धि की योजना है। एक और भारतीय टेक्सटाइल, फुटवियर, जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी, सी फूड और इंजीनियरिंग गुड्स को यूके में बेहतर मार्केट एक्सेस मिलेगा। भारत के एग्रीकल्चर, प्रोड्यूस और प्रोसेस फूड इंडस्ट्री के लिए यूके की मार्केट में नए अवसर बनेंगे। भारत के युवाओं, किसानों, मछुआरों और एमएसएमई सेक्टर के लिए यह समझौता विशेष रूप से लाभकारी सिद्ध होगा। वहीं दूसरी ओर भारत के लोगों और इंडस्ट्री के लिए यूके में बने प्रोडक्ट्स जैसे मेडिकल डिवाइसेस और एरोस्पेस पार्ट सुलभ और किफायती दरों पर उपलब्ध हो सकेंगे।
This agreement does not merely pave way for economic partnership, but is also a blueprint for our shared prosperity. On the one hand, Indian textiles, footwear, gems and jewelry, seafood, engineering goods will get better market access in the UK. Indian agricultural products, processed food industry will find new opportunities in UK's market. This agreement will prove especially beneficial for India's youth, farmers, fishermen and MSME sector. On the other hand, people and industries in India will be able to access products made in the UK, such as medical devices and aerospace parts at affordable and attractive prices.
इस समझौते के साथ ही डबल कंट्रीब्यूशन कन्वेंशन पर भी सहमति बनी है। इसे दोनों के सर्विस सेक्टर, विशेषकर टेक्नोलॉजी और फाइनेंस के उसको एक नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को गति मिलेगी, कॉस्ट ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस घटेगा और कॉन्फिडेंस ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस बढ़ेगा। साथ ही यूके की अर्थव्यवस्था को भारतीय स्किल टैलेंट मिलेगा। इन समझौतों से दोनों देशों में निवेश बढ़ेगा और रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे। इतना ही नहीं, दो लोकतांत्रिक देशों और विश्व की दो बड़ी इकोनॉमीज के बीच हुए ये समझौते वैश्विक स्थिरता और समृद्धि को भी बल देंगे।
Along with this agreement, we also have reached a consensus on the Double Contribution Convention. This will inject new energy into the service sectors of both countries, especially in technology and finance. It will promote ease of doing business, reduce from India's skilled talent. These agreements will enhance investments and generate new employment opportunities in both countries. Moreover, as agreements reached between two democracies and two of the world's major economies, they will lend support to global stability and global prosperity.
फ्रेंड्स, अगले दशक में हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को नई गति और ऊर्जा देने के लिए विजन 2035 जारी किया जा रहा है। यह टेक्नोलॉजी, डिफेंस, क्लाइमेट, एजुकेशन और पीपल टू पीपल कनेक्ट के क्षेत्रों में एक मजबूत, भरोसेमंद और महत्वाकांक्षी साझेदारी का रोड मैप बनेगा।
Friends, to give new momentum and energy to our comprehensive strategic partnership in the coming decade, today we are launching our Vision 2035. Vision 2035 is a roadmap that will form the basis of a strong, trustworthy, and ambitious partnership in the fields of technology, defense, climate, education, and people-to-people connect.
डिफेंस और सिक्योरिटी में साझेदारी के लिए डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोड मैप बनाया गया है। हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी सिक्योरिटी इनिशिएटिव को और मजबूत करने पर काम किया जाएगा। It is our commitment that from AI to critical minerals, semiconductors to cyber security, we shall create the future together.
A defense industrial roadmap has also been drawn up for partnership in defense and security. Work will continue on strengthening our technology security initiative. It is our commitment that from AI to critical minerals, from semiconductors to cybersecurity, we shall create the future together.
फ्रेंड्स, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी दोनों देश मिलकर एक नया चैप्टर लिख रहे हैं। यूके की 6 यूनिवर्सिटीज भारत में कैंपस खोल रही हैं। पिछले हफ्ते ही भारत के गुरुग्राम शहर में साउथ हैम्पटन यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस का उद्घाटन हुआ है।
Friends, in the field of education too, we are writing a new chapter together. 6 universities of the UK are opening their campuses in India. Just last week, the University of Southampton inaugurated its campus in the city of Gurugram in India.
फ्रेंड्स, पहलगाम में हुए आतंकवादी हमले की कठोर निंदा के लिए हम प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर और उनकी सरकार का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। हम एक मत हैं कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में दोहरे मापदंडों का कोई स्थान नहीं है। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा वाली शक्तियों को डेमोक्रेटिक फ्रीडम का दुरुपयोग नहीं करने दिया जा सकता। Those who misuse democratic freedoms to undermine democracy itself must be held account. इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंडर्स के प्रत्यार्पण के विषय पर भी हमारी एजेंसी सहयोग और समन्वय से काम करती रहेगी।
Friends, we thank the Prime Minister and his government for strong condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. We are united in the belief that there is no place for double standards in the fight against terrorism. We also agree that the forces which espouse extremist ideologies should not be allowed to misuse democratic freedoms. Those who misuse democratic freedoms to undermine democracy itself must be held to account. Our security agencies will continue to enhance cooperation and coordination on matters such as the extradition of economic offenders.
Friends, इंडो-पैसिफिक में शांति और स्थिरता, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष और पश्चिम एशिया की स्थिति पर हम विचार साझा करते रहे हैं। हम जल्द से जल्द शांति और स्थिरता की बहाली का समर्थन करते हैं। सभी देशों की संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान अनिवार्य है। आज के युग की मांग विस्तारवाद नहीं, विकासवाद ही है।
Friends, we have continued to exchange views on peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, and the situation in West Asia. We support early restoration of peace and stability. Respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries is essential. Today's era demands development, not expansionism.
Friends, पिछले महीने अहमदाबाद में हुई दुर्घटना में मारे गए लोगों में कई यूके के नागरिक भाई बहन भी थे। उनके परिवार वालों के प्रति हम संवेदनाएं प्रकट करते हैं। यूके में रहने वाले भारतीय मूल के लोग हमारे संबंधों में एक लिविंग ब्रिज का काम करते हैं। They did not just bring curry from India, but also creativity, commitment and character. इनका योगदान सिर्फ यूके की समृद्ध इकोनॉमी तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि यूके के कल्चर, स्पोर्ट्स और पब्लिक सर्विस में भी दिखता है।
Friends, last month in the unfortunate plane crash in Ahmedabad, our sisters and brothers of the UK were among those who lost their lives. I would like to express my deepest condolences to the families of the victims. The people of Indian origin in the UK form a living bridge that connects our two nations. They did not just bring curry from India, but also creativity, commitment, and character. Their immense contributions are not just limited to UK's prosperous economy, but are also visible in UK's culture, sports, and public service.
Friends, जब भारत और यूके मिले और वह भी टेस्ट सीरीज के दौरान, तो क्रिकेट का उल्लेख तो करना ही पड़ता है। फॉर बोथ ऑफ अस, cricket is not just a game, but a passion, and also a great metaphor for our partnership. There may be a swing and a miss at times, but we always play with a straight bat. We are committed to building high-scoring सॉलिड पार्टनरशिप। आज संपन्न हुए समझौते और विजन 2035 इसी स्पिरिट को आगे बढ़ाने वाले माइलस्टोन है।
Friends, I would be remiss not to mention cricket when India and the UK are coming together, especially during a test series. For both of us, cricket is not just a game, but a passion. And also a great metaphor for our partnership. There may be a swing and a miss at times, but we always play with a straight bat. We are committed to building a high-scoring, solid partnership. The agreements concluded today and Vision 2035 are milestones which advance this very spirit.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, मैं एक बार फिर आपके आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं आपको भारत यात्रा करने का निमंत्रण भी देता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि हमें शीघ्र ही भारत में आपका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister, I thank you once again for your warm hospitality. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend an equally warm invitation to you to visit India. I am eagerly looking forward to hosting you in India very, very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So there you just heard the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister of UK, Keir Starmer. They're issuing a statement after India and United Kingdom signed a free trade agreement today. In fact, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer called this a landmark deal between both the nations and a start of a new era between India and United Kingdom. Let me go across to Yogesh Gupta, former ambassador, and Aman, who's joining us live from London. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us here. Just a while back, coming to you, Mr. Yogesh, first, just a while back, Prime Minister and Keir Starmer, as both of them spoke, and both of them called this a landmark free trade agreement. Your first reaction to this?
I think it's a very important agreement, both for India as well as the United Kingdom, that has been reached today, because these are India and the United Kingdom are two major economies. This agreement reflects the spirit of the new trade agreements, which is being negotiated by the Modi government, which means that whatever agreements we work out must be mutually beneficial for both countries. As the previous discussion has indicated, this is going to lead to increased trade. This is going to improve trade in services. This is going to facilitate visits of IT professionals, business people, in getting them visas. It's going to help the people who are working in both countries to pay their social security contributions in their home countries. And in numerous ways, this is going to help both these countries in terms of signaling. I think this is going to be extremely important, because while some countries like the US, they are talking in terms of protectionism, high tariffs, and so on. China is talking in terms of weaponizing some of its trade items. Here is an example of these two economies, two big countries, trying to work out a trade deal which takes care of their mutual interest, which benefits both these countries, which is not exploitative and so on. So I think on the whole, this is a very important agreement, and the visit of the Prime Minister to UK is extremely important, because besides trade, there are so many other areas, the issue of Khalistanis in UK, the issue of, visas for the workers who are visas for the students who are studying in UK, all those issues, and a number of other issues like defense, collaboration in defense, high-tech collaboration in new emerging technologies. All those issues have also been spelled out by both Prime Minister Modi and the British Prime Minister. So on the whole, I would say it's a very important visit, and the results have been really spectacular.
Absolutely. So stay on with us. In fact, I'm also joined by Aman, my colleague, who's joining us live from London. In fact, coming to you, Aman, now this is a free trade agreement that has been signed between India and the United Kingdom that will boost the bilateral trade by $34 billion annually. Give us more details about this agreement.
This is a good day for global Britain and New India, the world's fourth and fifth largest economies. Look, we are two great civilizational nations that are tied together through the bonds of not just heritage and history, but also through shared values of democracy, of freedom, and the rule of law, of pluralism. And free trade is a big part of it. Yes, you're right. This is going to boost trade by $34 billion a year. We hope to have $120 billion worth of bilateral trade over the next decade. And this is a real product. Today's free trade agreement this deal is a real product of Roadmap 2030, which was signed earlier by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Boris Johnson a few years ago. So it's a real hard work that has got us to this place. And today's announcement of Vision 2035, I think, is a key indicator of where we go next after this FTA. So this FTA is not the end of the road. It's the beginning of a long journey of collaboration and cooperation between the world's greatest democracy, that is the billion ballot democracy of New India, and the world's oldest democracy here in the United Kingdom. We go from here to the Indo-Pacific. India is a unique partner for the UK, and vice versa, to keep the Indo-Pacific a free.
Absolutely. Landmark deal that has been signed between India and the United Kingdom. Let me also bring in Saurabh Shukla, founder of News Mobile. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. How do you look at this free trade agreement that has been signed between India and United Kingdom? Keir Starmer has called this a landmark agreement. Your first reaction to this?
I think, I consider this as a new strategic dawn between India and the UK. They are great partners. United Kingdom is an important member, a permanent member of the UN Security Council. This deal, if you ask me, is a strategic deal. Not only does it strengthen trade ties between India and UK, make sure it's a win-win partnership for business linkages between India and the UK, and also the consumers. Imagine the impact that will give. The Indian consumers will get access to the UK products at a much more competitive prices, and vice versa. The UK customers also get access to Indian exports at a much cheaper price. So it also boosts India's economy. Also, our global standing. I can tell you, this sends a strong message to other countries in the world on India's standing at a global stage. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's summit meeting today has already heralded a new era in India-UK partnership. And I will tell you, this will also spur countries like the US to fast-track the negotiations that are happening between India and the US on the trade deal there as well. So you will see a impact happening there as well, but I would call it a strategic deal, a new dawn in India-UK paradigm of relationship, and it was being negotiated for a long time, and it will benefit consumers and people at large. So I would call it a people-centric deal as well.
Absolutely. This key deal has been inked between India and United Kingdom. Thanks so much for speaking to Republic TV. We'll continue to get you these updates and the visuals that are coming in from the United Kingdom. The deal that has been signed between India and United Kingdom. There on the screen is Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and his British counterpart. More on this on the other side. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister.
India-UK signed the landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA with India, calls it major win for Britain. Prime Minister Modi hails FTA deal with UK, calls it historic day for both nations. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No arrests or re-arrests to be done. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance Infrastructure issues first statement, says no impact on business operations, financial performance. The biggest political scoop since Dhankar's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for the next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in farm murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand for 2 days. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. All right, welcome again, friends. India and the United Kingdom signed a free trade agreement just a while back. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who's hosting Prime Minister Modi in London, And the two came together to make that announcement. And in that press conference or address, joint address, they both hailed the occasion as a big one for India and the United Kingdom and the world economy. The signing of the FTA is key part of Prime Minister Modi's ongoing UK visit. New Delhi and London concluded the talks in May to reach a bilateral free trade agreement, discussions for which had begun in 2022. And just a while back, we had that announcement coming in. Both leaders absolutely confident that the trade deal would go miles in upping the India-UK trade relationship, not just trade relationship, but in fact, the larger bilateral relationship. Prime Minister there, in fact, spoke about new opportunities in the UK market for Indian products and vice versa. And the signing ceremony there with the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal there with his British counterpart, and then, of course, the Indian delegation, which also includes External Affairs Minister S. Shankar and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. We have Aman Bogle joining us live from London, outside the Parliament there in London. And Aman, all right, Aman, why did the UK Prime Minister call this deal the biggest deal the UK has signed since its Brexit? I mean, what makes it so big or such a big deal for the United Kingdom?
Well, good morning here from Westminster, Abhishek. Look, this is a good day for global Britain and New India, and it matters because this is exactly what the United Kingdom voted for in the Brexit referendum, to take back control of our economic policy, of our foreign policy, of our trade policy. And this is a big Brexit win for the UK. And this is all made possible through the hard work that began under Prime Minister Boris Johnson, under the Roadmap 2030, a real strategic, comprehensive agreement. This free trade agreement is not the end of the road. This is the beginning of a long journey towards bringing our two great nations, our two great civilizational nations, far closer together. And of course, the Indo-Pacific plays a big part in it to keep it free and open. I look at India, New India, as the frontier of freedom, taking on the Chinese communists. And of course, if you look at it, between the border of the United Kingdom, other than Israel in between, India is the only democracy, the only free democracy. So between the world's biggest, greatest democracy, the billion ballot democracy, and the world's oldest democracy, this is a coming together of not just a shared heritage and shared history, but also a shared future that is rooted in shared values. You know, the whole idea of belief in democracy, in freedom, in the rule of law, in the whole idea of pluralism. So it's a natural match, and it's a real blueprint, I would argue. It's a template for the EU to finally get its trade deal done with India, and dare I say, even for the US.
Oh, you make a very valid point, Aman, there, because remember, this comes in the midst of talks that are going on between India and the United States, and the tariff war that has been unleashed by President Trump. I believe this is going to be a template for the rest of the world, and that's why Prime Minister Modi traveling there and signing the agreement there for the world to see. Stay with us, Aman. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, while he was making that address, raised concerns over the Khalistani extremists and other offenders or fugitives of law who are there in the United Kingdom. He said, in the presence of Prime Minister of the UK, Keir Starmer, that both the nations are cooperating on the issue of economic offenders as well. Aman, coming back to this conversation we were having. All right, Aman, I'm just coming to you. Let's listen to what the Prime Minister exactly said, his words, and then we have this, we take this forward.
कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में दोहरे मापदंडों का कोई स्थान नहीं है। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा वाली शक्तियों को डेमोक्रेटिक फ्रीडम का दुरुपयोग नहीं करने दिया जा सकता। Those who misuse democratic freedoms to undermine democracy itself must be held account. इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंडर्स के प्रत्यार्पण के विषय पर भी हमारी एजेंसी सहयोग और समन्वय से काम करती रहेगी.
All right, geopolitical expert Saurabh Shukla has also joined us in this conversation. But before I go to Saurabh, Aman, a quick question. This comment of Prime Minister that we are going to discuss the economic offenders and that nobody should be misusing democratic arrangement, he was obviously alluding to the Khalistani ecosystem in the United Kingdom. The delegation level talks are happening now as we speak. Aman, you think that these two issues are going to be two important ones when the two sides talk?
Well, look, Abhishek, sectarian extremism in the UK domestically is a huge issue right now. Ever since the 7th October attacks in Israel, we've seen day in, day out, week in, week out, sectarian marches happening up and down the country, anti-Semitism rearing its ugly head again, Islamist extremism rearing its ugly head. And you know what? It's a real domestic issue and not just a geopolitical one. I've long argued that our sectarian domestic
We lost the line there with Aman. He's, of course, live from outside Westminster in London. And we'll connect in a bit. But let me go to Saurabh now, our contributing, in fact, consulting editor on geopolitics and geoeconomics. Saurabh, do you see messaging from London to Washington, D.C. in these pictures? So you think the Trump administration would be taking note of India's confidence in negotiating these kind of trade deals?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Not only Trump administration, I would say this is a message to the world. A message to the world that India has concluded a landmark trade deal, and that's the reason why I call it a strategic deal. Not only does this deal make sure that the trade benefits will accrue, it will also make sure there are strategic benefits. UK is a permanent member of the UN Security Council, plays a key role in global affairs, and India and the UK coming together sends a message to every country in the world on India's growing diplomatic prowess under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership. So that's clear messaging there. Second thing, certainly, it creates an impetus for some of the other trade deals that India is negotiating. Certainly, India and the US, I can tell you, are in the final stages of their trade deal. And certainly, it puts a bit of a pressure on the negotiators because there is a sense of internal competition, if you may say, because they want to conclude the trade deal as well. And India certainly has made it very clear that India will do these deals at its own terms. Prime Minister today clearly is talking about India's security concerns on certain groups, whether in the UK or on other parts of the world, posing threat to India's national security, is also a clear messaging that India will continue to defend its national interests. While it will continue to partner with these countries, the national interests of India will stay supreme. And there is a clear message, also the message on economic fugitives, so that no country is safe for these economic fugitives, and India will bring back every economic fugitive who's running from law. And if you've seen in the past, there are a lot of countries who've extradited these, criminals to India, and you will see more coming back to India, and they cannot take safe refuge in any country. Abhishek.
All right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for joining us. So we'll keep coming back to you. Also, thank you so much, Aman Bogle there joining us from London. We'll come back to this story, but for now, breaking news development coming in from the Supreme Court, where hearing on the Udaipur files row has now been slotted for tomorrow. The SC bench said that the matter will be heard for about 15 minutes tomorrow. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal appeared for the Jamiat-e-Ulema-e-Hind and senior advocate Menaka Guruswamy appeared for the accused Mohammad Javed. Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia appeared for the producers of the film. Let's go to Shambhavi. She's going to join us live from outside the Supreme Court, as also Aditya. But essentially, a final hearing to take place before the Supreme Court gives its mind. Remember, in the last hearing, we had the government come back with a suggestion of 6 cuts or changes in the movie, after which it could be released. But now we hear that the Jamiat-e-Ulema-e-Hind is not ready to accept that also. So the Supreme Court is going to adjudicate on this fresh plea of the Jamiyat. Shambhavi is now live with us from outside the Supreme Court. Shambhavi, what remains of the hearing in the Supreme Court? We get an impression that we're given to believe rather that the Jamiyat has come back with a fresh petition that they are not going to accept the 6 changes or they are not going to accept the movie, including with the 6 changes that have been suggested by the government. So how things are stacked up in the court before the hearing?
Well, in the objections that was filed from the Jamiyat ends after the government committee's 6 cuts, it was very clearly mentioned they were not satisfied with the cuts made. They said that the cuts were they were cosmetic, and they did not actually consider the main problem, the main issues that were raised by the Jamiyat. And they pointed out various things with the constitution of the committee itself, which was a huge issue today, because they said that in the constitution of the government committee that was responsible for hearing both the parties, that was the screening committee, they said that the constitution of the committee was faulty in its own self. Why? Because there were members from CBFC, and CBFC have political nominees, they have political ties, they have political inclinations. So that did not help to have a non-biased hearing. Apart from this, they also said that in the committee, because the committee should be neutral for them to decide, for them to actually suggest cuts. That is why the cuts that they made were very cosmetic in nature. They did not actually consider. So tomorrow, what we can expect is the Supreme Court has definitely given the petitioner the liberty to move to the High Court if they want with a fresh petition. And what the Supreme Court is going to hear, they very clearly stated today that from tomorrow they are going to hear the case for 10 to 15 minutes. And in that 10 to 15 minutes, they're going to decide that whether the stay on the movie should continue till the petitioner goes to the High Court with a fresh petition, because they are not ready to accept the 6 cuts. Back to you.
All right, so the final hearing in the Udaipur files row to take place tomorrow in the Supreme Court. The Jamiyat has objected to the suggestions coming in from the government, and that's what the top court would look into before pronouncing its verdict. Thank you so much, Shambhavi, for joining us with those details from outside the Supreme Court. Moving on, we are getting a breaking news development, which is that the Asia Cup 2025 is to be held in Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. The event would be played between September 5 and September 21. And according to reports, the BCCI would be sending their team for the event. However, the BCCI and the ICC and the ACC are yet to make an official statement on this. And that is awaited now. A total of 8 teams are all set to participate, which includes India and Pakistan, apart from, of course, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Oman, UAE, and Hong Kong, which means that this move to shift the cup to UAE takes care of the India-Pakistan fixture, which is not cancelled, but is now going to take place at a neutral venue. And we'll try and connect with our reporter, sports correspondent on this. So these are 2 different sports. Okay, we'll come back to that in a bit once we get our reporter live. Moving on for now, and to big development coming in from the corporate sector after the Enforcement Directorate heat on the Anil Ambani Group. Reliance Infrastructure Limited and Reliance Power issued first statement, and which says that there is no impact on Reliance Infra, its business operations, financial performance, shareholders, employees, or any other stakeholders. However, in the stock market, the share of Reliance Infrastructure dropped by almost 5%. The embattled Anil Dhirubhai Ambani Group, which was seen to be coming out of the woods of late, facing another round of action from agencies. And in fact, if you look at what has happened over the last few hours. The Enforcement Directorate has carried out multiple raids in connection with some corporate actions of the group, and which includes about 50 places at 35 locations across the country, and people associated with the Reliance Anil Ambani group facing this action. Over 35 premises, in fact, 50 companies and over 25 persons covered in today's search operations that are carried out under Section 17 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act by the Enforcement Directorate. Meenakshi, in fact, joins us live from Mumbai for more on this. Okay, Meenakshi, there is a statement that has already come in from the Reliance Infra Group that they are not affected, but obviously some group companies are affected, and that's why the market's reacting on the Reliance Infra stock also. But this is about the larger group companies. Okay, I'll come to you, Meenakshi, in a bit. In fact, we go back to London, from where we are getting fresh pictures of the delegation level talks that are to happen between the two sides. Before that, the two leaders in a private confabulation now, one-on-one. They have already had one earlier.
एक नए विश्व के निर्माण में बहुत बड़ा योगदान देंगे। 21वीं सदी की टेक्नोलॉजी नित्य नूतन इनोवेशन की अपेक्षा करती है। जब यूके और भारत के स्किल्ड युवा, उनका दिमाग, उनका हुनर जुड़ जाता है, तो विश्व के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी विकास की गारंटी प्रोवाइड करता है। इससे रोजगार बढ़ेगा, एक प्रकार से स्किल मोबिलिटी को बल मिलेगा, और मैं समझता हूं कि विजन 2035 उसको हमारी जो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप है, उसको नई गति मिलेगी, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंस, मैं फिर एक बार आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस शानदार शुरुआत में भारत और यूके की एक भागीदारी को मजबूती देने में आपकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मैं आपका बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं।
All right, those are opening statements before the delegation level talks. So we heard Prime Minister there commending the role played by the government of Keir Starmer in shepherding this deal from the British side, as the two have announced just a while back the India-UK free trade agreement, the signing ceremony of which happened at the Chequers House an hour back. And after this, there would be delegation level talks, following which Prime Minister meets King Charles III, and then, of course, emplanes for his return journey via Maldives, where he's the state guest tomorrow on the National Day celebration of the archipelago. All right, we are, in fact, let's cut back again to what the Prime Minister is saying.
बार मिलने का मौका मिला है, ये अपने आप में मैं इसे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूं। और यूके और भारत, हम एक प्रकार से नेचुरल पार्टनर हैं। आज हमारे संबंधों का एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज हम दोनों देश मिलकर के पारस्परिक लाभकारी एफटीए और डबल कंट्रीब्यूशन कन्वेंशन इसको संपन्न करने जा रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में भारत और यूके भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एक बहुत मजबूत रास्ता तैयार कर रहा है। व्यापार और उद्योग के क्षेत्र में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ रहा है। हमारे किसान, हमारे एमएसएमई, हमारे युवा, मैं समझता हूं उनके लिए अनेक नए अवसर पैदा हुए। इतना ही नहीं, 21वीं सदी ये टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सदी है। ऐसे में भारत और यूके के युवा, उसमें भी स्किल्ड युवा, ये मिलकर के एक नए विश्व के निर्माण में बहुत बड़ा योगदान देंगे। 21वीं सदी की टेक्नोलॉजी नित्य नूतन इनोवेशन की अपेक्षा करती है। जब यूके और भारत के स्किल्ड युवा, उनका दिमाग, उनका हुनर जुड़ जाता है तो विश्व के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी विकास की गारंटी प्रोवाइड करता है। इससे रोजगार बढ़ेगा, एक प्रकार से स्किल मोबिलिटी को बल मिलेगा और मैं समझता हूं कि विजन 2035 उसको हमारी जो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप है उसको नई गति मिलेगी, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंस, मैं फिर एक बार आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस शानदार शुरुआत में भारत और यूके की एक भागीदारी को मजबूती देने में आपकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। मैं आपका बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं।
That was Prime Minister Modi sharing more details from the trade deal that has been signed between India and the United Kingdom. Prime Minister thanking Keir Starmer for shepherding from the British side the tough negotiations that went on for 3 years and more. Prime Minister specifically mentioned how the trade deal is going to benefit the youth of the country and the farming sector, given the kind of lowering of tariffs for Indian goods and services that has happened vis-a-vis the British economy. On that note, we slip into a short break, but come back on the other side with more on the India-UK Free Trade Agreement.
मैं तनु क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Get up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow, July 25, for the flagship Republic AI Pre-Summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters. So we bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's the perfect build-up to the mega Republic AI Summit later this year, and it all begins here.
And we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister.
India-UK signed the landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails the FTA, calls it major win for Britain.
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है.
Prime Minister underscores the hard work that went into the FTA, calls it a historic day for both the nations. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No re-arrest to be done. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance Infra issues first statement says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Biggest political scoop since Dunker's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed for his name for the next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in fan murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand for the last 2 days. A Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region. Burning fuselage of the plane spotted. Welcome back, friends. The Enforcement Directorate today conducted raids at businessman Anil Ambani's residence in Mumbai. A preliminary investigation revealed illegal loan diversion of around rupees 3,000 crores from Yes Bank, according to ED sources. The agency also found that just before the loan was granted, the Yes Bank promoters received money in their concerns. After the ED heat, Reliance Infrastructure and Reliance Power issued statements which said no impact on their corporations, its business operations or financial performance, shareholders or employees. Notably, the statement also mentions that Anil Ambani is not on the board of the company. In the midst of this, shares of Reliance Infra hit the lower circuit in trade during the day, dropped by almost 5% at close. We have Meenakshi now joining us live from Mumbai for more on this. Meenakshi, are the raids or the search operations of the Enforcement Directorate still continuing? If they are over, do we have an update from the agency on how long this investigation would go on?
Well, Abhishek, it's almost 5 hours have passed, but ED is still conducting search operation in 35 locations, which one of the main location is in this South Mumbai's Reliance main office is Reliance Center. You know, it's situated in Ballard Estate, and I am outside in this Reliance Center. We know that 50 companies are involved in this investigation and all are under ED radar. We are now Reliance Center, which is the main office and big office of Reliance Communication. And 4 ED officials entered and started their search operation at 10 to 10:30 a.m. we got to know that, and it's a two-storied building. Now staffs are inside in the premises. All staffs are inside in the building, and security already locked the building. You can see the visuals from live visuals I'm showing you. Security has come and locked the whole building, the main gate of this Reliance Center, and it's a two-storied building where staffs are inside, and 4 ED officials and more are inside in this premises. And 5 hours they are conducting search operation. Nobody allowed to enter and exit from these premises, and it's a big office. You know, it's a South Mumbai's big office of Reliance Communication. It's a Reliance Center.
Right. Thank you so much, Meenakshi, with those updates. So clearly the ED is still continuing with its search operations at Anil Ambani Group companies. Though, of course, in a statement, they have clarified that Anil Ambani himself is not on the board of these corporates or corporate bodies under his scanner. Moving on for now. And to the breaking news development on cricket. The BCCI is all set to host Asia Cup in the UAE in the month of September. Discussions about the tournament were held in today's Asian Cricket Council meeting. India and Pakistan are likely to be in the same group for the Asia Cup, and BCCI has agreed to host the T20 tournament at a neutral venue because obviously neither India is comfortable inviting Pakistan to play in India, and the Pakistanis also did not want. So that's why instead of India hosting Asia Cup in India, it's going to be hosted in the UAE. Not the first time that this is happening, but BCCI clearly coming to an understanding at the Asia Cricket Council meeting. So the India-Pakistan clash is all set to take place, but at a neutral venue, Dubai or Sharjah or Abu Dhabi, but not in India. We'll try and connect with our reporter, a sports team from the digital desk, or someone from the sports world to help us understand how this understanding was reached. Or is it that the BCCI gave in to the Pakistani pressure and agreed for a neutral venue, or is it that this was anyway part of the plan to make sure that the larger tournament is not disturbed and it goes on? We have earlier, India has always refused to play in Pakistan for a good decade and more, and the practice perhaps now making Pakistan move in the same direction. Moving on for now. All right, let's look at some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami.
1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has ordered an SIT inquiry into this scam in the National Scholarship of Minority Students. Dhami said it has been found that the scholarship of the students has been withdrawn wrongly, and even institutions like Saraswati Vidya Mandir have been shown under minority. Delhi's Rouse Avenue court lists the Enforcement Directorate's complaint on the point of issuance of a notice to businessman Robert Vadra and other accused persons in a money laundering case. This case is linked to the land deal in Gurugram's Shikorpur village. The opposition has upped the ante against the EC's electoral roll revision exercise in Bihar. CPI General Secretary D. Raja slammed the EC's move, saying that the exercise of electoral rolls in Bihar has created immense problems and difficulties for the common people, including poor, Dalits, Adivasis and migrant labour. So this even as 99% of those eligible have already registered or re-registered with the Election Commission. All right, moving on. The Bombay High Court judgment on 7/11 serial bomb blast case that acquitted 12 accused. In the case, The accused, however, won't be rearrested. The Supreme Court essentially staying that verdict of the Bombay High Court. Today, in the hearing at the apex court of the country, Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, appearing for the state of Maharashtra, told the bench that he was not seeking an order to direct the accused persons to surrender, only requesting a stay of the judgment, given larger implications of some observations made by the High Court bench on the larger MCOCA cases. Remember, the Bombay High Court had acquitted all the accused and delivered a scathing indictment of the Mumbai Police's anti-terrorism squad, remarking that it had created a false appearance of having solved a case. We in fact have a soundbite of Rajya Sabha MP and former prosecutor Ujjwal Nikam on this. Let's listen to him.
इसके बारे में मेरिट पे मैं आज कुछ बात नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन बड़ी ये चौंकाने वाली बात है कि जिस सेशन कोर्ट ने 5 अभियुक्तों को फांसी की सजा दी थी, 7 अभियुक्तों को आजीवन कारावास की सजा दी थी, वो सभी सबूत मुंबई हाई कोर्ट ने ठुकरा दिए हैं। इसका मतलब कुछ तो कमियां थी क्या नहीं, इसका संशोधन राज्य सरकार जरूर करेगी, लेकिन राज्य सरकार की अपील जो थी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, वो एडमिट होने के कारण इस फैसले को रोक लगाई गई है। इसलिए इसके मेरिट के बारे में बात करना गलत है, लेकिन जरूर मुझे उम्मीद है कि जो आज रेल ब्लास्ट में जिन लोगों की जान चली गई, उन्हें बहुत दुख होना बिल्कुल स्वाभाविक है, लेकिन आगे चल के देखते हैं कि क्या होता है।
देखिए, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने 2006 में जो बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट, ट्रेन ब्लास्ट हुए थे बॉम्बे में, उसमें जो 11 आरोपी थे उनकी निर्दोष मुक्तता की थी, उनको टोटली बाइज्जत बरी किया था। तो वो जजमेंट के खिलाफ इमीडिएटली महाराष्ट्र सरकार सुप्रीम कोर्ट आई, उन्होंने अर्जेंट लिस्टिंग की मांग की। परसों जस्टिस गवई ने इसकी अर्जेंट लिस्टिंग की मांग मान्य की और आज वो मैटर जस्टिस सुंदरेश इनके सामने था। इसमें राज्य सरकार, महाराष्ट्र सरकार को सफलता मिली है। इस आदेश को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्थगित किया है। ये क्यों स्थगित किया है? महाराष्ट्र सरकार का कहना था ये आदेश दूसरे MCOCA आरोपी और कथित आतंकवादी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि जो 11 लोग अब बाहर है जेल से, वो बाहर ही रहेंगे, उनको नोटिस इश्यू की जाएगी, उनका रिप्लाई, रिजॉइंडर वगैरह सब होगा और बाद में सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसमें एक तो बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का जो डिसीजन है वो अपहोल्ड कर सकती है या फिर उसको पलटा सकती है। लेकिन अभी की इम्पोर्टेंट खबर यही है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को स्थगिति मिली है। लार्जर पिक्चर देखते हुए ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। हालांकि वो 11 लोग बाहर रहेंगे, वो मुद्दा इतना बड़ा नहीं है, लेकिन दूसरे आरोपी इसका इस्तेमाल ना करे इस जजमेंट का, इसलिए ये स्थगिति मिलना बहुत जरूरी था। और महाराष्ट्र सरकार को बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट ने जो ट्रेन ब्लास्ट में जो डिसीजन दिया था अभी कुछ दिन पहले, उसके ऊपर स्थगिति मिली है।
बीजेपी से और केंद्र सरकार से पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि कल अगर मालेगांव ब्लास्ट में और महाराष्ट्र सरकार से मालेगांव ब्लास्ट में अगर कल वो भी रिजर्व फॉर जजमेंट है, मिसाल के तौर पर मान लिया जाए, जो नहीं होना चाहिए, अगर कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा कि वो एक्यूज एक्विट हो गए तो अपील करेंगे आप। दूसरी बात ये कि मक्का मस्जिद में ब्लास्ट हुआ था 2008 में, उसमें 8-10 लोगों की मौत हुई, अपील ही नहीं की उसमें। क्यों नहीं की अपील? आप ही की सरकार थी ना, बीजेपी से आपने अपील नहीं की। तीसरा, अजमेर ब्लास्ट का आप अपील नहीं करते। तो ये जो पॉलिसी है, टेररिज्म को रोकना चाहिए, टेररिज्म को खत्म करना चाहिए, मगर अगर सरकार अगर एक्यूज का रिलीजन देखकर अगर अपील करेगी तो फिर ये टेररिज्म से फाइट तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज है आपकी, ये हम बोलना चाह रहे हैं।
Some political reactions there. In fact, Republic caught up with Prabhakar Mishra, one of the victims of the 7/11 local train bomb blasts in Mumbai. Let's listen to what's going on in his mind.
ये तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट अगर फिर से जांच करके जो अपराधी हैं उनको पकड़ सके, क्योंकि जो अपराधी हैं तो घूम ही रहे थे, क्योंकि उनके अनुसार ये गलत लोगों को पकड़ा गया, ये निरपराध साबित हुए, तो जो अपराधी हैं वो भी घूम रहे हैं, ये भी छूट गए। वो भी उन्होंने किया था, करते ही रहे हैं, करेंगे भी। अगर वो जब तक पकड़े नहीं गए तब तक सही न्याय नहीं मिलेगा, और जैसा ये तंत्र चलता रहा है चलता रहेगा।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो स्टे दिया उससे खुश हैं?
हाँ, उससे खुश हूँ, बट एट द सेम टाइम उससे सही न्याय की उम्मीद करता हूँ।
बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने जब फैसला दिया था तो कहीं न कहीं बड़ा झटका लगा था आप लोग को, क्योंकि आप लोग विक्टिम हैं।
बिल्कुल झटका लगा था, इसलिए कि जो उतना ही झटका लगा था, उतना ही तकलीफ़ हुआ था जितना 11 जुलाई 2006 को बम ब्लास्ट से हुआ था। उससे तमाम समस्याएं आई, अर्निंग इफ़ेक्ट हुई, हमारी कमाई कम हो गई, घर का खर्चा चलाना मुश्किल हो गया था, और अभी उसका आज तक ही भुगतान है। मेरा राइट ईयर ही 80 to 90% ठीक हो पाया, लेफ़्ट ईयर से अभी भी समस्या है बोलने की। अभी भी चलता रहता हूँ, अगर पीछे से कोई आवाज़ आई, चाहे रिक्शा हो चाहे टैक्सी हो, मैं सुन नहीं पाता, बाद में उलाहना सुनना पड़ता है। बहरे हो क्या, सुनाई नहीं पड़ता क्या? किसको मैं बार बार एक्सप्लेन करूँगी ये सब बात? इसलिए इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए फिर से उचित जांच करें, उचित न्याय की उम्मीद करता हूँ।
एक उम्मीद फिर से जागी है?
बिल्कुल एक उम्मीद जागी है, इसीलिए हाई कोर्ट से फैसला उड़ गया, लेकिन ये भी कोर्ट थी, लोअर कोर्ट या मकोका कोर्ट, जिस किसी ने किया था, उम्मीद जगी थी अच्छे लोग, ये अपराधी लोग पकड़े गए, इनको सज़ा मिलेगी तो थोड़ा सा दिल को सुकून महसूस होगा, जिन्होंने जैसा किया पाया। लेकिन हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट से फिर से वही की वही हालात पैदा कर दी।
क्या मांग करेंगे आप?
बताया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से यही मांग करूंगा, उचित जांच, सही अपराधी को पकड़ो अगर नहीं पकड़े गए हैं तो। और क्या मांग करेंगे हम? तो मांग अब क्या कर सकते हैं? जो हमारा नुकसान हुआ वो तो कोर्ट से मांग नहीं कर सकते, वो कोई दे सकता है, कोई एजेंसी देवे तो अच्छी बात है।
दूसरा कि जब बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का फैसला आया तो ये सवाल मन में आया होगा कि आखिर ब्लास्ट किसने किया?
यही तो आया, यही तो बता, अगर इसने नहीं किया तो किसी ने ज़रूर, इन्होंने नहीं किया तो किसने किया? वह क्यों नहीं पकड़ा गया? अगर ये गलत लोगों को पकड़ा गया किसी भी कारण से और फिर से उनको निरपराध साबित कर दिया गया।
All right, the Supreme Court there with stay on the Bombay High Court verdict acquitting 11 accused in the 7/11 Mumbai train blast case, giving a ray of hope to the victim families and the victims themselves that maybe they would still get justice and the court would find who were the actual culprits. Moving on, we slipped a short break, and coming up on the other side of this quick one, biggest political scoop since Dunkar's exit, sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed for his candidature as vice president. And the top court reserves order in actor Darshan farm murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
begins biggest crackdown on Anil Ambani. 50 companies, 35 premises, 25 people raided by ED. ED lends on rupees 14,000 crore alleged loan fraud. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI pre-summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit. And I look forward to seeing you there.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI pre-summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे। हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉवल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello, welcome you watching live and breaking at 5 p.m. with me, Shavansan. Our total focus tonight on business tycoon Anil Ambani, who's now under the lens of the Enforcement Directorate. In a short while from now, we're going to get you more details of the probe that is basically underway. All this and much more. Up first, these are the headlines we're tracking at this hour. India-UK sign the landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails FTA deal with India, calls it major win for Britain.
कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है.
Prime Minister hails free trade deal with UK, calls it historic day for both nations. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on the acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blasts. No re-arrest to be done. After ED heater on Anil Ambani Reliance infrastructure issues, first statement says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Biggest political scoop since Dankar's exit, sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for the next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in Sofa murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand 2 days ago. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. Gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact and what's next for India. Join us tomorrow on 25th of July for a flagship Republic AI pre-summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters. We bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's the perfect build-up to the mega Republic AI Summit. And to top it all, it begins all here. In fact, we're starting with the latest, which is now coming in from London, where the free trade agreement was signed between both of the nations. Now, these are the latest pictures coming in of UK Prime Minister and Prime Minister Narendra Modi We're going to take you through the latest details with regards to the free trade agreement that has been signed. That's the highlight of the Prime Minister's visit right now. Both the leaders sharing a cup of chai. What you see right now on your screens, these are the latest images. We'll also try and go across to our reporters on the ground, getting us the latest details with regards to the developments that have taken place. In fact, as the Prime Minister's visit to UK comes in, this is the first visit of the Prime Minister after Keir Starmer became the Prime Minister of Britain. In fact, right now on your screens, these are the latest images now coming in from London, where a business meet is basically underway. Certain demonstrations essentially being made right now before the Prime Minister of both the nations. It appears that UK business houses have also been invited at 10 Downing Street, where the meeting has taken place between the Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Keir Starmer. On your screens right now, these are business conglomerates who have now been called in for the meeting with the leaders of both the nations. Also, the highlights essentially taking place right now on your screens of several companies, Indian as well as Britain companies, making a display of their products. Earlier today, the Enforcement Directorate carried out raids at multiple locations, 35 locations where these searches have been carried out. They are now linked to Anil Ambani's group of companies. We've got more details of the probe that is underway. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate is also looking at a loan diversion of 10,000 crore rupees. This is what top sources of Enforcement Directorate have now confirmed, that they are essentially looking at how Reliance Mutual Fund had invested 2,850 crore rupees in bonds of Yes Bank for suspected quid pro quo. Now, these bonds were eventually written down, money that was siphoned off. This was the money of public, the mutual fund investors. In fact, CBI is also investigating the issue. Can we just go back to the breaking plates now with regards to what we have essentially found so far? Of the big details, Reliance Mutual Fund invested 2,850 crore rupees in Yes Bank bonds. That's breaking number one. Breaking number two now coming in is suspected quid pro quo as bonds were written down. In fact, this is what we are given to understand that the Enforcement Directorate is also looking at. Now, there is also a curious case of another third-party company where 10,000 crore rupees, and this is a scam of 10,000 crore rupees that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. This is with regards to Reliance Infrastructure, which the ED says that had diverted large sum of money that was disguised as ICDs to group companies of Reliance Anil Ambani group of companies through a C company, an undisclosed related party company, which essentially means this is an unregistered company to begin with. Reliance Infrastructure, in fact, did not disclose which this company is as its related party. Now, this was in order to avoid proper approval from the shareholder and audit committee. It has also hidden, presumably to circumvent checks and balances imposed on related party transaction as per the laws. The details that we have also got is that about 5,480 crore rupees loan, of which only 4 crore rupees was received in cash. Can we have those details on the screens right now of the 4 crore rupees that was settled as cash, and remaining 6,499 crore rupees has been settled in the form of assignment, transfer of assets, economic rights, mainly in certain discoms. These discoms essentially does not have any business which are operational. So we're looking at a 10,000 crore rupees scam. Fresh probe details coming in, ED probing another 10,000 crore rupees scam linked to Anil Ambani's company, Reliance Infrastructure. In fact, earlier today, Pranav, Reliance Infrastructure said that perhaps Anil Ambani has not been a part of the board, and the fact that it does not have any impact as far as the financials are concerned. My sources within the Enforcement Directorate are now indicating that this is not just limited to the Canara Bank loan or the Yes Bank loan. They're also looking at a 10,000 crore rupees scam that they believe was essentially written off.
Well, absolutely, Shawan. In fact, SBI, I mean, just few days ago, we had SBI, which labeled Anil Ambani as fraudsters. So we are necessarily looking at a number of banks. And as the ED rightly said, that this seems to have been a model of systematically siphoning off money. So these are the allegations that the Enforcement Directorate, and it's reflecting in the numbers on the D Street today, shares of Reliance Infra as well as Reliance Power fell by 5%, and trading was in fact halted because they, touched the lower circuit. So yes, investors I think are not hidden from any of the inside details. So company has denied that, the company has said that Anil Ambani is not on the board of Reliance Power and Reliance Infra, but then the fall in the shares indicates something else.
Pranav, with regards to Reliance now essentially maintaining that Anil Ambani was not part of the board, is that the case? Because the probe is also looking at a period between 2017 and 2019. Was Anil Ambani a part of the board at that point in time?
That time, in fact, the company has in its statement said that this case pertains to 10-year-old. It's a 10-year-old case which necessarily relates to Reliance Communication and Reliance Home Finance Limited, during which period he was on the boards.
Well, let me also quickly go across to my colleague Meenakshi. Pranav, stay with us as we're getting more details, fresh details, only channel with minute-to-minute update of the probe that is being carried out. And remember, 50 companies are now under the scanner. Meenakshi, you're outside Reliance in Mumbai. Are there any details that you're picking up in terms of how the company is basically responding to the searches that are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate?
Well, Shawan, it almost 7 hours have passed, but ED officials still is conducting search operation in Reliance Center. All staffs are inside, and nobody allowed to go inside and exit from this office building. Let me show you the pictures, live picture we are showing here. All officials, ED officials, 4 officials, we got to know that inside in this building now, and all staffs of Reliance Industries, they are also inside in the building, and we are showing live visuals. ED officials are inside, and security in charge has locked the main gate of Reliance Industries, this office which is situated in Mumbai South Fort area and Balad Estate. This is the big office, 2-storied building. Officials are inside in the building, and we got to know that ED officials has entered this office with some boxes, and they have some documents, and they are checking it again and again, but no confirmation when they will come outside from this building. But they are inside, and still searching operation is going on. Live updates from outside Reliance Center now, Shawan.
Thank you very much, Meenakshi, for getting us the latest details. A quick recap of what we know so far. This morning, Anil Ambani's linked companies came under the lens of the Enforcement Directorate. This after 2 FIRs were first registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation with regards to loans allegedly received from Yes Bank. The Enforcement Directorate thereafter did actually take cognizance of the FIR and registered an ECIR, which is an equivalent of an FIR that has been registered, in which they've essentially stated that the preliminary investigation suggests that Yes Bank had given loan of roughly about 3,000 crore rupees in exchange of bribes that were allegedly received by their officials. In fact, it turns out that the loan money was also written off. A quick recap of what we know so far. Pranav, in terms of the details that we have had from the Enforcement Directorate through the day, can you help our viewers understand as to what exactly is the Enforcement Directorate really looking at?
Well, the Enforcement Directorate today issued a statement. I mean, we had some inputs coming in that one of the things they were looking at is the Reliance Communications alleged loan fraud of over rupees 14,000 crores. The ED has specifically mentioned that it was a well-planned and thought-after scheme to divert, siphon off public money by cheating banks, shareholders, investors, and public institutions. So what it is necessarily, in fact, another case that was mentioned was the Canara Bank, wherein 1,050 crore have been involved. So it's necessarily looking at a modus operandi. If you remember, in 2024, SEBI had also banned Anil Ambani from the capital markets. So there's a larger scheme of things that the investigators are looking at.
Well, thank you very much, Pranav, for getting us the latest details. Getting at some more breaking news right now. Sources within the Election Commission of India have now confirmed that the preparations over the special intensive revision in West Bengal is expected to begin soon. EC sources have told our reporters that the process is going to happen all across India, but will begin from the poll-bound states. Let me also go across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us from outside the Election Commission office in the national capital, getting us the latest details. Gopi, you're getting in information about the SIR to take place in West Bengal. Why is it that all of this special intensive revision that is being done, they're only from poll-bound states? Is there any rationale that has been given by the Election Commission?
Well, in fact, see, as per the provision and as per the constitutional amendment and the Representation of People's Act of 1951, ECI always has got this provision to do this special intensive revision. Now, this has begun from Bihar. What we have understood from our sources at ECI is, as you've correctly mentioned, that it is going to happen all across India, but it is going to begin from poll-bound states, which includes Tamil Nadu as well as West Bengal. Now, to tell our viewers that on July 21st, it was Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, while she was addressing in one of the rallies in West Bengal, she had said that she won't be allowing ECI to enter West Bengal for SIR. And in fact, she had threatened the ECI that, rallies and protests will happen all across Bengal from July 27th if SIR if at all ECI takes decision to, perform and exercise SIR in the state of West Bengal. But what we are learning from our sources is this is merely to check the bogus and duplicate voters in particular states wherever the exercise is happening, and it is going to happen all across India. While previously as well, it has happened 9 times, and why were no questions raised back then, and why it is happening now? To tell our viewers that counter affidavit has been filed in the Supreme Court by the Election Commission of India, and Supreme Court is also going to hear this matter on July 28th. Specifically to Bihar SIR. Back to you.
In fact, you're essentially indicating that the process is going to begin in West Bengal, and this is part of the constitutional provisions. Remember, this has now become the biggest bone of contention, with opposition parties saying that this is going to impede the election process. In fact, a hint was given by Tejasvi Yadav in Bihar, saying that this is an attempt to throttle this entire system, and in fact there is a hint that came in that they might also boycott the elections. Having said that, sources now indicating that the SIR that has been conducted in the state of Bihar, the process has been completed and it's almost on the verge of completion, and they've been able to carry out the exercise to keep in mind that the genuine voters in the state of Bihar get the opportunity to exercise their rights. Sources now confirming that it's going to happen in West Bengal also. Meanwhile, on 16th of July, the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had warned the Election Commission of India over the voter roll revision, and this is what she had said: will oppose tooth and nail if the Election Commission calls for an electoral roll revision in Bengal. Listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
हम इलेक्शन कमीशन को चेयर को रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, लेकिन जैसे बिहार में 40 लाखों का ज्यादा आदमी को नाम निकाल दिया और बंगाल में भी करने वाला है, अगर करेगा तो घेराव कर्मसूची करेंगे, पूरा घेराव होगा, पूरा आंदोलन होगा। हम नाम काटने नहीं देंगे, हम नाम डालने नहीं देंगे डिटेंशन कैंप में। हम इलेक्शन कमीशन को चेयर को रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, लेकिन जैसे बिहार में 40 लाखों का ज्यादा आदमी को नाम निकाल दिया और बंगाल में भी करने वाला है, अगर करेगा तो घेराव कर्मसूची करेंगे, पूरा घेराव होगा, पूरा आंदोलन होगा। हम नाम काटने नहीं देंगे, हम नाम डालने नहीं देंगे डिटेंशन कैंप में।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has ordered an SIT inquiry into the scam in the National Scholarship of Minority Students. Chief Minister Dhami said it has been found that the scholarship of the students has been withdrawn wrongly, and even institutions like the Saraswati Vidya Mandir have been shown under minority category. Delhi's Rao's Ivory Court lists the Enforcement Directorate's complaint on the point of issuance of a notice to Robert Vadra and other accused persons in a money laundering case. The case is linked to a land deal in Gurugram's Shikhopur village. The opposition ups the ante against EC's SIR exercise. CPI General Secretary D. Raja slammed Election Commission's move, saying that the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in Bihar has created immense problems and difficulties for the common people, including poor Dalits, Adivasis and migrant labourers. A major breakthrough for the security forces and government over its anti-Maoist strategy. 25 Maoists have surrendered before the police and administration in Bijapur district. The most prominent among them is Ramanna Ishwar, alias Japli, alias Vinod, a top Maoist terrorist carrying a 25 lakh reward, and Orissa State Sub-Zonal Bureau Commander, active since 2002. Total, these surrendered Maoists carried a combined bounty of about 1.15 crore rupees. Now, this is part of the anti-Maoist operations that have been carried out. We'll try and also go across to Republic reporter. Before we go across to our reporter on the ground, this is what the IG of Bastar had to say.
छत्तीसगढ़ शासन एवं भारत सरकार की एक स्पष्ट मंशा है प्रतिबंधित एवं गैरकानूनी सीपी महोदय संगठन का खात्मा को बहुत जल्दी सुनिश्चित करते हुए संभाग के अंतर्गत समस्त इलाका में विकास कार्यों को गति देकर संपूर्ण बस्तर क्षेत्र का एक सकारात्मक पहचान दिलाने का उसी उद्देश्य से विगत समय में सुरक्षा बल द्वारा लगातार प्रभावी अभियान संचालित की जा रही थी, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप विगत 1.5 वर्षों में 450 से अधिक माओवादी कैडर के डेड बॉडी अलग अलग मुठभेड़ के पश्चात रिकवर की गए थे। सीनियर लेवल माओवादी कैडर से लेकर डिविजनल लेवल कमेटी, एरिया कमेटी और स्थानीय लेवल माओवादी कैडर सब संगठन छोड़कर काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में आत्मसमर्पण करके शासन के पुनर्वास पॉलिसी के लाभ उठाने के लिए सामने आ रहा है। उसी सिलसिला में आज दिनांक 24 जुलाई को बस्तर संभाग के अंतर्गत जिला बीजापुर में 25 माओवादी कैडर, जिला दंतेवाड़ा में 15, जिला सुकमा में 5, जिला नारायणपुर में 8, जिला कांकर में 13, इस प्रकार कुल 66 माओवादी कैडर ने आज हिंसा त्याग करके समाज के मुख्यधारा में आने के उद्देश्य से आत्मसमर्पण किया।
Joining us on this broadcast is Republic reporter Bharat, who's joining us from Bijapur. Bharat, बहुत बड़ी कार्रवाई की गई है और पिछले कई दिनों से हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार माओइस्ट जो है सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। इसके पीछे रणनीति क्या रहा है और सरकार का क्या कहना है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर?
देखिए, बिल्कुल समन, मैं आपको बता दूं, जिस तरीके से जो समर्पण कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं सुरक्षा बल की जो कार्रवाई है वो देखने को मिल रही है। देश के जो गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ने जो डेडलाइन तय किया है 31 मार्च 2026 तक माओवाद का समाप्त जो है वो कर देंगे, जिसके तर्ज पे लगातार जो है एंटी नक्सल ऑपरेशन जो है नक्सलियों के आधारशिल वाले इलाकों पे चलाया जा रहा है। इसका एक नतीजा कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से जो बड़े पद पे काबिज है SZPM यानी सब जोनल कमेटी ऑफ मेंबर जगदीश, जो कि 25 लाख का इनामी नक्सली, उससे जब रिपब्लिक भारत ने उससे बातचीत करने की कोशिश की तो उसने स्पष्ट कर दिया, जिस तरीके से फोर्स का दबाव देख रहे हैं, फोर्स की जो मूवमेंट है उस पूरे इलाके पे देखा जा रहा है। नक्सलियों की आधारशिल वाले इलाके यानी नक्सलियों के गढ़ में भी फोर्स अब जा रही है, जिस इलाके पे एक समय जाना पॉसिबल नहीं हुआ करता था। उनका ट्रेनिंग सेंटर हुआ करता था, उनका जो कैंपिंग जो होती है माओवादियों की उनकी हुआ करती थी, उस इलाके पे भी अब फोर्स पहुंच रही है। लगातार जो मूवमेंट है वो देखा जा रहा है, इनकाउंटर्स हो रहे हैं, मुठभेड़ हो रहे हैं, माओवादी को मारा जा रहा है। कई जो माओवादी हैं उनको पुलिस जवानों ने अब तक ढेर किया है। कहीं ना कहीं ये भी एक वजह माना जा रहा है जिसकी वजह से जो माओवादी हैं, बड़े कैडर के जो माओवादी हैं, वो समर्पण करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। 25 नक्सलियों ने आज बस्तर आईजी पी सुंदरराज के समक्ष आत्मसमर्पण किया है, लेकिन उसमें से एक नक्सली ऐसे हैं जो बड़े पद पे काबिज है, जो कि बड़े नक्सली कहा जा रहे हैं, SZPM यानी सब जोनल कमेटी ऑफ मेंबर। तो बड़े पद पे काबिज है, 25 लाख का नक्सली है वो। ऐसे में उसका नाम जगदीश बताया जा रहा है, जो धर्मापुर का रहने वाला है, बीजापुर जिले के अंतर्गत उसरू ब्लॉक के अंतर्गत बासागुड़ा थाना क्षेत्र का के अंतर्गत वो रहने वाला निवासी है। ऐसे में वहां से निकल के इतने बड़े पद पर पहुंचना वाकई असंभव जैसे जो चीजें रहती है, लेकिन उतने बड़े पद पर रहकर कार्यरत करना कहीं ना कहीं सोचने वाली विषय है। इन सारे विषयों को लेकर पुलिस भी एक तरीके से बख्तर आईजीपी सुंदरराज ने कहा कि जिस तरीके से जो डेडलाइन तय किया गया है, जिसके तर्ज पे जो ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है, उसका एक नतीजा है सरकार की जो मंशा है विकास लगातार देखा जा रहा है। उसकी वजह से नए नए जो नवीन कैंप वो स्थापित की जा रही है, नक्सलियों के गढ़ में भी ऑपरेशन लगातार चल रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो नक्सली है वो अब उनकी जो रीढ़ है वो कमजोर होते हुए नजर आ रही है। यह भी एक वजह माना जा रहा है कि जो माओवादी है वो आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। यही एक वजह है कि आज 25 माओवादियों ने बीजापुर एसपी डॉक्टर जितेंद्र यादव और बस्तर जो आईजी है पी सुंदरराज सहित सीआरपीएफ के उच्च अधिकारियों के समक्ष उन्होंने आत्मसमर्पण किया है। जी,
Thank you very much, Bharat, for getting us the latest details. Only channel getting you the details from Chhattisgarh. Shifting focus now to the other story that we're getting to you with regards to the online illegal betting apps that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. It turns out that actor Vijay Deverakonda has also been summoned once again. This after he did not make an appearance before the Enforcement Directorate despite the first notice being sent out to the actor. Take a look at this report.
After Telugu actor Rana Daggupati, ED has now summoned actor Vijay Deverakonda in illegal betting app scam. Vijay Deverakonda has been summoned in connection with a money laundering probe linked to online betting apps. He has now been asked to appear before the agency on August 11th, following an earlier summon. The ED's action follows FIRs filed in 5 states against multiple celebrities for endorsing betting platforms accused of generating illicit funds worth crores. Names like Prakash Raj, Rana Daggupati were also in the list. Earlier, ED also summoned Rana Daggupati and he was asked to appear before the agency for questioning, although the actor has sought more time before appearing for questioning.
Startling revelations in Gujarat. ATS probe on Al-Qaeda model, getting you the latest on the other side. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on the acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blasts. No rearrest to be done.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I'm excited to be part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India. Hope to see you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic TV AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic TV AI pre-summit on July 25th, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Excited to be part of Republic's AI pre-summit happening on 25th July, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the impact, innovation, and the leap that India is going to take in AI in the future.
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's pre-AI summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leap. See you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk.
Look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister.
India-UK signed the landmark free trade agreement deal. Starmer hails free trade agreement deal with India, calls it a major win for Britain.
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है।
Prime Minister hails free trade agreement deal with UK, calls it a historic day for both nations. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on the acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No re-arrest to be done. After ED heat on Anil Ambani, Reliance infrastructure issues first statement, says no impact on business operations, financial performance. Biggest political scoop since Dhankar's exit. Sources say Nitish Kumar has pushed his name for next vice president. Supreme Court reserves order on actor Darshan in Renuka murder case. However, Darshan seen enjoying in Thailand just 2 days ago. Russian plane AN-24 carrying 49 passengers crashes in Russia's Far East Amur region, burning fuselage of the plane found. Well, as per sources, the Board of Control for Cricket in India is set to host the upcoming Asia Cup T20 tournament in UAE with a formal announcement expected in a few days. Now, the decision has followed an ACC meeting that was attended by all 25 member nations to discuss the event's venue. BCCI was represented virtually by its Vice President Rajiv Shukla. India and Pakistan are likely to be drawn into the same group for the Asia Cup 2025. In fact, BCCI has also been quoted by news agencies who have now basically indicated that BCCI has given the green signal. In fact, Vice President Rajiv Shukla had attended the ACC meeting and he has briefed the members and they are saying that in a few days from now an official statement will be put out. In fact, BCCI is likely to host the Asia Cup in UAE and India is likely to play all its matches in Dubai. However, the rider essentially coming in from sources within the ACC that there are still deliberations that are going on as far as the scheduling is concerned. The tournament in fact will be held for a little over a fortnight in September and it will be concluding in the final week of the month as India's test series against West Indies is also scheduled to start then. Now, this at a time when time and again there have been concerns over the fact that can India really afford to play with Pakistan at a time when Pakistan continues with its cross-border terrorism activities. In fact, infiltration attempts have still being made. Despite that, what we are essentially seeing is that cricket over our soldiers, and what we are essentially looking at right now is that there is mounting pressure on the BCCI to basically act on this. Whether at all they are going to give the go-ahead or not, that's something that one will have to wait and watch. In fact, Pakistan's cricket board has also indicated that they have been in talks with the BCCI and they are essentially saying that there was a possibility that the BCCI, Afghanistan Cricket Board and SLC boycotting the ACC meeting, but that has been averted. Now, without these three permanent test playing nations, remember, there wouldn't have been much of a quorum that was required for the meeting. The BCCI had essentially requested that they shift the venue, putting its Bangladesh tour in August on hold. Indian board, in fact, is hesitant to travel to neighbouring countries due to the political unrest and lack of a stable government. Shekhar Vijayan is also joining us on this broadcast, senior sports journalist, as well as Himanshu from our digital newsroom. Himanshu, first to you with regards to the ACC meeting that has taken place. However, there is no official statement that has been put out. There are several indications really coming in that they have come to a common ground that if at all it is a neutral venue, India and Pakistan could actually play together. Himanshu, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Should I?
Himanshu, what I was asking you was with regards to the ACC meeting that has taken place. There is no official word really coming in from the BCCI with regards to what really transpired in the meeting, but multiple sources basically indicating that if at all there is a neutral venue, then India would go ahead and play with Pakistan.
Now, the Board of Control for Cricket in India has expressed its willingness to host the tournament at a neutral venue. Now, this is a new development, and as of now, after Mumbai attacks, we have not played Pakistan. And to host this at a neutral venue, but India and Pakistan, if they are placed in the same group, they will be playing along. We have played at neutral venues. So this isn't a surprise move by BCCI, but considering the sentiments in India post-Pahalgam attack, this is not going to be an easy thing for BCCI to actually get a nod from the government as well, Shavan.
Well, in fact, whether at all they need a nod or not is something that one will have to wait and watch, Himanshu, because the fact of the matter is that indications are now coming in that the BCCI perhaps is open to the idea that if at all it's a neutral venue, then India would not have a problem. Shekhar, does that really prevent the BCCI from actually giving the nod? Because it seems that they have been under some sort of a pressure.
See, Shravan, I think we've been having this discussion for quite a quite a long time. The whole idea is, at one point you have the government of India sending out ministers and telling everybody that Pakistan is a global terrorist because they're perpetrating terrorism across the globe. And here you want to go out and play cricket with it, which makes absolutely no sense. Now, you have, the soldiers, you have the citizens, everybody's galvanized. Everybody wants to think about India right now. And here you want to go out and play cricket because there is a commerce angle to it. There is a lot of money involved. There are the boards involved. I feel BCCI has to be very clear about this in terms of whether they want to, parley with Pakistan or not. There has to be a blueprint in place about what is the status quo, how are they going to play cricket with them, if they're going to play. Yes, we understand Asia Cup is not just about India, Pakistan, it's about other teams also. But we're talking about a matter of national pride. We're talking about something which India has taken a stand for the first time, right? And India needs to stand with it. You can't have the government telling one thing and the BCCI doing something else. I think it looks like there are too many islands which are not thinking alike. There needs to be a blueprint in place. There needs to be a clear plan in place in terms of why we don't want to play with Pakistan. And I think the pressure is all coming from Pakistan. It's not coming from BCCI. Pakistan is making all the statements. Their chairman is making all the statements. BCCI is just waiting to see how people would react. It also is an outcome of the public reaction. We have also noticed in the past, whenever the public reaction has been, very, very open and very clear, the BCCI has taken a backward step. The same goes for cricket too. This is something which should not be taken lightly. This is something we should be very serious because why should we even play cricket with them? That's the point. Why should we even engage with them, in terms of sports or in terms of commerce? Because if they're going to be sending terrorists to India, and we're talking about the Pahalgam attacks, the attacks before that, this is the first time India has taken a stand. And on top of that, you have the Indian ministers going out and declaring, Pakistan as a global terrorist, which they have done. Then it's very ironic and it's very hypocritical, I would say. You want the country to stand with the army men, with the Navy and Air Force. What about the government? What about BCCI? Why can't they take a stand for once and tell very clearly that we don't want to play cricket with you? India is in the right place right now. India can call the shots in terms of the commerce, in terms of the fact that the BCCI or the Indian cricket team is the icon of the world. So why do they have to worry? It's not like the other nations is just going to avoid them. The fact is India can really call the shots here and decide whether they want to play or not. And be very clear about it. They cannot dilly-dally and wait for things to happen. And then till last minute, they come to a situation that, okay, if security is fine, we will still go and play. Then you're doing this at the cost of, then there's something else in play here. We're talking about commerce, then the money, and then the audience. I don't think it's the right way to go about doing it.
Well, in fact, we're getting some more breaking news now coming in. Himanshu, sources now indicating that BCCI in all likelihood would be issuing a statement very soon. That's the breaking news now coming in. Is there any possibility that BCCI may take a U-turn from what sources are now indicating that in the deliberation that they've had with regards to scheduling of the matches, it seems that all the 25 member nations have agreed on the venue, and in all likelihood UAE would be the venue for all the matches?
Shravan, the commercial rights involved in this case tune up to 170 million. That's with Sony Motion Pictures. And to make a U-turn at this stage will require lot of deliberations. Definitely there's two camps in BCCI. There's a camp that says no, cricket should go on at neutral venues, there shouldn't be a problem. There is another camp that says we must not play Pakistan, especially at this time when they are sending terrorists to India. So this is a decision between national interest and probably a lot of money.
Well, Himanshu, I'll request you to stay on with us. Shekhar, I'm also requesting you to stay on. Now, there is the other perspective here. Well, there may be camps or whatsoever within the BCCI, but there is a larger national interest here. Major Samarpal Tur is joining us on this broadcast. Major Samarpal Putur, we don't really learn our lessons. The BCCI would largely be interested in the profits that they're going to make by participating in the Cup, in the Asia Cup. In fact, it turns out that they'd put their foot down, saying that we are not going to travel to any neighboring nations, but it seems they are fine. BCCI seems to be absolutely fine. If at all, the venue is shifted, it is at a neutral location.
See, Shravan, there is so much going on presently, with even Pakistan chairing the UN Security Council and resolutions being passed in haste. And so many things are there. But you see, the Hockey Federation, it was sheer luck for Hockey Federation that Pakistan itself opted out from the hockey tournament. which is to be played in India. Now, as far as cricket is concerned, you see, I am calling out to the government again and again that either the government sets up the guidelines pertaining to the recent tensions with Pakistan. And if it is a fight against terrorism, it's a fight against the whole of Pakistan as a nation, because they've been the sponsors and backers of terrorism. So you cannot have khel and khoon. You cannot have pani and blood flowing together. So these things do not go together. Same is the thing for the artists of Pakistan. They are the ambassadors and representatives of Pakistan. So they are part of our enemy state, which has been causing harm to the Indian citizens.
Major Samarpal, too, just request you to stay on with us because we're getting more breaking news now coming in with regards to what really transpired in the meeting that took place. Official statement is likely to come out very soon, but it turns out that in the virtual meeting, which was attended by the Vice President here, Rajiv Shukla, who was part of the meeting, and thereafter there has been some indications coming in that they have basically come to some sort of a conclusion with regards to the fact that they are open to the idea of actually having the matches in UAE. More indication now coming in that there was a meeting between the BCCI as well as the Pakistan Cricket Board. There have been deliberations that have actually taking place. In fact, Pakistan is now basically indicating that they're waiting for a final go-ahead on this entire matter. But the reality is that the BCCI has actually agreed to host Asia Cup in neutral venue. India, Pakistan, in all likelihood, would be in the same group. And remember, the T20 tournament is going to take place at Abu Dhabi as well as in Dubai. And as far as India, Pakistan are concerned, they are likely to be drawn into the same group for the Asia 2025 Cup. And what BCCI has been indicating is that all hurdles have now been cleared. Whether at all they have got some sort of a clearance from the government, that is not known at this point in time. We are trying to get more details. In fact, we have reached out to multiple office bearers of BCCI who are now refusing to comment on this entire issue because it seems that this has now been made completely public. And the Asia Cup, which was basically discussed during the AGM of the ACC, it seems that something has actually transpired. Some leaks have taken place, but the BCCI has been completely caught off guard. It seems that profits really matter the most for the BCCI because when they were part of the annual general meeting of the ACC that was held in Dhaka, it turns out there was a meeting with the PCB too.
Of these matches, and you see, end of the day, irrespective of any government guidelines coming in or not, irrespective of BCCI's decisions, if the Indian Army and the soldiers' sacrifices and those who lost their lives in the recent terror attacks, if it really matters to the public of India, I appeal that these tournaments should be boycotted. Even if they are taking place in Dubai, no Indian national should go and be a encourager of these tournaments, even if they are abroad. They can watch it even if they are at home, but it will not be tolerated that money is being given, there are profits being shared, and entertainment is happening. And at the same side, you see the flow of blood, you see the violence, and the threat to the Indian soil and sovereignty. Both things will not go hand in glove. I am sorry for it, and I strongly call for the boycott by the public of India. I am not asking the government for anything. I am not asking the BCCI to take any calls. They might have their own pressures, own agendas, own motives, but it is the public now which has to take a call, and it is entirely in the public's interest whether they are by, of, and for the nation or they are against the nation. It is surely their actions which are going to speak volumes now.
Well, in fact, more breaking news now coming in. Major Samarpal, I request you to stay on with us. Himanshu is joining us from the digital newsroom. Himanshu, we're given to understand that the BCCI as well as the ACC and the Pakistan Cricket Board in all likelihood are going to meet very soon. They're scheduled to meet, and this scheduled meeting is going to take place for deciding for deciding the venue as well as the tournament schedule.
Yeah. I just want to add something here, Shravan. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Remember, Jay Shah is the ICC president. BCCI is the host of the tournament. It's a 8-nation tournament where multiple countries are involved. Pulling out or boycotting at this moment would require a lot of decisions and huge monetary loss. Now, that is one. Also, second, international commitments. So, I think there are hectic parleys on between BCCI and Pakistan officials to actually sort this out, whether they can now, putting them in same group. What this actually means that if India and Pakistan both qualify for the quarter stages, they will not just meet once. There are chances of them meeting twice. And if that happens, that's definitely a gain for the organizers of this tournament, which definitely is BCCI. There is ICC's involvement as well. So that is something that you simply cannot discount at this point of time. I understand these are prior. And now this also, remember, Asia Cup is scheduled as per rotation. So it is India's turn. Now, opting out, they will have to compensate to a lot of countries. They will have to compensate to host, to broadcasters, Sony Pictures, and there are lot many things that goes into it. So I understand, and also if you decide to boycott this tournament now, till how long you are going to boycott playing the multinational tournaments. Also, with the Olympics coming up in 2028, India boycotting at this stage might also mean that cricket going into Olympics in LA 2028, there will be different repercussions into it. What if they both go to Olympics? Will India boycott? Now, these are things that need to be thought out, that need to be deliberated, and that's why I think there are two camps in BCCI. There's a camp that wants to play, there's a camp that says boycott, and all these things will be taken into account definitely.
Well, in fact, there is also more breaking news now coming in. The Board of Control for Cricket in India, that's the BCCI, they have essentially identified Dubai and Abu Dhabi as the likely locations. And there is an agreement that has been signed with the Emirates Cricket Board for the use of 3 venues. Only 2 are basically expected to be utilized for the Asia Cup, Himanshu. So more details coming in. They've identified 2 locations.
True. I think UAE is going to be the likely host country in this case, and India will be technical host of this tournament, and there will be some solution where we probably play but at a neutral venue.
Well, Himanshu, I'll just request you to stay on with us as we are just going to take all our viewers through the breaking news now coming in. There's massive outrage over this decision of the BCCI where they have identified 2 locations, Abu Dhabi and Dubai, as and their willingness to host the tournament, what they're calling the neutral venue. This is part of an agreement that they've signed with the Emirates Cricket Board for the use of 3 venues, of which they're willing to basically go ahead with 2 such venues. Earlier, remember the BCCI had already indicated that they are not going to participate in the ACC meeting in Dhaka because of the current situation or the bilateral chain that it has with Bangladesh. But despite that, BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla did actually attend the meeting, the ACC meeting, and now we are being told that there could be a possibility of a follow-up meeting taking place. Himanshu, just help us understand why this sudden change? Because all this while, India has been maintaining that they are not going to play. Is there some sort of a pressure really building in from the commercial side because BCCI has the hosting rights?
Correct.
Is that the reason?
There are 2 things. Rajiv Shukla is known to be the moderate face of BCCI, who is in good terms with, you can say, the PCB officials or like lot of international cricketing boards. So that is one. He has a personal camaraderie with different boards, including the PCB, and also the Sony Pictures, which is now probably who have paid $170 million. Now that's not less an amount. And if India boycotts at this stage, they will not just have to compensate for that amount. They will also have to pay all the 7 other playing nations with more. They will have to compensate for the monetary losses the 7 cricketing boards will have to probably face if they boycott, if India boycotts and the tournament is cancelled. And the tournament without India at this stage, I don't think there is any chance at all. So the show, I think the decision in BCCI
Himanshu,
was
we
that...
have just got some breaking news because we did actually reach out to Devjit Saikia who is the BCCI secretary, and this is what he had to say, that Vice President Rajiv Shukla attended the ACC meeting and he is likely to brief the members very soon. An official statement to be out in the next few days. Now that's the breaking news now coming in. Officially, this is what they are saying. They're not denying it. They are certainly not denying it. They're not saying that this information is incorrect, because this is all source-based reporting really coming in. So there is no denial really coming in from the BCCI secretary right now that they are not going to play with Pakistan. They are now confirming. They are now confirming that an official statement will be put out. No denial. BCCI makes no official denial right now. Well, in fact, Himanshu, the first response now coming in from the BCCI Secretary Devajit Saikia, who is not denied. They are now basically indicating that they're going to play with Pakistan. An indication really coming in that BCCI has given the green signal for playing with Pakistan.
Well, this was expected, and that's where the money, India-Pakistan, is the biggest of the spectacle probably on the international stage. And there is no way, if there is no India-Pakistan match, there won't be an Asia Cup, let me tell you, Shravan. So I think what the news coming in from BCCI is pretty on to that. It's indicating that if at all there's the Asia Cup happening, there will be an India-Pakistan match.
Well, thank you very much, Himanshu, for getting us the latest details. Next on 6 at 6 with my colleague Akanksha. In a historic step, the India-UK free trade agreement was signed in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. ED today conducted raids at the residence of Anil Ambani in Mumbai after enforcement directed heat Reliance infrastructure issues first statement, says no impact on business operation, financial performance.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Excited to be part of Republic's AI pre-summit happening on 25th July, where we'll be discussing India's AI leap, the impact, innovation, and the leap that India is going to take in AI in the future.
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's pre-AI summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leap. See you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's pre-AI Summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI leap. See you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI leap, innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th.
From Asia's largest
watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuria, and this evening a shocking twist in the 2006 Mumbai blast case. 12 convicts are running free even as the Supreme Court stays their acquittal in the case. Now victim families call this a total mockery of justice. Then on to the ED heat on Anil Ambani in a massive money laundering probe. His residence is being raided in Mumbai in Maharashtra, and then from a jail cell to a beach party, accused actor Darshan seen, in fact, living it up in Thailand amid the murder trial back in the country. And then the Prime Minister is in United Kingdom and signed a key trade deal there with the United Kingdom. We'll break down what it means for the country and the Parliament of India. Once again, there was a showdown which continued on the day 4 of the monsoon session of the Parliament. No business could be conducted once again. And finally, Thailand and Cambodia are engaged in an armed clash. We'll tell you what it is all about. These are the top 6 stories that we're tracking for you this evening. Let's get started. Well, the 2006 blast was among the most deadliest terror attacks in the history of the country, killing 189 people. 13 men were arrested in this case. They were jailed. And this week, in fact, all but one walked out free. They were acquitted by the Bombay High Court. And today, the Supreme Court, in fact, stayed that acquittal that was done by the Bombay High Court as far as this entire case is concerned. But here's the shocking part. They will not be going back to the jail, at least not yet. And families of the victims say that this is nothing less than the mockery of justice. Listen in.
ये तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट अगर फिर से जांच करके जो अपराधी हैं उनको पकड़ सके, क्योंकि जो अपराधी हैं तो घूम ही रहे थे, क्योंकि उनके अनुसार ये गलत लोगों को पकड़ा गया, ये निरपराध साबित हुए, तो जो अपराधी हैं वो भी घूम रहे हैं, ये भी छूट गए, वो भी उन्होंने किया था, करते ही रहे हैं, करेंगे भी। अगर वो जब तक पकड़े नहीं गए तब तक सही न्याय नहीं मिलेगा, और जैसा ये तंत्र चलता रहा है चलता रहेगा।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो स्टे दिया उससे खुश हैं?
हाँ, उससे खुश हूँ, बट एट द सेम टाइम उससे सही न्याय की उम्मीद करता हूँ।
बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने जब फैसला दिया था तो कहीं न कहीं बड़ा झटका लगा था आप लोग को, क्योंकि आप लोग विक्टिम हैं। बिल्कुल झटका लगा था, इसलिए कि जो हम उतना ही झटका लगा था, उतना ही तकलीफ हुआ था जितना 11 जुलाई 2006 को बम ब्लास्ट से हुआ था। उससे तमाम समस्याएं आई, अर्निंग इफ़ेक्ट हुई,
हमारी कमाई कम हो गई, घर का खर्चा चलाना मुश्किल हो गया था और अभी उसका आज तक ही भुगतान है। मेरा राइट ईयर ही 80 to 90% ठीक हो पाया, लेफ्ट ईयर से अभी भी समस्या है बोलने की।
It's been 19 years since the serial blast took place in Mumbai. There's been no closure for the family. Let's take you through what happened 19 years ago. In fact, 2006, there was a blast, a serial blast. In 11 minutes, there were 11 blasts in the local trains in Mumbai. Then in 2006 and 2007, 13 men were arrested in this case. As you know, 12 were acquitted, and now that acquittal has been stayed. In 2015, a trial court, which was pursuing this case under the MCOCA Act, it convicted all the accused in this case. 12 in total, 5 were given death penalty and the other 7 were given life imprisonment. In 2025, just earlier this week, High Court acquitted all of them, in fact making very scathing remark against the police. And today, Supreme Court has stated that acquittal, but no jail return will be done as far as all the 12 accused convicts in this case are concerned. Let's take you through what happened in 2015 when this judgment took place. In fact, what we're learning is that 12 convicts were there who were convicted for the serial blast. 5 were kept on death row. They were given the death penalty, and in fact, 7 others were given life imprisonment. And that was back in 2015, and the order was given by the trial court there in Mumbai. Now let's tell you what happened earlier this week as far as this trial is concerned. What the High Court said. The High Court said that prosecution, that is the police there, utterly failed to prove the case. Police failed to prove the meetings, the money flow, the terror angle, everything. They completely and utterly failed to prove as far as this case is concerned. Unreliable witnesses, inconsistent timelines were given by Mumbai ATS. This was on Monday, that is July 21st, and that order was challenged by the Maharashtra government. They moved the court challenging the Bombay High Court order, and that order now has been stayed. What that essentially means is that now there's a stay on the acquittal of all these 12 accused. But here's the shocking part: they will not come out of the jail. They will remain out, because earlier this week when they were acquitted, all of them were in fact released from the jail. 12 of them were asked to come out, but they will not in fact come out. And as far as this entire probe is concerned, we are learning that it was completely botched up, and this is what was mentioned by the Delhi High Court when it acquitted all the 12 in this case. The first lapse is test identification parade, that is TIP, carried out by unauthorized officer, and that was one of the lapses that had come to the fore. Eyewitnesses' statement taken after 100 or more days, and this is as far as the trial is concerned. Failure to establish value of the evidence in this case. Failure to establish the type of bomb that was used to do the train blast. No relevant materials are given by the Maharashtra ATS. Identical parts in the confession statement. Such a shocking part that there were same statement given by different eyewitnesses. Mixed correspondence by the police, by the DCPs. Voluntary confession certificate was completely absent as far as the trial is concerned. Moving on. So these are the lapses that have come to the fore. Some sections, same sections in the confession, identical statement by different eyewitnesses. Accused established torture is the last lapse that has come to the fore, and this is what the High Court had mentioned when it gave the acquittal to 12 of these accused in this case. Let me go across to Ganesh Solanki, who joins us live on the broadcast, who is kin of the blast victim. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. 19 साल हो गए हैं ये सब हुए एक्विटल हो गया, एक्विटल अब स्टे भी हो गया है, पर जो लोग हैं जो कन्विक्ट्स हैं इस केस में, 5 को तो डेथ पेनल्टी भी मिली थी, वो आज भी बाहर हैं. आपका रिएक्शन इस पे?
मेरा हमारा रिएक्शन ऐसे है कि जो भी गुनहगार है उसे सजा मिलनी ही चाहिए. जो भी गुनहगार है इस केस के लिए. हेलो.
यस, सब बोलिए. हम सुन पा रहे हैं आपको, आप बोलिए।
जो भी गुनहगार है इस केस में, आज मेरे पिताजी को गए हुए 19 साल हो चुके, हमको पता है हमारे पिताजी का दर्द क्या है
जी। और इस केस में काफी सारे लैप्सेस भी बाहर निकल के आए, काफी पुलिस की तरफ से भी बोला गया कि पूरा केस खराब कर दिया गया। अभी हम अपने व्यूअर्स को बता रहे थे कि किस तरह से गलत इन्वेस्टिगेशन की गई थी, आई विटनेसेस के स्टेटमेंट गलत रिकॉर्ड किए थे और बहुत चीजें सामने आई हैं। और ये पिछले 19 साल से चल रहा है कि पुलिस गलत कर रही है, उसके बाद हाई कोर्ट एक्विटल दे रहा है और अभी सब के सब बाहर है।
ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। सब जिस टाइम पे सेशन कोर्ट ने भी दिया था, इन्होंने जजमेंट दिया था कि सबको पांचों को फांसी की सजा के साथ उम्र केस कर दी थी, तो हाई कोर्ट ने आने के बाद फैसला पूरा पलट दिया। अभी हमको सुनवाई है कि सेशन कोर्ट से सुप्रीम कोर्ट से अच्छा कुछ फैसला मिलेगा, हमको थोड़ी राहत मिल रही है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट हमें अच्छे से अच्छा फैसला दे दी थी
जी।
हमने अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का उम्मीद से इस पे बैठे अभी
जी। एंड दिस इज व्हाट द फैमिलीज आर सेइंग दैट दिस इज अ मॉकरी ऑफ जस्टिस। हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद। इट्स बीन 19 years एंड नो क्लोजर एट ऑल फॉर द फैमिलीज देयर एज फार एज द 2006 serial blast case is concerned. Now shifting our focus, businessman Anil Ambani is under the scanner once again in the money laundering case. ED today conducted raids at his residence in Mumbai in Maharashtra. An investigation has revealed an illegal loan diversion of around 3,000 crore from Yes Bank. And ED has also found that just before the loan was granted, the Yes Bank promoters, in fact, they also received money in their concern. And after ED heat, Reliance Infra and Reliance Power issued a statement today in which they said that no impact whatsoever will be there on Reliance Infrastructure, its business operations, financial performance, shareholder, employees. Notably, this is what the statement mentions. It also goes on to say that Anil Ambani is not on the board of the company anymore. In the midst of this, share of Reliance Infra hit the lower circuit in the trade, dropped by almost 5% today, even as the raids continue in Maharashtra. As far as the residence of Anil Ambani is concerned, the heat of Enforcement Directorate is mounting on Anil Ambani. Listen in to this ground report.
Almost 7 hours have passed, but ED officials still is conducting search operation in Reliance Center. All staffs are inside and nobody allowed to go inside and exit from this office building. Let me show you the pictures, live picture we are showing here. All officials, ED officials, 4 officials, we got to know that inside in this building now, and all staffs of Reliance Industries, they are also inside in the building. And we are showing live visuals. ED officials are inside and security in charge has locked the main gate of Reliance Industries, this office which is situated in Mumbai South Fort area and Balad Estate. This is the big office, 2-storied building. Officials are inside in the building and we got to know that ED officials has entered this office with some boxes and they have some documents and they are checking it again and again, but no confirmation when they will come outside from this building. But they are inside and still searching operation is going on.
From Mumbai, shifting our focus to Karnataka, actor Darshan, a key accused in the kidnap, torture and murder of a 33-year-old Goswami in June last year, is now under the lens once again. And this time of the photo which have emerged from Thailand, where he can be seen having a gala time while out on bail. And look at the visuals on your screen. Last year, he was seen smoking and having a coffee inside the jail, and now he's out there in Thailand, firstly enjoying the second visual that you can see on the ferry in Thailand, and the next one is that he's having a gala time there with his friends, partying, laughing around with his friends in Thailand. And this comes on the day when Supreme Court heard his plea against, in fact, a plea against grant of bail to him. The top court expressed serious reservation over the Karnataka High Court's decision to grant him bail, adding that it was not convinced by the reasoning provided by the High Court while it was granted bail. Let me go across to my colleague Smita, who's been tracking the story very closely. Smita, many are asking, is law not the same for everyone? Because he's been granted bail on the medical grounds, but there in Thailand, he can be seen enjoying having a gala time with his friends. What are you learning about his return from Thailand? And as far as the Supreme Court hearing is also concerned?
Well, the High Court granted bail not only on the medical grounds, but yes, it was also a major part of the argument from the lawyer who, argued in favor of Darshan. But he got a regular bail from the High Court, and also he took the permission for going to a foreign country for his film shooting, that is Devil, which has been shot in Thailand. But as we can see in the visual, he's not only doing a shoot, but also enjoying a vacation with his family, enjoying fishing, boat riding and all, while Supreme Court today has expressed a serious concern about how can all accused in a heinous murder case can be given bail. Not even a single accused amongst the 17 is in the jail as of now. How can all of them be sent out on the bail is what Supreme Court is expressing its concern. Not only on this, Supreme Court judge has in a straight word said it doesn't seem that the High Court has used its mind judicially while granting the bail, because we have FSL reports, we have the statements from the eyewitness, and also we have many primary witnesses which show that there was a brutal murder of Renuka Swami, who claimed himself as a Darshan fan. While the court also expressed its concern, quoting the judge himself quoted that even though Darshan knew that Renuka Swami was his fan, how can one celebrity commit such brutal attack and then come out from the place and click a photo along with the co-accused is what the judge asked the lawyer who argued in favor of Darshan. While the Supreme Court judge has also clearly said that we will not commit the same mistake as High Court. But the Supreme Court has not, put out the judgment. It has reserved the judgment because yet 7 co-accused pro-lawyers have to submit their written arguments. 1 week time has been given for them, and within 10 days, probably Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict whether Darshan will continue the bail or will he be sent back to the Bellary Central Jail.
Absolutely. All eyes will be on that judgment by the Supreme Court. But very scathing remark coming from the top court as far as the bail granted to him is concerned. Thank you so much for all the details. Now, we are shifting our focus in a historic step. The India-UK Free Trade Agreement was signed in the presence of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. And in fact, UK Prime Minister was also part of this. The agreement has been finalized with an aim to enhance the bilateral trade to $120 billion by 2030. Effectively doubling the current trade volume between both the nations. And the agreement will help in reducing the tariff on exports of labor-intensive goods, including leather, footwear, clothing, and import duties on the whiskey and automobiles as well. Listen in to what Prime Minister said today in UK.
Look, and we both know this is the biggest and most economically significant trade deal that the UK has made since leaving the EU. And I think I can say that it's one of the most comprehensive deals that India has ever done. So thank you, Prime Minister, for your leadership and for your pragmatism. And I'd like to thank everybody who's worked so hard to get this deal over the line.
इस एक वर्ष में हमें तीसरी बार मिलने का मौका मिला है। ये अपने आप में मैं इसे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूं। और यूके और भारत हम एक प्रकार से नेचुरल पार्टनर हैं। आज हमारे संबंधों का एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है। आज हम दोनों देश मिलकर के पारस्परिक लाभकारी FTA और डबल कंट्रीब्यूशन कन्वेंशन इसको संपन्न करने जा रहे हैं। ये अपने आप में भारत और यूके भावी पीढ़ी के लिए एक बहुत मजबूत रास्ता तैयार कर रहा है। व्यापार और उद्योग के क्षेत्र में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ रहा है। हमारे किसान, हमारे MSMEs, हमारे युवा, मैं समझता हूं उनके लिए अनेक नए अवसर पैदा हुए हैं।
And now shifting our focus, today was day 4 of the monsoon session of the parliament, and once again no business could be conducted amid protests by the opposition parties over the Bihar survey that is currently underway, and session witnessed proceedings being brought to a standstill, in fact by the opposition uproar over the ongoing special intensive revision of electoral rolls in the state of Bihar. And among other issues, this was in fact the agenda that stood out. Now what we are learning so far, that prior to the start of the session, opposition members staged a massive protest at the parliament's Makar Dwar, and the first 3 days, in fact, as we've been telling you, of the session were largely washed out due to similar protests, leading to repeated adjournments and no business whatsoever being conducted in the last 4 days. Watch this.
He said we could think of the possibility of boycotting election. If Election Commission of Bangladesh becomes a kind of paradigm for our election commission, I think that's the saddest news for Indian democracy.
But Mr. Jha, as reputal has also come from BJP by stating the RJD speaking like the Maoist by stating that they should boycott, the voters should boycott election. BJP leaders from Bihar.
Have they heard of Mao beyond the word Mao? Do they even read anything? I mean, we are actually pressing for what is happening is maximum exclusion. And who are these people being excluded? Dalits, backwards, minorities. Shouldn't we speak for them? We cannot allow our democracy to be converted into aristocracy.
I want to remind the government which is saying Election Commission of India is not part of the parliament. Are the 40 lakh voters who have been excluded from the voter list, are they not part of the nation? Should we not discuss their dilemma? This is an anti-people government. What more evidence do you need? We are moving a motion. If you have something to say, you say it on the floor of the house. This is the demand of the people who are facing this process. It's happening in Bihar today. ये बंगाल में होगा, असम में होगा, केरल में होगा, तमिलनाडु में होगा. आप देखते चलिए.
And now shifting our focus, Thailand and Cambodia are engaged in an armed clash amid the intensified dispute over a stretch of their shared border. The latest violence, in fact, erupted today morning is what we are learning. Cambodia has now asked for UN's intervention in this matter and called Thailand a war-hungry nation. And more than 10 people, we are learning, including several civilians, have reported being killed in these clashes between Thailand and Cambodian troops. Thailand's military said that Cambodian troops opened fire first with heavy weapons, while Cambodia's Ministry of National Defense said that its troop acted in self-defense after coming under the attack. And this marks the latest flare-up in a decade-long dispute over the Emerald Triangle. Now that is in contention. That's a geopolitically sensitive region where the borders of Thailand, Cambodia and Laos converge, and the area is home to several ancient temples, and this has in fact led to the clashes that took place today. 10 Thai people, we are learning, have lost their life in this clash that took place between the two nations today. And this is what we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 stories at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we'll discuss India's AI lead, the innovations, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping a new India.
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. And I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit. And I look forward to seeing you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI lead, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence. I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the 1000x economic value add and 100x job creation this will bring across industries in India over the next 20 years. This will be in terms of next generation headless, automated, autonomic, agentic platforms. This AI tsunami is going to be highlighted at the Mega AI Summit, and I'm delighted to be part of this important conversation. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for India. Let's collaborate and invent in India. See you there.
This is your space, play it your way. आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Hi, I'm Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO at Fluid AI. and I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit happening on the 25th of July. We're going to talk all things AI, innovations, the breakthroughs, what's India going to be like in this story. So be there. It's a build-up to the mega event, the Mega AI Summit, and I look forward to seeing you there.
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
And I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the thousands.
Well, BCCI is all set to host the Asia Cup in UAE. India-Pakistan match likely. As per the sources, BCCI, ACC, PCB to hold meetings soon to finalize the venue and schedule for the matches. BCCI is in touch with the government, yet to get nod from the government to play with Pakistan. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No rearrest to be done now. ED raids Anil Ambani-linked properties in Mumbai. Case registered against Reliance Anil Ambani Group of companies. Sources within the Election Commission have confirmed that the preparation over special intensive revision in West Bengal too is expected to begin soon.
मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि कई वर्षों की मेहनत के बाद आज दोनों देशों के बीच कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट संपन्न हुआ है.
Prime Minister hails FTA deal with the United Kingdom, call it historic day for both the nations. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Let's start with the breaking news coming in. As far as Asia Cup is concerned, as per the sources, the Board of Control for Cricket (BCCI) is all set to host the upcoming Asia Cup T20 tournament in UAE, with a formal announcement expected in a few days, is what we're learning. And this decision follows an ACC meeting attended by 25 member nations to discuss the event venue. And in fact, BCCI was represented virtually by its Vice President Rajiv Shukla. India and Pakistan are also likely to be drawn into the same group for the Asia Cup 2025. Let me go across to my colleague Himanshu, who joins us live from the digital newsroom of Republic TV. Himanshu, tell us about the Asia Cup. In fact, what we're learning is that there could be a neutral venue, and that venue could be UAE. What are your sources telling you?
Akansha, the meeting has concluded in Dhaka. There were hectic parleys in the meeting. The ACC, the Asian Cricket Council, has decided to host the Asia Cup at a neutral venue, and that's where the things come into play. BCCI has not hosted Pakistan since Mumbai attack, and this was also not going to happen considering the tensions between the two nations after the Pahalgam attack. And what is now the reports that we are getting right now from Dhaka is that this tournament will now be played at a neutral venue in UAE, and Dubai and Abu Dhabi are the likely host cities. Now, will India play Asia Cup? This is something that's a crucial question. BCCI has not made an official comment as of now, but considering BCCI's stake and especially Jay Shah being the ICC president, pulling out from Asia Cup will not be easy for India and the BCCI as well. There's a lot of money involved, Akansha, here. There's $170 million sponsorship rights with Sony Pictures. So all that will have to be taken into account. And I think the two nations are drawn in same group, India, Pakistan. And if they go on to play, we might be seeing probably India and Pakistan clashing twice, not just once in the Asia Cup. And that means a hell lot of good news for the broadcasters and for the sponsors as well.
Absolutely. Stay on with us. In fact, I'm also joined by Major General Ashwini Sivats. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Many are asking, in the backdrop of the Pahalgam terror attack, should cricket be played with the terror nation? What do you have to say on this?
You know, I do agree that it should not be played with a terror nation, but these are the multilateral tournament, whether it is ACC or also World Cup, and they are held in a neutral place. If you stop playing like this, then all these events will have no meaning. I think it's a step in the right direction. We must not hesitate to play even with Pakistan because it is basically on a neutral place and it is an international tournament. We have played a World Cup also with the Pakistan in basically in a neutral place. Even this last World Cup was played by India there. So therefore, I don't think there should be any problem. After all, you have to honor all this commitment of international multilateral event because it will have adverse impact. It will have adverse impact on the players also. So I don't think it is a big issue. Whenever there is a point in the bilateral, we are not going to take part with Pakistan, but whenever it is multilateral event, and that too on a neutral place, I don't think we should put any restriction. We should honor it, because otherwise that event will not take place. That will basically, you can say, the event will be flop. And that is not good news, because after all, this has a lot of money. And whether it is ACC or ICC, and in case if you don't play, then there can be also penalized. And then if you don't play like this, then other country will also not play when there is a multilateral event, when it is being hosted by us. So I suppose this is a step in the right direction and we should honor it.
Absolutely. Let me also once again bring in Himanshu. Tell us about the outcome of this meeting. You said that there's been no formal statement that has come in from BCCI, but we are getting to know that India and Pakistan are likely to be drawn into the same group for this crucial Asia Cup 2025. What more are you learning about this?
Akansha, I think that there will be huge resentment, not just in India, also within BCCI, about the question of playing on the question of playing Pakistan. Now, this is coming at a time when we have had a huge, almost a war. It was a war when India actually hammered Pakistan. Now, what will the armed forces morale will get affected by this? Should we play? Should we not? This is also a political question that I think our leaders will answer in coming days. But as of now, what I am getting from Dhaka and from BCCI is that BCCI is trying to convince everyone in the decision-making process that, look, this is an international commitment. This commitment will also probably reflected in India's participation at the next Olympics Games that's happening in 2028 in LA. And if India pulls out, it might have repercussions. So it's about honoring an international commitment. Obviously, there's the mood here in India is that we should not be playing cricket with Pakistan, especially at a time when there's a lot of blood boiling across, like for what happened in Pahalgam. We must not forget that. And this coming from our Major General, I think my question to him will be, sir, do you actually see Indian people, Indian armed forces welcoming this decision of BCCI if they at all play at a neutral venue?
You know, the point what you are saying is that, see, this is a political decision that has to be taken. But you have to see a realistic picture of that. These are the multilateral events. These are events which will keep on taking place. If you stop playing like this, then it will be no go. In the sense that very recently World Cup which was held, you also have a match between India and Pakistan at a neutral place. We honored that. Of course, after Operation Sindoor, the relationship between India and Pakistan have gone down south, and we refused to even play a veterans match even in UK now very recently. That fully agreed that Pakistan is a terrorist state and we must not have any relationship. But you have to see a larger picture. You have to see a larger picture, especially considering sports. Remember that in 2036, we are also trying to place ourselves that we can able to host an Olympic game. And so therefore, our case becomes weak. We must understand that in case you do not participate in a multilateral event, it will have a reverse impact on India playing in other multilateral event, or you trying to take a tournament which you can also host. Once you are hosting it, the other country will also not come. So therefore, now the point is the government of the day has to take a decision, what is right. After all, the cricketer will follow whatever decision given by the government. But I certainly feel a multilateral event which is held in a neutral place, that should be honored. But the point which is coming, why the India-Pakistan match, or they are in the same pool? Because you see, the organizer which are there, they know that it is India-Pakistan match which takes a huge crowd, and it is a question of money. So when there is a India-Pakistan clash, you find that a lot of money is involved in that, and that's how they always make sure whether it is you can say a World Cup or a Asia Cup, you will always find India, Pakistan in the same pool, basically for, you can say, for the pecuniary gain, because once these two teams play, then you find sponsors coming, a lot of money coming. But all said and done, it will be a decision given by the government. Whatever decision will be given, I'm sure the cricketers have to follow. But you must see the larger picture. Remember that we are the ones which are trying to host even Olympics in 2036. Will our case become weak or strong? That point has to be seen.
But sir, for people of the country, cricket is not just a game. It's almost like a religion for people. And in the backdrop of Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor, do you not think that right now our country should refrain, and they should also refrain from playing with Pakistan?
Absolutely. See, that point is seen. I agree, because I also, man in uniform, feel that way. You know, people, in fact, a Jawan which is now guarding a border, what message are we sending him in case we are playing with Pakistan, a country which is a hub center of terrorism, and who sponsored Pahalgam terrorist action? It was the Pakistan Lashkar-e-Toba, the offshoot, you can say that, the TRF. But all said and done, my point is we have to see a larger picture. A larger picture has to be seen by the government of India. And government has to decide it, does it make an impact? We have to only see it from the other point of view. It is a multilateral event. Whether we have to honor multilateral event in a neutral place or not, that is a question which we have to now decide. Also, what we have to see is what implication it will have on hosting other international events in India itself in future, including Olympic Games. So any decision which is taken by the government of India, I'm sure it is going to be honored by our BCCI. But before taking any decision, I'm sure they will take all these issues and factor into consideration.
Absolutely, sir. That's your opinion, and many would beg to differ with that. But thank you so much, Major General Ashwini and Himanshu, for joining us with your perspective. Now, let's get you the top stories of the day in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has ordered SIT inquiry into the scam in the National Scholarship of Minority Students. Chief Minister said that it has been found that the scholarship of the student has been withdrawn wrongly, and even institutions like Saraswati Vidya Mandir have been shown under minority. Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court has listed the Enforcement Directorate's complaint on the point of issuance of notice to businessman Robert Vadra and other accused person in the money laundering case. And in fact, this case is linked to the land deal in the Gurugram's village. The opposition parties have upped their attack against Election Commission SIR exercise in the state of Bihar. CPI General Secretary D. Raja has slammed the Election Commission's move, saying that this survey in Bihar has created immense problem and difficulties for the common people, including poor Dalits, Adivasis and the migrant laborers. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in. As far as the 2006 Mumbai terror blast is concerned, the acquitted individuals in connection with the Mumbai train blast met with Maulana Halim Ullah Qasmi, president of Jamaat Ulama Hind in Maharashtra. The Supreme Court, remember, had stayed the Bombay High Court judgment that acquitted the 12 accused persons in connection with this case, but clarified that the stay order will not affect the accused persons' release from jail. There on your screens, you can see those are the visuals coming in from Maharashtra, where all the accused we are learning, and these are the people, few of them were also on death row. They met with Maulana Halim Ullah Qasmi, who's the president of Jamaat Ulama Hind in Maharashtra. Those are the in fact, terror convicts who were just acquitted last Monday on July 21st, and now after they were let out of the prison after the acquittal by the Bombay High Court, they are there in Maharashtra meeting with the Maulana there on your screen. But today the Supreme Court has, even though it has stayed the acquittal of these 12 accused that you can see on the screen, but it has said that they cannot be rearrested again. A notice has been issued to the Maharashtra government, but these people that you can see on the screen, all of them were arrested between 2006 to 2007, and five of them, these 12 were in fact given death penalty, and 7 were given life imprisonment. Just this week they were released out. Many are asking if the law is different for different people, but there on the screen you can see these acquitted accused can be seen meeting with the Maulana Halim, president of Jamaat Ulama Hind. Well, this is a case that dates back to 2006. There were 11 attacks in 11 minutes in Mumbai local train, and after that 189 people lost their life, 800 people received injuries. But there on the screen, these are the people, remember, who were arrested between 2006 and 2007, 13 of them. And in 2015, the trial court convicted them. Out of the 12, 5 were given death penalty and other 7 were given a life imprisonment. That order was challenged in the High Court, and in fact on July 21st, that is earlier this week, Bombay High Court acquitted all of them. They were allowed to come out of the jail. 2 days later, they all came out except for one, because he has some other, he's charged with some other case, but there on the screen you can see these are the people who came out of the jail after they were acquitted. And now today the Supreme Court heard this case, and it has even though put the stay on the acquittal, it has categorically mentioned that they cannot be rearrested. And there on the screen, 12 terrorists, they're walking free. 19 years of since this incident took place, and no closure for the families at all. In fact, just a while back, we spoke to the family members of the victims, and they said that this is a complete mockery of the justice system, and that they are really saddened by this news that all of them who were responsible for the death of 189 people, and that's a huge number, they are walking free. Let me go across to Ganesh Solanki, who's the kin of the victim. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. अभी हम visuals दिखा रहे हैं अपने viewers को सर, जिसमें जो 12 accused बाहर आए हैं इस हफ्ते, वो मौलाना को मिल रहे हैं, बाहर आ गए हैं, फ्री है, 19 साल हो गया है, कोई जस्टिस नहीं मिला है फैमिली को, और अभी स्क्रीन पे हम देख रहे हैं कि वो खुश है, मिठाई खा रहे हैं मौलाना जी के साथ।
मैडम वो तो गलत चीज है ना, गलत बात है ना। अभी उनको खुशी मिल रही है, यहाँ पे जो लोग मरे हैं, जो निर्दोष लोग थे, उनके लिए क्या फैसला सुनाया गया? कुछ भी फैसला नहीं है, गलत ही हो रहा है मैडम। तो हम लोग के साथ में तो
जी आप
हमें जो बताया गया है कि जो हमको मुआवजा दिया है वो भी हमको रिटर्न देने के लिए तैयार है। तो आज वो लोग पार्टी कर रहे हैं, सबसे मिल रहे, मिठाई बांट रहे, मिठाई खा रहे हैं। आज भी हम उस उम्मीद में थे कि नहीं सरकार हमको अच्छा न्याय देगी, सरकार हमें अच्छा न्याय देगी, बट न्याय नहीं है मैडम।
जी 19 साल हो गए इस चीज को, अभी तक कोई भी क्लोजर नहीं मिला है आपको और बाकी 189 लोग थे उनकी फैमिलीज को अभी तक। क्या आप इस चीज को चैलेंज करेंगे, क्योंकि ये एक्विटल हो गया है, महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट मूव कर दिया है, पर ये केस अब फिर से रुक गया है 19 साल बाद। आप किस तरह इसको लीगली अब परस्यू करना चाहेंगे, अगर करना चाहेंगे तो?
मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से एक ही वो बताना चाहता हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द इनको गिरफ्तार करे जो भी आरोपी है। तो अभी उनको रिहा कर दे तो इसके मुजरिम कौन है अभी तक? हमारा सवाल एक ही, तो जिस ये लोग ने नहीं किया है तो इसके मुजरिम कौन है, कहाँ पे है, अब तक क्यों छुपे हुए? वो जिस टाइम पे कैसे लोअर कोर्ट ने इनको सजा दे दी थी तो हाई कोर्ट ने छोड़ा क्यों, किस ग्राउंड पे छोड़ा, वो भी हमें नहीं बताया था।
तो क्या आपको लगता है कि जो कोर्ट भी है वो इसको भी बहुत हल्के में ले रही है, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं कि एक्विटल पे स्टे लग गया है, पर जब जहां तक बात आती है ये लोग जो रिलीज हो गए हैं इनको अभी रीअरेस्ट नहीं किया जाएगा, तो आपको लग रहा है हल्के में इस चीज को लिया जा रहा है? आप जैसे बाकी 189 लोगों ने अपने साथ वालों को लूज किया है इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में।
मैडम 189 तो वो लोग थे और 800 लोग दूसरे भी जो इंजर्ड हुए थे उन लोगों को क्या, जो इंजर्ड हुए थे, जिसका हाथ नहीं है, किसी का पैर नहीं है, किसी की आंखें गई है इस हादसे में, उन लोग के साथ में क्या हुआ है? कुछ भी नहीं, सिर्फ पैसा देके सबको चुप कराएगा। इसका मतलब ऐसा ही हो रहा है ना, पैसा दे दिया, इनकी फैमिली चुप हो जाएगी, कुछ बोलेगी नहीं, कुछ सवाल नहीं उठाएगी।
जी, तो अभी आपकी डिमांड क्या रहेगी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट से? उन्होंने मूव तो कर दिया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट को, पर आपकी अब डिमांड क्या रहेगी? क्योंकि हम विजुअल्स में देख रहे हैं किस तरह से मिठाइयां खाई जा रही है। ये लोग हैं जो काफी साल प्रिजन में थे, अब मिठाई खा रहे हैं, बाहर आके ओपनली घूम रहे हैं। आपकी क्या दरखास्त रहेगी गवर्नमेंट से?
जल्द से जल्द उनको अरेस्ट किया जाए मैडम, हम तो वही चाहते हैं, जल्द से जल्द उनको अरेस्ट किया जाए।
So this is a demand that has come in from the family members. Thank you so much गणेश जी हमसे बात करने के लिए रिपब्लिक टीवी पे और अपनी पर्सपेक्टिव रखने के लिए इस चीज पे, because in the visuals there you can see those are the 12 convicts in fact that are running free. In fact we have breaking news coming in as far as this case is concerned. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has spoken to Republic TV and he has said that we welcome Supreme Court's decision. We have made an appeal and this is what he has told exclusively to Republic TV. He says that he welcomes Supreme Court's judgment. We are satisfied with the verdict. This is the right step taken by the Supreme Court. Well, remember, after the Bombay High Court judgment on July 21st, that is earlier this week, Maharashtra government had challenged the acquittal of the 12 accused in this case. And now, after the hearing today in the Supreme Court, where Supreme Court stayed the acquittal of the convicts that we just showed you, having a gala time, having meeting with a lot of people and having sweets. Now, Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis has spoken to Republic TV and he has said that he welcomes the judgment, the order by the Supreme Court. They are satisfied with the verdict that has come in and this is a step in the right direction. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, in a historic step, India and UK free trade agreement has been signed in the presence of the Prime Minister in UK. And Supreme Court says Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused person in connection with 2006 Mumbai terror blast case. But unfortunately, no rearrest will be done now. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
I can't wait to be part of the Republic AI pre-summit on July 25. We'll be talking all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. It's an exciting build-up to the mega AI summit, and I'm glad to be in the mix. See you.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
space laid your way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I'm excited to be a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th, where we will be discussing the India's AI leap, the innovations, the impact, and the future of AI in shaping a new India.
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
I'm looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the 1000x economic value add and 100x job creation this will bring across industries in India over the next 20 years. This will be in terms of next generation headless, automated, autonomic, agentic platforms. This AI tsunami is going to be highlighted at the Mega AI Summit, and I'm delighted to be part of this important conversation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for India. Let's collaborate and invent in India. See you there.
Artificial intelligence has become one of the most important technology of the 21st century. The phenomenal growth of AI has been enabled by advancement in algorithms, availability of the.
Hi, I am Kapil. I'm happy to be part of AI Pre-Summit by Republic on 25th of July. We will be talking about the crossroads of AI and cybersecurity, how we can leverage both of them to brighten our future as a country. Happy to be there and hope to see you all there. Thank you.
This is your space, play it your way.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I'm really excited to be a part of Republic AI Pre-Summit on 25th of July, where we discuss India's AI leap, the innovation, the impact, and the future of artificial intelligence in shaping the new India.
looking forward to being a part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25th. We'll be diving into the latest breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, deep tech, and the 1000x economic value add and 100x job creation this will bring across industries in India over the next 20 years. This will be in terms of next generation, headless, automated, autonomic, agentic platforms. This AI tsunami is going to be highlighted at the Mega AI Summit, and I'm delighted to be part of this important conversation. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for India. Let's collaborate and invent in India. See you there.
Artificial intelligence has become one of the most important technology of the 21st century. The phenomenal growth of AI has been enabled by advancement in algorithms, availability of the large data sets, and development of semiconductors. I can't wait to be part of the Republic TV AI Pre-Summit on 25th July. Looking forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much.
I can't wait to be part of the Republic AI Pre-Summit on July 25. We'll be talking all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Tonight I come to you with two super exclusive stories. Multiple lapses found in a DGCA inspection done on Air India. Tonight we reveal what are the lapses that have been highlighted by the DGCA and how exactly is the airline really responding. The other big story that I'm coming to you tonight is with regards to a global crackdown on digital arrests. How exactly have governments really come together to combat this menace? All this and much more on this edition of This is Exclusive. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. It's the document that no other channel has. Republic exposes the details of the DGCA investigation on Air India. Over 50 lapses reported in the month of July. Biggest ever global digital arrest racket busted in Cambodia. Operation carried out based on Indian intelligence inputs. Four Al-Qaeda operatives in Gujarat ATS custody. Investigation reveals disturbing pattern of promoting jihad ideology online. Supreme Court stays Bombay High Court judgment on acquittal of 12 accused persons in connection with the 2006 Mumbai train blast. No re-arrest to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent months, Air India has faced intense scrutiny following a series of safety lapses and a catastrophic crash that has shaken public confidence. The tragic 12th of June crash of flight AI-171, a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner in Ahmedabad, has cast a harsh spotlight on the airline's operations, maintenance, practices and regulatory compliance. The airline's troubles extend beyond the Ahmedabad tragedy. India's aviation